I'm the weakest person who got persecuted, but I became too OP after training in the worst dungeon for 100,000 years. A loner who didn't realize that he became a broken character after being alone for too long. Volume 5. Grand Feast Festival of North Grand. Part 2 by Rikijui, translated by C9 at Folksaholic. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 79. That might be the trigger of this maddening situation. Recreating the flesh from the information of Gilbert Lotto Amelia's soul within permissible range of provisional member. Notice from the subjugation picture book. Since Gilbert Lotto Amelia has been registered as a temporary member of the subjugation picture book, part of his sealed memories will be released. Soul link rate 50%. Memory released 50%. A lot changed from the memories that I saw so far. Though the memories of the worst trash were fragmentary, it returned in the form of a monologue. Though it was still that lowlife's memories, I noticed that some details had changed. I was drenched in sweat, lying on my back as I looked at the clear azure sky. It seems I passed out after overusing my magic. That's enough for today, Your Highness. The freckled youth attendant, Tettle, gave me a towel with a worried look on his face. Yeah, thank you. I received the towel from Tettle with a whole-faced smile, and wiped my face with it. Though I should be worrying about my body, there was no sense of incongruity. I felt refreshed instead. Finally, tomorrow is the exam day, isn't it? Indeed. I've been training to the point of vomiting blood for this day. I had to pass the test tomorrow no matter what, Your Highness. Passing the test means that you have to leave this royal capital. Are you sure about it? Tettle asked timidly while playing with his hands. Due to our long relationship, I knew that he only made such a gesture when he offered his opinion to me. Well, I have to become stronger to become the king of Melia Kingdom, and for that, I decided to learn magic. Even the king who I respected was the founding father of Amelia Kingdom and the one hailed as a magic king, Cyrus Lotto Amelia, a truly wise king who founded this Amelia Kingdom with the power of his magic and excellent political strength. But in my humble opinion, there's no need for you to go as far as studying abroad in Babel. I smiled dryly hearing Tettle's almost vanished voice. The reason why he opposed my idea was simply because he would miss me who had been his playmate since a long time ago. This fellow was easily getting lonely after all. Well, the title of the youngest entrant in Babel's history is also important. In the first place, our kingdom gained a nasty reputation thanks to my uncle. Because my uncle, Canute Lotto Amelia, committed genocide, Amelia Kingdom's reputation fell to the bottom. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before each territory lord rebelled against us. That's why this was a race against time to prevent that from happening. I know that, but still, don't worry, Tettle. You'll come with me too. When I presented my right hand to him, why yes. Tettle's face beamed brightly as he took my outstretched hand. The scene then moved on to the examination hall. The examiner around us was watching the match between a blue-haired girl, another test taker, and me. Both the score of our aptitude test, every magic practical test, and the comprehensive martial arts test with the most point was evenly matched. And then, I took a direct hit from her magic and passed out. When I woke up, the blue-haired girl was already sitting right next to me. She then stood up and offered her right hand to me. I've never expected to meet a peer who can fight toe-to-toe against me. My name is Celis. Well, let's do our best since there's a high chance that we will be placed in the same class. Her name was Celis, and despite coming from low-rank noble like Tettle, that girl was extremely haughty and powerful at the same time. 1 year after I was admitted into Babel, I kept getting defeated by this girl. But that only happens in the first year. Gradually, I improved and learned more powerful magic and then, easily bested her. Gil, why are you pulling back in the match? She grabbed my collar, baring her teeth, as she shouted angrily at me. As rude as ever, eh? I'm not holding back at all. Stop spitting such obvious lies. I know with a glance during the match that you definitely pulled your punches. How insistent. I really am serious. Naturally, I had no intention to cut a corner in today's match. But, the truth was, I don't care even if I lost. That was because I heard the rumor that Selly's hometown was in an extremely dangerous predicament and needed much assistance. And the Babel's comprehensive tournament provided an enormous sum of money for the winner. This money was definitely something the current her really needs right now. That's why she might be right about me pulling my leg. But, what's wrong with that? I'm pleased with her. Every once in a while was no big deal. I could at least do this much to help her in this tournament. Gil, I'm disappointed in you. You're looking down on me. Sellers spoke with a teary gaze. In fact, that was the last time I saw her. Eventually, Sellers didn't take the prize money. And then, Sellers and her family were killed by a group of outlaws who led the people of her territory who suffered from famine. Yeah, I understood that I might have hurt her pride when I lost intentionally to her in the tournament. I should have been able to defeat her if I had gone all out back then. She might have accepted my assistance if I defeated her in that tournament, and she didn't have to die. But, me from back then refused to accept the fact that she might have died because of me. I blamed magic and my own talent. I blamed the citizen who easily got led around by the nose by the outlaw. Around this time, my cogwheel started to make me mad. Chapter 80, New Tactic. I turned around my bed amidst the sensation akin to trying to emerge from the bottom of the lake. That was the memory of the worst piece of shit as usual. But, amidst the nauseated feeling of a huge infodump shoved into my brain, I tried to confirm my current situation. I attend the completion ceremony of the new city. As my vague memories cleared up, I felt as if color drained from my face. I raised my body immediately upon recalling Shah's expression as she died. But the her before me was looking at my face with her usual innocent smile. Shah. I felt a sense of relief and hugged her immediately. I mean, that's only natural, right? Though it was just in my dream, I ended up seeing her life end in a violent and miserable way. What's the matter, Gil? I ignored Shah's flustered voice and kept hugging her. And once I regained my composure, both Chigai and Tama demanded an explanation from me with a dead serious look on their faces. I see, prophetic dream like before her. Chigai muttered with a gloomy look on his face as he scratched the back of his head. The fact that I got caught and beheaded by the Demon King army sound really unpleasant. Same here. Gil, have you seen a way to defeat the Demon King army? Nope. It might be impossible even if I go all out. Demon race aside, I can't see them as normal creature anymore. Even after you imitating the strongest existence? Yeah, I'm completely outmatched. As if that isn't bad enough, Aldebaran is backed by an even more stronger being. No matter how I think about it, I lost to Aldebaran even after imitating the strongest existence. Moreover, Aldebaran showed complete submission toward that fish-headed monster called Fornuis. Those three were definitely much more powerful than Aldebaran. This wasn't a prediction. I was somehow convinced. We were completely powerless against them. Seriously. So, those guys are more powerful than that strongest existence. Due to the flow of the story, Boo ended up arriving at the wrong conclusion. No, at the last moment of my dream, the being that I imitated killed Aldebaran with a light kick, and literally massacred the three who backed Aldebaran too. Fornuis was trembling non-stop when he saw the head of Three Faces Ogre slain by the black-haired youth. From the fact that Fornuis calling that ogre with Sama honorific, I assumed that Three Faces Ogre was even more powerful than Fornuis. Basically, Aldebaran and co were nothing more than lackeys of lackeys. Either way, they were an absolute existence that we couldn't defeat no matter what. But the expression of the Three Faces Ogre at the end of his life was filled with despair and fear. If what that black-haired youth had said was correct, that Three-Faced Ogre really did experience hell before he perished, that was a fact. There was no need for him to spit such a lie. In one kick, both Chigai and Tama were speechless. If that's the case, why does the strongest Sama that you imitate lost to Aldebaran? Boo frowned as he asked that question. Surely, Boo didn't seem to believe in my prophetic dream. Maybe he thought that both Chigai and Tama had only matched my story. Maybe that's the limit of my imitation ability. I felt something was amiss ever since I imitated the strongest existence. The thing that I could use when imitating the strongest existence was only the magic and martial arts which I had already mastered. His magic and skill was something that I couldn't imitate in the first place. My ability was a complete imitation of another person. When I imitate the others, I can naturally reproduce their skills and abilities too. In short, even my ability couldn't completely imitate that black-haired youth, the strongest existence. Alas, my physical state still elevated to a whole new level even with incomplete imitation. Anyhow, the problem is, what are we going to do now? If not even Gil can win, then it's literally impossible for the rest of us. You also said that all of us are beheaded, right? Chigai forced us back to the main topic since we have been derailed from the main topic. Yeah, our defeat has been decided the moment the Demon King army invaded this city. Even I couldn't defeat Aldebaran, the lackey of lackey. If even Fornuis participated too, our already small chance of victory would literally be reduced to minus. Everyone would be killed, and this Katana would be destroyed for sure. Is that mean we only have 3 days left? Tamamu asked with a bitter face. Yes, we are running out of time. We alone couldn't defeat the existence of Aldebaran. No, even my intuition had said that the existence of those who could defeat them was in the extreme of the most extreme minorities. Among those minorities, the first figure that appeared in my mind was Yu-san. That person wouldn't fall behind against Aldebaran. In fact, he might be on par with Fornuis. And if we find Yu-san, he might lend his power to us. Problem being the monster who was even stronger than Fornuis. Maybe not even Yu-san could beat that three-faced ogre. I had no doubt that only one person in this world could defeat that guy. That black-haired youth, the strongest existence. If my prophetic dream was right, even the boss of Fornuis was nothing more than a small fry for the black-haired youth. He could easily dispatch Fornuis and go to the afterlife. Since his last expression was a mix between frustration and sadness, I could assume that the end in that dream wasn't something that he wished to happen. So there was a possibility that he might be willing to lend his power if I could negotiate with him. Since that was the case, our maximum priority should be finding that black-haired youth. Alas, it wouldn't be that simple. Reason being, I had no idea how to find him. At least for now, we should try to stall the Demon King army. Our utmost priority is to evacuate the citizens out of this city. Chigai groaned as he crossed his arms. Yeah, the problem is where we have to escape though. Our defeat had been decided the moment they raided this city, and we had to evacuate the citizens from the city before that happened. In this regard, the northern part was their territory, so running toward that direction was suicidal act. Since that was the case, the only choice was going to the southern direction. To the south, but there is tall cliff blocked our path. Yeah, it's the worst. Tama and Shigai's remark literally told me everything I needed to know. Yeah, the south of North Grand was blocked by a tall cliff. Even if we escape to the south, we would run into the wall sooner or later. In short, we couldn't do anything but wait for the Demon King army to arrive. We could only try to find that black-haired youth, the strongest existence, and asking for his assistance to resolve this problem. That was the only way for Katana to survive. That's our only choice. Otherwise, all of us going to die for sure. If that prophetic dream was true, we only had one chance. Failure wasn't an option. Gil. Since Xiao was clinging to my right arm, I patted her head to reassure her. Don't worry, it'll be okay. I kept telling her that as if to reassure her. Yes. Failure meant I would lose her along with Chigai, Tama, Chato, Boo, and everyone in Katana. I've had enough of that experience in my dream. I must succeed. I don't care what would happen to me, but I must succeed. Chapter 81, Escape Plan, Prophetic Dream? You think I'm going to believe everything? As expected, Cyclone screamed in rage. But that's the truth. At this rate, all of us will die. Hearing my claim, it's not like I doubted both Gil-san and Shigai-san, but we would naturally be reluctant to abandon this city just because of a dream. Even the young lizardman who usually agrees with me showed strong resistance. Even if we escape, our escape route is blocked by that steep cliff, which means that we're going to be cornered. Since that's the case, we might be able to raise our survival rate by going all out with our defense. Impossible. The defense system of this city isn't nearly enough to stop the march of the Demon King's army. Though we managed to receive early warning thanks to the lookout duty, we failed to gather in the assembly hall to plan a countermeasure and ended up being massacred by them. Their invasion was equivalent to the end of this city. That's just how powerful our opponent was this time. That's why I can't believe your dream. I've told you right? Cyclone stood as he screamed in rage. One after another, all the members of the meeting rejected my plan. Well, their reaction was natural. I mean, who would be crazy enough to believe in a pipe dream? Org crossed his arms, closed his eyes and kept silent until he finally opened his eyes. When will they come? And asking a question that no one asked until now. Org, are you going to believe such an absurd story? Hearing Cyclone ask with such a furious face, who knows? But hearing Chato and Chigai agree with him, he must be telling the truth. Org replied immediately. I've never heard about abilities such as prophetic dreams. I agree. Gil is human. He has an ability that is unknown to us. And most of all, we saw part of that absurd ability with our own eyes. Some of the abilities that humans have might be related to prediction. Rather, I'm more puzzled by the fact that you guys doesn't trust Gil. But if it's a lie, we will be put in an extremely uncomfortable situation. If that prophetic dream is true, all of us are going to die for sure. None of us are going to survive that calamity just as Gil has told us. That's why we have to make a choice. Once Org finished speaking, he looked around at the monsters inside the meeting room. Org, what choice are you talking about here? Crocodus, who also kept his silence until now, finally spoke for the first time. We trust Gil and leave this city, or not trust him and stay in this city. A silence enveloped the entire room. You're right. I believe in Gil-san, the one who gathered the scattered monsters and built this city until it reached its current stage is Gil-san. If Gil-san said that we should evacuate, then there's no reason to doubt him. Agree. Both are risky plans, but I choose to believe in Gil. One by one, the monsters who were present changed their stance. Honestly, I had never expected that they would choose to believe my dream that easily. That's why, despite feeling something warm in my eyelids, I think everyone has already realized this. But this evacuation is just a stopgap measure. I mean, we can't really escape from them thanks to the tall cliff that block our retreat path. And continued with my explanation. Then, what is your plan for facing such a difficult situation? From this point, I need your cooperation to find 2 people while evacuating. Is Ryudono included in that too? Cyclone asked for confirmation. At least, Ryu-san is stronger than me. That's why we have to find him. But, he alone won't be enough. I nodded. Is it about the last person who appeared in your dream from before? Yes, in that dream, he easily sends Aldebaran and Co into oblivion as if trampling mere bugs. Our problem will be solved easily as long as we got his cooperation. Against the one who backed Aldebaran, we need the cooperation of that strongest existence. There were 3 problems that had to be solved. The first problem was where to find him. The second problem came after finding him, namely how to persuade him. The third problem was how to keep the safety of all Kitnaya's citizens until he arrived. Naturally, the third problem would be solved as long as we could find Ryu-san. And then, how to get out of this hellish situation. So what kind of person that strongest existence? Is he a monster? A human? A demon race? Or a god? If we're limiting just to his strength, the closest guess will be a god. But personally, I don't think he is a god. If he really was a god, he wouldn't show such a sad look on his face as he saw me, a mere human dying. I felt that he was extremely arrogant and emotional at the same time. If God was a perfect and flawless existence, then rather than calling him imperfect God, he would be closer to, depending on outside help every once in a while isn't a bad thing. I agree with Gil's plan. The monster with the head of a monkey struck his thighs and stood up. I already agree from the very beginning. Chato also stood up. And then, one after another, everyone was on their feet. Then let's divide our manpower into 2 teams, the team that seeks for cooperation, and the team that leads the citizens to evacuate. I want everyone to move ASAP. We raised a yell after we decided our strategy. Chapter 82, The Worst and Unlucky Entry. 2 shadows ascend the steep cliff of North Grand at breakneck speed. When nearing its peak, the tallest peak of North Grand, the moonlight illuminated the couple. One of them was a petite, hunchback man in a black suit, wearing goggles to cover his eyes. The other was a scantily clad woman wearing an eye patch over her left eye. "What do you think, Vinegar? This place should be the end, right?" The man wearing goggles mumbled annoyingly. "Maybe." The woman with the eye patch, Vinegar, replied merrily while rolling a lollipop on her tongue. "Nevertheless, not even us. The Wicked's information network can catch the tail even after more than 6 months. Those information brokers have been toying with us." "Damn right. I hate to admit that I agree with you." The man wearing goggles frowned and, "So why are you in such a good mood then? Aren't we literally wasting our time doing this fool's errand?" Squinting his eyes as he asked that question. "I mean, there's a lot of toys gathering in one place." Vinegar showed an agonizing look even though her cheeks were flushed red. "Ah, you mean that village in the middle of the forest on the way here?" "Well, they definitely have various things despite being in the middle of nowhere." The man wearing goggles licking his lips. "Right. The women and children are my toys." Vinegar unsheathed the knife from his waist and twirling it around with his hands. "Ain't interested. Anything that isn't treasure isn't in my line of interest. Unless those women and children are valuable. That's it." Pepper, does that mean you're going to steal my toys?" Still maintaining the smile on her face, one of Vinegar's eyes turned red as she gripped the handle of the knife she twirled a moment ago. "What a jest. We're wicked, remember. Power is everything." The man with goggles, Pepper, revealed edged tools from both of his hands, stooping low on the ground. Both of them glared for a while, heaved a sigh, and then put their weapons back. "Since that's the case, let me to take all the treasure. The women and children are yours. How does that sound?" "No objection." After reaching a mutual agreement, both revealed an eerie smile. "But, so, the information from Sugar is cut off in the village of Cat Monster, right?" "That seems to be the case, but Sugar doesn't seem to be staying in this kind of place though, so it really is a fool's errand." "Maybe. But, if we know about the monster cat who killed Sugar, ain't that even more amazing?" "Even if Sugar is the weakest among us, he's still a member of Wicked. The monster who managed to kill him can be sold for sky-high prices. We have literally found a treasure." "Yeah, that should be enough to make the commander to write off Sugar's failure." "Yup." All this talking made me all fired up. "Me too." Thus, those two entered the North Grand's territory. Chapter 83, The Fury of the Evil God. After both of them left that place, Giram Kala and 3 top brass of his faction appeared soundlessly from empty air, one of the top brass floating in the air, and another one standing upside down on the branch tree, and the last one sitting cross-legged on top of a rock. Everyone wore demonic looks on their faces, including the Spirit King of Flame, Ifrit, and the Spirit King of Earth, Titan, who was also kneeling nearby, all of them trembling in rage. Trespassing into the village and the territory of our great personage aside, they even wanted to commit such atrocity inside her. This might be the first we're being looked down on by a mere bug, the featureless existence whose entire body was dyed in black with a ring floating behind their back crossed their arms as they spoke with trembling voices, obviously trying to suppress their wrath. "But, are you sure you're going to allow those lowly bugs to enter?" The white humanoid floating in the air asked that question to its peers with bloodshot eyes. "Nay, absolutely impossible," the naked man with 8 eyes on his upper half, sitting in the chair, replied with a voice that shook the air. "We're in the middle of the game hosted by our supreme ruler. There's a lot of evil army inside of our barrier. We cannot afford to let our guard down." Giram Kala admonished his subordinates with bloodshot eyes as his thick, black aura rose up in the sky. Seeing that their leader was already on the verge of exploding in anger, both Titan and Ifrit gulped audibly. "Giram Kala, shall we tell you what happened from the very beginning?" the white humanoid asked with a dumbfounded voice. Giram Kala looked around at everyone, he erased his thick black aura and, "Sorry, he bowed lightly, muttering the words of apology. "I've confirmed. We mustn't eliminate anyone who intrudes into this place." "Is that the divine revelation from our supreme ruler?" "Indeed. Otherwise, that greenhorn of an angel won't be able to infiltrate into this area, not even in her dream." Giram Kala nodded as he spoke. "You mean our supreme ruler Sama is really going to start the game using that evil army general?" "Yeah, Even the general of the evil army is nothing more than a mere pawn in that personage's trial game. As expected of our god, his realm of thought is worlds apart compared to lowly bugs like us. Hearing the featureless existence passionate remark, "Exactly. That's why we have to follow his order to a T." Giramkala put his hands on his waist as he added, But it doesn't mean that we will forgive them for spitting on our personage." The aberration with 8 eyes raised a shout and, "Nothing can stop us from implementing this game. We have yet to receive any order for what is coming after that." "Then yes, when that happens, they'll be at our mercy." The tips of Giramkala's lips drew upward as he spoke. "Don't let Beelzebub hoard them all. Let's carve our extreme wickedness into their very soul and make them regret it for eternity." The white humanoid agreed, and, "That's my intention from the very beginning." Agreed. The aberration with 8 eyes and the featureless existence agreed too. Giramkala then spread his arms, raised his face upward. "Now then, it's the start of the trial. Let's get going." That was the worst declaration of a game. Chapter 84. The Investigation of Northwest Squad. 1. Our first priority was the evacuation of Kitnaya's citizens. Chigai and Og were chosen as the leaders of the same. In regards to the search for Yu-san, the team was led by Cyclone. As for me, I led the team that searched for the strongest existence since I was the only one who knew his appearance, Gil. When I patted Shah, who looked up to me with teary eyes as she embraced me. "Don't worry, I'll be back with good news," I told her, so as if trying to convince myself at the same time. Yoon. Shah buried her face onto my chest, refusing to move. My searching team included Chato and Dharma. That's why I guess it was natural for Shah to feel lonely being left alone by her peers. At first, Shah insisting that she had to be added into my team. Naturally, both team had already expected that we would be looking into our enemy's territory. Seeing that Shah would only become a hindrance during the battle, she was included among the evacuating citizen. In that way, Shah embraced me for a while before she let me go with her usual innocent smile. "Well then, see you later." She followed Chigai and Ko while waving her hands at me. Seeing that, I turned around to face the searching team while suppressing my feeling of wanting to chase after her back. We were headed northwest. That place was a super dangerous area to the point that even the monster was avoiding that area since there was a huge acid lake in that area. That strongest existence said real combat game. It sounds unbelievable, but the invasion of Aldebaran and his Demon King army might be a test that he imposed on us. Well, he's someone who pulverizes even Aldebaran with a simple kick after all. From his perspective, everything in this world might be nothing more than a small pebble on the roadside. It wasn't unusual for someone of his power to think something along that line. Next was that dream. I had a chance to see something rare from that piece of trash's dream, but it was slightly different from the other dream that I saw so far. I was forced to accept large amount of information regarding that trash's past. I felt something was amiss in that piece of information. Thus I've been wondering what I missed. I mean, age-wise, it was clearly a bit too unrealistic for me to be the hunter employed by that piece of trash. In that particular piece of dream, I felt as if it was connected to my forgotten past, and it might be related to the reason why I lost my memories. Well, I don't care about that trash's past anyway. It was already a good thing that my memories were slowly returning with this incident. The current me didn't care about my past anymore, and just when I was thinking about that, "Oi, Gil," Chato caught my arm, stopped me from walking even further. It seems the item that I developed for searching something hit on something. I raised my right hand lightly and then everyone surrounded me in a circle. Amidst the tension which felt like pricking my skin, I imitate the haughty blue-haired swordsman whom I regarded as my master and unsheathed flame from its scabbard. If it was the subordinate of Aldebaran, they wouldn't use sneak attack. I knew from my dream that they're underestimating us. The one we're looking for was Aldebaran's subordinate. Since that was the case, we could do this as much as I want. It's my turn. I kicked the ground and closed in toward the searching point. I stopped in a hurry upon seeing a red-haired girl with a pair of white wings approaching me. The girl was the very same girl as the one who I saw in my dream, a member of the Garuta tribe. and a citizen of Kitnaya. At least, she wasn't in the Demon King army, but still, why did she follow after us? She did say something proudly in my dream. Did she actually join the search team despite what she said? In the midst of such chaos, I returned flame into its sheath at once and took a distance from her. You're a member of Garuta tribe, right? Why aren't you taking a refuge? Well, since she appeared at this timing, she definitely tailing after us. Thus I took this action to show her that I wasn't hostile to her. Why yeah, I made a mistake. I had already expected the red-haired Garuta tribe girl to give such reply. Chapter 85, The Investigation of Northwest Squad 2. We were listening to the girl explain after I brought her back to my search team. Her name was Rami and she came from the Garuta tribe. She refused to give further explanation aside from that. According to the previous example, she might be the survivor of the Garuta tribe who was destroyed by the Demon King's army. And knowing the atrocities committed by the Demon King's army, I guess it was only natural for her to refuse to speak. I mean, I also didn't tell anyone about Shah's last moment in that prophetic dream. Some of her insistence sounds rather fishy, and that was, bring me along to that search. The fact that she was insisting on coming along, the her in that prophetic dream seems to be quite confident in her own abilities, but still, the opponent was Aldebaran. Taking her along due to her overconfidence in her own abilities might bring unnecessary trouble later on. I looked at Chato beside me and nodded at him. Chato also nodded at me. It seemed he had the same opinion as me. Sorry, but you're just a hindrance for us. Rami frowned upon hearing Chato's remark. She then stooped over and swept Chato by his feet. You woo Chato's body fitness in the air due to that leg sweep, and just when Chato was about to fall, Rami grabbed him by his collar. Who is the real hindrance here? Seeing Rami asks Chato, who showed a forced laugh. Okay, you pass. What do you think, guys? Chato shrugged his shoulders as he replied. He doesn't show anger even after Rami treats him like that. Has Chato grown up into a fine adult? Hearing Tama whispered so to me. Yeah. I'm just as surprised. The usual him will fly into the rage when treated as such. I agreed with Tama's opinion. Tama, I can hear you. Chato suddenly flew into the rage with his usual attitude. She passed. Nevertheless, you're really strong. Boo patted Rami's back as he laughed heartily. Stop it. Rami rebuked Boo with a rather surprised look on her face. Okay then, you're in. Thus, Boo urged everyone to continue. Sorry, please do forgive him. That is just the usual him. When I was apologizing to her in a low voice, well, I don't really mind. I'll allow it. Seeing Rami avert her gaze, I also walked with a smile on my face. Chapter 86, The Investigation of Northwest Squad 3, Raimiel side. Following Eri-sama's order, I found the whereabouts of the city of monsters and started the investigation immediately. The party of monsters leaves the city in succession. It seems they're abandoning their fortress and evacuating to the southern direction. At that moment, she saw two groups of monsters heading in another direction. It was impossible for Raimiel to lose track of those groups, and she could easily catch up with them. Thus, she followed one of the two parties heading into the forest. Though Raimiel had used her superior stealth-type skill, the invisible cloak, her whereabouts were found out by the other party. Raimiel had never expected that the likes of weak humans and the monsters could see through her skill. Thus, she thought that the reason must be because she had unconsciously cancelled her skill. A blunder that she committed once before. For the next few days, the stealth effect of invisible cloak would be reduced a lot against someone who saw through it. Thus, she had no choice but to tell them that she was one of them. Though it was a risky attempt, she had some leeway since she knew that she could defeat all the monsters before her with ease. Thus, she lowered her guard. After that, she tried to ask about their situation. The strongest existence of this world. What kind of nonsense is this human called Gil talking about? Because this human predicted the raid of the Demon King's army, they decided to search for the strongest existence of this world to ask for his assistance to defeat the Demon King's army. Such a prediction, which sounds like allowing him to experience the situation himself, is already godly class. It wasn't the kind of ability that should be owned by mere humans. It might be just a bullshit, or a big fat lie. Anyhow, for people of the celestial world like Ramiel, an organization like the Demon King army from the lower world was akin to buzzing flies. Thus, Ares and Kai had only been using the church or a legendary hero who received the blessing to take care of the problem. Not to mention that the power level of the lower world was really insignificant compared to Ramiel and company. Nevertheless, one thing caught her attention. Fish-headed Fornuus. That should be the name of one other vice-admiral of the evil army. The moment she realized that, ridiculous, that's absurd, it's impossible, she denied such absurd, and completely unrealistic possibilities. The evil army was the shadow organization which composed of various kinds of strongest gods who controlled all kinds of evil and wicked deeds in this world from the shadows. Their strength was comparable with the heavenly army, the former ruler of this world. In short, Vice Admiral aside, even one of their commissioned officer from the world boundary shouldn't be able to hide their presence from the heavenly army's observation. The heavenly army was currently in a state of uproar. They banned every kind of movement in this world. They even interfered with Ares, the one who manages this world. Naturally, Ramiel and Co were supposed to be prohibited from coming to this world. Yes, it must be a false alarm. It must be a random name that this human came up with. Ignorance is bliss. Evil Army Vice Admiral, Fornuus was an existence above the cloud even among the shadow gods. She had no idea what kind of punishment she would get from the land deity just by speaking that name. Though she was left wondering just how the human called Gil learned about the name of the evil army Vice Admiral, Fornuus. She concluded that it must be from the literature left behind by the land deity from the shadow side. Even Ares, the one who managed this world, Lemuria had never really understood about the land deity of this world. Let's take a break in this place. The other monsters obediently followed the order from Gil and built a fire pit. Though she was rather puzzled at how familiar the monster was with building the human-like campsite, she still helped them nevertheless. Chapter 87, The Investigation of Northwest Squad. 4. Absurd Reality. We departed before sunrise, heading to the marshlands in the northwest. 2 days before the Demon Race Army's raid. Racing against time, we had to arrive by the end of the day. I wanted to raise our walking speed, but this was the limit of Chateau & Co.'s pace. As expected, it might be faster if I was the only one looking for the strongest existence. Against my expectation, Rami could easily keep up with my pace without breaking a sweat. When everyone was barely hanging in there. Anyhow, everyone had reached their limit. We had to take a break. When I leaned my back on the trunk of a huge tree, "But, are you sure that the strongest existence is in this marshland?" Boo asked, the matter which also became my biggest concern right now. "Yeah, maybe. Maybe? Are you guys going to search for someone with such vague idea?" Smiling wryly to Rami, who asked dumbfoundedly. But I believe that we will find that person here. I'm sure that he was somewhere in the northwest area." Though I realized that I had yet to persuade everyone that this was the place, the truth was far cry from that. In my dream, he mentioned about game repeatedly. Properly speaking, I was supposed to fight against Aldebaran and Co. Seeing that he was in the position of a spectator, in normal situations, he wouldn't place himself inside the game. But he was an enigmatic existence. There was a high possibility of him watching the game inside from a place protected by some sort of special barrier. That's why there was a contradiction in my own opinion. As for why I'm heading straight toward the northwest direction, honestly I myself have no idea why I was heading in this direction. I just know that he was somewhere in the northwest direction of North Grand. Yes, I am somehow convinced of this. And this feeling had only become stronger and stronger as I saw that prophetic dream. Though it sounds like a huge contradiction, I knew that I could meet him somewhere in the northwest. Are you really going to play along with this man? I mean, you guys are monsters and he is a human, right? Hearing Rami's question, man, that's hit my sore spot. Chateau scratched his head awkwardly. Yup, the me from a while ago would definitely oppose him. Tama was also throwing an appropriate reply. Well, Gil must have a reason for his claim. Yeah, he will do something about this situation. Though Rami was looking as if everyone was some sort of exotic creature. You guys are insane. She spat those words seemingly coming from the bottom of her heart. We started walking again after our short break. Be careful. We're entering their territory. Everyone nodded upon hearing my warning. Rami was the only one who yawned, seemingly not caring about my warning at all. I heaved a sigh seeing her carefree attitude, and just as we took a few steps ahead, I felt as if my entire body suddenly submerged into water. I felt the inside of my stomach being churned around as unbearable pressure weighing down on me. This must be a barrier. Moreover, an extremely malicious one. I turned around to see everyone. But, what's the matter, Gil? Chato asked while furrowing his eyebrows. And yet, this is dangerous. Rami's face turned 180 from her previous carefree face to pale face. She finally took this matter seriously. If I'm not mistaken, we're already inside the barrier erected by the Demon King army. No, this isn't the like of Demon King army. Rami objected with a loud voice. Oh my, too bad. You're already inside my belly. Standing before Rami was a woman with a red supreme head clad in military uniform, looking at us while stretching her body to impossible angles. That was the thing who appeared near the end of my nightmare. Yuraku. It was the worst encounter. I thought that I would be keeling over from fear, and yet, for some reason, I felt an extreme resentment from my tone. Oh my, this adorable monkey-san actually knows about moi. Yuraku struck a weird pose as her fish eyes looked around, observing us. Chato and Tama aside, that simple gesture alone was enough to make even that stout-hearted boy tremble from head to toes, unable to do as much as lift his finger. Yuraku, the lieutenant colonel directly under Fornuus from the evil army. Impossible. This is impossible. We have to escape from this pla. You over there, shut up for a little bit will ya? Rami, who spoke with bloodshot eyes, was slapped by Yuraku, who suddenly appeared right in front of her. That slap sent Rami's body flying at terrifying speeds, knocking down numerous trees along the way, and kept going on until the crashing sound vanished deep inside the forest. Oh my, I forgot how brittle bug-like you people, to be done, and even when I'm going easy on you. Yuraku then transformed her right hand into purple-colored liquid and used it to grab Rami by her neck. Rami's left cheek swelled up like a watermelon. She had already passed out from that slap, and her entire body was spasming non-stop. That slap had almost killed her. I mustn't let this bitch to do as she pleases. If I didn't go all out to escape from this place, she's gonna kill all of us. I quickly imitated the strongest existence, unsheathed flame from its scabbard, and swung it down onto Yuraku's head. Though flame was burning at its limit, it was broken and could only leave a faint black scald on one of Yuraku's scales. That surprise was enough for Yuraku to let go of Rami, patting her scaled with both of her hands. And then, she glared furiously at me. You lowly worm. Facing her rage, my field of vision suddenly dyed red. When I noticed, my body had already been lying on the ground. Then pain akin to my body being shredded to pieces came a moment later. When I tried to raise my face, I saw that everyone had already been turned into minced meat. Lies. All of us got annihilated with a simple howl. Like hell we could fight against this kind of opponent. Too bad. You won't have easy deaths like those other worms. Those remarks marked the beginning of seemingly never-ending hell for me. Chapter 88, Last Resistance. I wonder how much time has passed already. I've had already lost the feeling in my entire body due to their torture. Which also left me to wonder, how did I manage to stay alive through all this torture? Naturally, the reason was by no means because of my toughness. It was simply because those bastards made sure that I wouldn't die during the torture. Under such a situation, I didn't even feel angry or hatred, let alone despaired. You really are a tough one. I, who could only move my eyeballs by now, heard Yuraku's slightly dumbfounded voice. How did you know our position? I used every bit of my remaining strength to ask that question. I'm already a dead man anyway. That was one thing I'm sure of. Since that was the case, someone would definitely come to save me at the very last moment, just like in my prophetic dream. All I had to do was persist till the end. How did I find your whereabouts? Too bad. I've set a barrier around this northwest area. I will know immediately as soon as you stepped into my barrier. Ah, I see now. Meaning that we were literally headed to our own deaths. Seeing that my vision blurred bit by bit, I knew that I'm about to die. But I still had one or two questions for her. What happened to everyone in the city? Worry not. There were few hiccups along the way, but we struck a bargain and successfully performed the ceremony. She shouted joyfully. The bargain she refers to must be Shah. Since Shah and everyone had already gone from this world, I didn't have any lingering feeling in this world anymore. That's why, you fucking fish, all of you will see real hell soon enough. After squeezing those words, my body couldn't move anymore. This was my last resistance. You really are, lowly monkey. The moment Yuraku roared in rage, I felt that my flesh and bones were crushed, and then my field of vision turned pure white. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Who the hell are you? It was quite an impatient voice for a strong man. Lastly, I felt a terrifying tremor on the ground along with a deafening explosion which was then followed by a complete silence. In my dimmed consciousness, Your Highness, I heard someone's voice. Like a lullaby, that voice was the last thing I heard as my consciousness descended into darkness. Chapter 89, Self-Awareness and Determination. Hi, Gar! Exclamation mark. Once my consciousness returned, I jumped up vigorously onto my feet. Oi Gil, are you okay? Those eyes, those partly open eyelids, they were looking at me with a shocked face. This place was the huge meeting room in Katnaya. Every leader of various tribes was gathered in this place. If that was the case, that might be another one of prophetic dreams. Maybe because I felt relieved, I felt all power drained from my body. And due to how nauseated the dream was, I ended up vomiting on the floor. I kept vomiting till it felt like I vomited all the content in my stomach. After the feeling akin to a storm had passed, I finally managed to get a grip on myself. The meeting had to be suspended for 1 hour due to the sudden interruption now resumed. Gil, did you see another prophetic dream? Chigai asked with grim face. Yoon. Though I nodded at him, part of myself had always been wondering if everything that I saw was truly just a prophetic dream. Having seen such a dream repeatedly was already abnormal. Firstly, the dream felt too realistic to be a dream, though I assumed that it was a mere dream since it looked extremely realistic like when I dreamed of that lowlife. But was it so realistic to the point of reproducing my sense of pain too? For me, it looks like reality instead of a mere dream. The pain was too realistic for that to be dismissed. Secondly, it was far too long to be a dream. When I asked Chigai and Co., they told me that I just suddenly passed out during the meeting. When Chigai shook my body awake, I suddenly woke up on my own. In short, I passed out for less than 5 minutes. Too short to be able to make me dream. Thirdly, the end of the nightmare was coincidence with the moment of my death. If it really was a prophetic dream, I didn't have to die to wake up. Lastly, the most suspicious thing of all. Namely, since when did I saw that prophetic dream? The end of my memories was after I got caught by Yuraku and tortured till I died. Even if I passed out during the meeting, there was something off about this situation. I simply dismissed this problem as a prophetic dream all this time, but I might come to understand the nature of this ability after the same things repeated again and again in a short time. In short, I've died time and time again and then returned to the past. If that was what happened, then everything that happened would make sense. What did you see this time? The worst situation. I told them about my experience. Yeah, that's the worst for sure. I nodded in agreement with Chigai, who muttered while crossing his arms. Yeah, those guys put up a barrier, meaning that we can't pass the northwest area, or should I say that all northern area of the city has already become their territory. Even if you tell me that, not just anyone can pass through that steep cliff. Yes, I knew about it from Yuraku herself in the last moment of my life back then. Even if we ran to the south, they could still capture Shah and use her as a sacrifice for their ceremony. The escape plan had only managed to buy us some time. Since that was the case, that's why we have to travel between the gaps of their barriers. In the end, there was no talk about trying to meet that strongest existence. Since that was the case, we had to give everything we had at our disposal. Naturally, if a weak and diminutive me tried to outwit them, the only option was trial and error. The reason why I chose this method was not because I am a masochist who feels pleasure from pain. I hate pain, and I don't want to be hurt either. But if it was for Shah, such things were trivial to me. I would do anything to protect everyone from such evil. Yes. The moment I realized that, I felt as if a weight lifted from my shoulders. I will move on my own from now on. I will leave the matter of persuading everyone to the rest of you. But if your dream is true, even if everyone escaped, they will. Hearing Chigai's protest, I'll buy as much time as possible for you. I rushed out of the meeting room as soon as I declared so. Either way, we wouldn't be able to survive if we couldn't find the gap in their barrier. Naturally, I might die this time too and have to repeat again. But waiting on my butt would only result in everyone's death, and that was the last thing I wanted to see. I will do it. Encouraging myself again, I started the journey towards the nightmarish death again. Chapter 90, Failure. First try, failed. I tried to go to the north from the west until I reached the limit. Alas, I stumbled into Yuraku's barrier again. It wasn't even a fight as she decapitated me immediately. Second try, failed. I tried to go to the west from north to the marshland. Alas, caught by the barrier again. This time, I got caught and tortured till death. Third try, failed. I tried to go to the north from the east, but I met the monster with a blowfish head, Fugo, and was killed instantly. Fourth try, failed. I tried to go to the northwest after creating an item to conceal my presence, but then, I died the moment I stepped into Yuraku's barrier. Fifth try, failed. Sixth try, failed. Seventh try, failed. 78th try, failed. How many times have I already failed this time? I stopped counting midway since the number of the trial and errors were already too much for me to remember. I've even tortured myself to the point that I didn't even bat my eyes anymore. All I felt was anger, and hatred to those guys, and resentment toward my weak self, and most of all, the only thing that drove me forward was my wish to regain my peaceful daily life with everyone. And then, after countless trial and error, I found a route which is akin to light of hope in the total darkness. Finally, I've arrived at the marshland. I saw it. The blue lake which spread as far as my eyes could see. The lake was an acid lake with no living organisms. Finally, I've arrived at the strongest person in existence's location. With this, I can finally save Shah, and everyone. After numerous trial and errors, countless death and failure, I could finally regain my peaceful daily life. I wiped my tears, and just as I was about to run toward the marshland, too bad. This is my territory. I heard that familiar hoarse voice again. Yuraku then appeared in front of me while striking a strange pose again. How did you? I barely managed to squeeze my voice from my parched throat. Do you really think you come to a safe place? Too bad for you. I made it to look like that on purpose. When I asked back, how do you feel? When a bug mustered all their knowledge and thought that they achieved something, only to see their hope destroyed at the very last moment. There's no better despair than this, right? She asked with an enraptured face while writhing in happiness. Damn it. This is a failure too. Does that mean I'm dancing along like a clown on her palm all this time? This is too much. I shouted to the top of my lungs and ran toward the lake while imitating the strongest existence. My goal was right before me. This was a fact that I could never abandon. But it's futile. My head was caught from behind. No, this is too much. I even lost the will to resist anymore. Oh my, are you crying now? How shameful. My heart beats loudly for you. I took out a knife with my left hand, and pierced my own throat with it, instantly killing myself. Chapter 91, Elopement from Nightmare. 1. The moment I woke up in the conference room, which was already too familiar for me, I rushed out without saying anything and knocked on the door of Shah's room. Is something the matter, Gil? Why are you so pale? When Shah embraced me, she noticed my pale face. Shah, sorry. I held Shah in one arm as I spoke and ran as fast as I could. I've had enough of this. The pain, the fear. I'm already tired of everything, but I'm still persisting since I believe that I could regain our peaceful live. Alas, I've had reached my limit. I couldn't arrive in that place no matter what I do. I was destined to fail. Since that was the case, I only had one option left. I had to take Shah to get out of this hell-like place. Tall cliff? It was nothing before the current me. Yes, I should have did this from the very beginning. I kept running while carrying Shah in one arm and finally arrived in front of the said cliff. Now I just need to imitate monster with ability to fly to get out of this hell. The moment I imitated Garuda tribe and about to jump from the cliff, something like a ball hit me from the sides, sending me back to the wasteland. A jackpot. Pepper, you still remember our previous agreement, right? They're mine. A dark-skinned woman with eye patch caught Shah by her collar and lifted her up as she shouted in delight. I should never agree with her. The petty, hunchback man. Pepper spat on the ground as he spoke. Release Shah. I imitated the strongest existence as I bellowed in rage, unsheathing flame from its sheet and rushed straight toward that eye patch woman. What the? The eye patch woman raised a disbelieving voice as I sliced off her right arm from its root, which was then followed by a palm strike with my left hand on her chin, and finished the combo with a roundhouse kick. And just when I was about to catch Shah, who fell from the woman's hand, "Don't you dare mess with us, the wicked." A powerful shock ran through my abdomen along with that enraged roar. My body rolled on the wasteland and then crashed on the rocky mountain. When I tried to get up from the mountain of rubble, Pepper was already far away, holding Shah under his arm. Pepper's body had expanded a few times in size, though there were bat-like wings on his back. There was something like a horn growing from his head. It was as if Pepper had transformed into a completely different creature. Oi Vinegar, wake up! Hearing Pepper's shout, the eye patch woman who got beaten by me, Vinegar stood on her feet again. Vinegar took off her eye patch while raising an enraged roar. Suddenly, the cross-section of her severed right arm swelled up, and then formed a new arm. At the same time, another eye appeared on her forehead. A strange mask formed in front of her forehead. Then a vortex of crimson-colored fighting spirit rose up to the sky from her entire body. No doubt about it, her strength was on a whole other level compared to before. But it was trivial compared to the current me. Return Shah to me. I rushed at Pepper as I shouted, grasping strongly on the hill to flame. Chapter 92, Elopement from Nightmare 2, Failure. In the end, my power was on par with their transformed form. A few hours later, or maybe it was only a few dozen minutes in reality, after clashing so many times, the tip of my flame finally pierced Vinegar's heart. No way, even Vinegar got done in. The man wearing goggles cursed as he rose up in the sky while carrying Shah. Against that, I fired Menu, Judgment of Light. A superior rank magic drip his wings. TCH. Seeing my attack succeed, I threw flame to the falling guy. Don't underestimate me. Though he could dodge flame, flame suddenly drew unnatural trajectory in the air. What the? The moment he let out a shocked voice, flame had already pierced the crown of his head, and burst into flame pillar. Then I caught Shah falling down as I tried to adjust my breathing. I couldn't move anymore since my body was already in tattered state. They're strong. Properly speaking, they're a bit stronger in one-on-one. The reason why I could one against both of them at the same time was simply coincidence piled upon another coincidence. But a win is a win, I shouted while carried Shah in Princess Carry. And then, I mustered the last power of my imitation to create wings on my back, and jumped off from the cliff. Amidst my vague consciousness, I slowly realized that I left that nightmarish North Grand. We did it. I've protected Shah this time. We did it, Shah. I spoke to her whom I carried in my embrace, but, I ended up speechless. Shah's face was as pale as snow. Her lips had already turned white. What's matter, Shah? I tried to shake her body. Alas, she just smiling kindly to me as she opened her lips. Gil, maybe I can't leave North Grand, and told me such a terrifying truth. What do you mean by can't leave North Grand? Can't leave North Grand? Like hell there was such crap. I know about this the moment we leave North Grand. I might not be able to live outside of North Grand. Lies. Shah, please don't joke around at time like this. Despite what I said, I knew that her rapidly dwindling life force was the evidence of her remark just now. Damn it. I hugged her and invoked my imitation ability to get back to North Grand again, but I failed to invoke my ability. That was a natural result, I guess. My power had already been used up in the previous battle. That's enough, Gil. Shah hugged me like usual and hang in there, Shah. The exhaustion had finally taken my strength, as I tried to encourage her. Shah, wake up. I shook her body that had already lost its warmth. Alas, how many times I had seen it now. I knew that she had already died. Shah, I cried as I hugged Shah's corpse. After I continued crying for a long time, I returned to Kitna with Shah's corpse. That place naturally had already been ravaged by Aldebaran. It was completely ravaged, and burned down to the ground along with its citizens. We're back, Shah. I placed Shah's corpse under the huge tree that growing beside the city. Sorry for leaving you in this place, but I have to go. I clasped the flame and ran toward the proper place to die. The monster in the city had already been slaughtered till no one left. Along the way, I saw the corpse of headless Crocodus hung on top of Tama. He might be trying to protect her. Crocodus had always said mean remarks to the tribe he regarded as weak, and yet he ended up dying while protecting a sheep cat, the weak tribe. Different from me who abandoned everyone, he tried to protect everyone. Thank you. I will avenge all of you. I felt disgusted by my own words. After that, I kept killing every single demon I met along the way, and finally facing Aldebaran. Not bad, cut the crap and let's fight to death. I told him so as I grabbed the hilt of flame, facing against a battle that I couldn't win no matter what. What are you laughing for? Hearing Aldebaran asked that question as he lifted me up by my throat. Take a guess. Not that you will understand even if I tell you. I loaded every last bit of my magical power into the magic tool in my right hand, Flame Snake of Gluttony. Not even Aldebaran could survive this attack from point-blank range. My field of view dyed in blood-red color, then my consciousness burst open like a bubble. Chapter 93, Become a Kind King. Confirmed the physical death of Gilbert Lotto Amelia, activating the Soul Travendia. Emergency notice. Confirming the existing singularity point. Gift of singular point will be given upon activation. Success with condition attached. The soul of Gilbert Lotto Amelia and the soul of a singular point would be sent back from the present into the random point in the past at a fixed interval. Notice from the subjugation picture book, since Gilbert Lotto Amelia has been registered as a temporary member of the subjugation picture book, part of his sealed memories will be released. The soul link rate is 98%, memory released 99%. Large amount of information called memories crammed into my head. It was the past of the worst man. The fragmented memories slowly formed a complete picture. It created a path on which that fools walking from the past until present. The memories formed a path to the last piece. It was the scene of a luxurious room. A beautiful, blonde-haired woman lay in the bed. Her face was pale. On death door, a bald man who seems to be a doctor stood up and turned toward us after he checked the woman's pulse, and then shook his head. Mother. I grabbed her right hand as I called her. But my mother's body slowly lost its warmth, something that made me even more scared. My mother opened her eyes, smiling gently as she looked at me, and then, sorry, Gil, it seems I have to leave first. But don't worry. You have reliable friends and sisters. My mother then looked at the freckled boy who stood beside me, and then, Tettle, please look after Gil, said those words. Oh, of course. The freckled boy nodded at her. No, mother. I called out desperately to my mother while grabbing her right hand. Seeing me like that, my mother smiled gently as she placed her hand on my head. Please become a kind king. She closed her eyes as soon as she said that. Yes, that was the curse that my mother left behind for me. The reason why I wanted to become a king. All this time, I had been misunderstood what my mother mean by kind king. What my mother truly wished wasn't for me to become a king, it was for me to become a kind person. Chapter 94, Return of the Last Piece of Memory. I've started to get used to the situation in which my memories returned. Just like usual, I stood in the conference room to deliver my speech. Naturally, My legs trembled like newborn fawns, and I sat back in my chair. And then, I felt 2 warm streams on my cheeks. The result was the same no matter what. I failed to reach that lake in the northwest, Shah and everyone still dead, especially the fact that Shah couldn't leave North Grand. In fact, she died as soon as she left North Grand. That was the proof of everything. On the other hand, Shah would die for sure if she stayed in North Grand. In short, she dies either way. I could only guess that it was caused by something. I mean, she just died without showing any abnormalities before. What a joke. This city aside, I couldn't even save the life of a single girl. Gil, is something the matter? Chigai asked in hurry upon seeing my state. No, it's nothing. After muttering those words, I left the meeting room with a tottered gait. I flopped on my bed, and stared blankly at the ceiling. I had been rushing recklessly in the last few months, yet, I still failed to escape from this nightmare, though I knew that the strongest existence was looking at the situation right across that acid lake. I couldn't arrive in that place due to Yuraku's barrier. I've failed so many times to the point I had enough of it. In the end, I succumbed to despair and decided to only bring Shah with me, and yet, she still died as soon as we left North Grand. It was as if the reality was shoved right onto my face. I've tried everything. I failed to protect everyone's peaceful daily life and Shah's smile. I've given up. I really don't care anymore. I've tried every single possibility and still failed to escape from this hell. Gil. The door of my room opened up and the most important girl for the current me appeared from behind the door, and then, after looking at my figure lying down in my bed, she trotted and dove into my bed. And, "Don't cry, Gil," she shouted such simple words anxiously, and then pulled me in her embrace. "Shah, please leave me alone for now." I barely managed to squeeze those words, turning my back toward her. Just remembering the fact that she would lose her life in the next few days was enough to break my heart. Currently, I really didn't want to think about anything and just slept like mud till that hellish day visited this city. "Are you crying because of me?" Hearing her ask such a question with a sobbing voice, "It's not your fault." I didn't deny it immediately. Shah suddenly embraced me from behind, burying her face on my back. "Sorry, actually, I feels like a princess in the bedtime story told by Maria a long time ago whenever Gil embraced me and said that." Shah. But, despite vaguely aware that I couldn't leave this place, I still bring so much trouble for Gil. For a moment, I really had no idea what she was talking about. But, Shah suddenly turned around and looked into my eyes, as if she made some sort of decision. Looking at her, I knew that whatever she would say next was not a joke. "Shah, did you just say that you can't leave North Grand?" "Yeah, I'm having this strange dream since I was a child." "Strange dream?" "Yes, in that dream, I saw myself tied to North Grand by a red pipe. I know that pipe is my lifeline. That's why I also know that I will die the moment I step out of North Grand." Now I had no doubts left. She knew about this nightmare. She saw all the suffering I experienced in that long and lonely hell. "That's Shah." Unable to suppress the overflowing feeling in my chest, I embraced Shah while wailing like a kid. I cried for a really long time as if to vent all my frustration before I finally regained my composure. The me who felt refreshed as if all those despair and anxiety had already flowing out along with my tears was also understands Shah's anxiety. Good grief, I really am hopelessly. But, that was me. I had to accept that I was undoubtedly a hopeless, useless, incompetent, and cowardly man. I was such a small existence who couldn't do anything by myself. My assumption was already wrong from the very beginning. I believed that I could reach the other side of that acid lake with my own power. Or should I say, that was how I tried to convince myself. Alas, such a thing was impossible. It wasn't my role to do that. Yes, I've already got the answer inside those dreams. Those dreams were too realistic to be a dream. As much as I didn't want to remember it, I wouldn't be able to escape from the fact that the past me was that lowlife. Maybe all I did until now was turn away from reality because I really couldn't admit the fact that I was such an outrageous idiot. I mean, I afraid that I wouldn't be able to laugh with Shah and everyone again if I admit that fact. Thump. Suddenly, I felt as if a stake was driven into my head. Suddenly, it was as if the time had stopped, and then, a blonde-haired pompous kid around 8 years old with bob cut appeared before me. Took you long enough to admit that? I already know his identity. Rather, he was the old me. There was no reason for me to not knowing about him. You're me, right? Yeah, as much as I hate to admit that. But, the reason why you're in this situation was simply because you're disrespecting that personage. That was the reason why he forced you into participating in this game until you're willing to admit your own timidness and cowardice. You're as condescending as usual, huh? Really? Well, I'm you, you're me, meaning that you're literally criticizing yourself. Cheeky brat. So, what should I do to get the last piece of my memory? Maybe that last piece of memory was the key for me to face my own past. The 8-year-old me snapped his fingers, and then conjured something like a golden ball in front of me. Is this the thing? The last piece of your memory? The moment you touch that, you'll remember everything. Are you ready? Ready for what? You know what I mean, right? To face the people betrayed by you. Are you ready for that? Ha ha ha. Ready when you are. I won't escape anymore. Surely, I had to make up for many things by doing that. But, the current me had the people I wanted to protect no matter what. They're the people I wanted to protect even at the cost of my life. The moment I touched the golden ball, the scenery around me changed. The current location was inside the forest, surrounded by trees from all directions. I remember this scenery. This was near the place where I met Shah for the first time. Few familiar figures stood before me. The first person was a blonde-haired man with a regal appearance. I saw him in one of my dreams. My father, Edward Lotto Amelia. The second man was a black-haired giant, the Prime Minister of Amelia Kingdom, Johannes Roosevelt, the man I feared the most in my dream. And lastly, a black-haired youth, that strongest existence, my father. Edward took a deep breath. Gilbert, you just committed a taboo for royalty, killing your own subordinate. And the reason why you're still alive right now is simply because the mercy of those who you treated as lowly bug and tried to kill. As a father, I really wish that you can use this trial to turn over a new leaf. And spoke to me with deep anguish apparent on good face. What are you talking about, father? What trial? I asked with impatient voice. This must be the last moment right before I lost my memories. My father had only closed his eyes without telling me anything and, do it? He asked the strongest existence with trembled voice. Satori. Right after the strongest existence spoke, a green-haired girl with bob cut appeared out of nowhere and was kneeling at him. Have you just called me, Supreme Ruler Sama? Yes. I want to ask your help to temporarily erase this guy memory. And, the strongest existence held his chin and seemingly pondering about something for a while, but make it so that his memory will be back after he fulfilled the condition that I'm about to say. The moment he ordered so to the green-haired girl. This guy found the comrade he can trust and protect even if it means he lost his life, and relayed the condition. The spectacle before me warped, and the 8-year-old me reappeared. I see, so that's what you mean by I'm already fulfilling the condition. Yes. The clearing condition of this game isn't that difficult to begin with. The reason why this situation happened is because that personage made you into his kin, and because you sealed your own memories. Now that I accepted the reality, I could see that I was truly the biggest coward out there. Seeing the 8-year-old me revealing a self-deprecation smile, I agree with you, but how to return my memories? Just touch the book before you. You've already seeing it, right? Suddenly, I saw a book floating before me. Is this the thing? The memory of Gilbert Lotto Amelia has already been completed. The moment you touch that book, you will remember everything. Or rather, you will back to being Gilbert. I see. Thank you. Don't thank me. I am you, you are me. Hearing those pompous remark, I smiled and touched the book. When I opened my eyes after I felt someone shook my shoulders, I saw Shah looking at me with expression as if she was about to cry. Are you okay? Her complexion changed as she asked me that question. Yeah, I saw a really long dream. Yeah. I woke up from nightmares that been haunting me for more than 10 years after Selly's death. What are you going to do after this? When Shah asked that question anxiously, I brushed Shah's hair. Naturally, asking for an apology. Apology? To who? I let out a wry smile seeing Sha tilting her head in puzzlement. The best friend who I betrayed. After telling her that, I carried her up and made her sit on the bed. This was a fresh start. If Kai Heineman was that strongest existence, it means that my big sister was right beside him. At least, Kai Heineman wouldn't want to cooperate with me unless I got permission from my big sister and Tettle. Thus I had no choice but to tackle this problem. This time, I would bet my life to protect Kit Naya, and my own skin as well. Chapter 95, Direct Appeal to the Strongest Existence. 3 days later, I walked around the main street of the completed Kit Naya, looking for a certain person. But then, as his old acquaintance, I knew him the most. I knew what he would do at this kind of time. When I suddenly turned around, the freckled youth with his black forelocks grew until it covered his eyes and pair of wings grew from his back was looking at me with the red-haired girl called Rami! Exclamation mark. When the freckled youth tried to hide behind other people, "Yo, Tettle!" I raised my right hand and greeted him. The freckled youth, Tettle's body stiffened as if something had just bound his body. I knew that Tettle was strolling in this city right before the Demon King army's raid. There was high possibility that Tettle was related to Kai Heineman. Failing to persuade Tettle means that I would fail to meet Kai Heineman too, meaning that this round would become another failure. "You remember everything?" Maybe because he was still raising his guard against me. He tried to ask a question that he already knew the answer. "Yup, just a while ago." "So, what's your business with me?" I went down on my knees, prostrating before him. "Sorry for everything that I did to you so far." This was my heartfelt apology. "Why, Your Highness?" In response to Tettle, who asked with trembled voice, I kept pressing my head on the ground. "I know that you won't forgive me with just simple apology. I knew it's also my fault since I kept betraying you so many times. But, I had no choice but to face my sin for me to truly take a new step forward instead of being blinded by ghosts of my past." I squeezed my voice since I knew that I deserved this. After a brief silence, "If it's you from before, other races aside, you even look down on another human. Even I who has been with you for a long time know that you won't change that easily, and I doubt that you can really change your mind." Just as I had expected, Tettle refused to accept my apology. "Well, that was only natural after everything he went through because of my idiotic past self. I will do this as many times as I need to get you to forgive me. But I agree with you, I haven't changed. I'm still the useless and coward person as before. But, even someone like me have found something that I want to protect even if it means that I have to die. This is the truth." Unbelievable. "You, who did everything to become a king, including humiliating me, actually want to protect these monsters. Don't screw with me. They're the enemy of humans. And you ask me to believe that crap." Tettle spoke quickly and yet, strangely enough, I didn't feel angry at all. "The newcomer over there, stop spewing that kind of nonsense." The auntie butcher of the orc tribe came out from her store with butchering knife in her right hand, shouting at Tettle with extremely threatening attitude. "That's right. Jill-san is the one who taught us to build this wonderful city. Don't you dare to say bad thing about Gil-san when you know nothing about him." As if they had planned it before, Gobuza and the other monsters came forward to speak for me. Tettle was looking at that spectacle with dumbfounded face, and suddenly covered his face with his hands as he raised a laugh. Then, Monstrous sighed. "You who look down on your own people, the human as nothing more than livestock, have actually been trusted so much by the monster, the enemy of the human race." "What kind of bad joke is this?" His laugh becomes smaller and smaller before it turned into a mere sigh. "Yes, take it as a joke if you may." Even I have never expected this situation, but now, I feel even better than before I lost my memories. "In short, you find the place where you belong, right?" Tettle muttered in lonesome. He looked around at the monsters around us who bared their hostility before he heaved a deep sigh and then, "What do you want?" he asked me with bone-chilling voice. "Great. It seems I managed to bring the matter of request to the negotiation table. I want to have an audience with Kai Heineman-sama. I'm literally making a plea, and the reason why I'm using honorific was by no means to make it easier for me to be granted with an audience. It just naturally came out from my mouth. as if it was the most natural thing to say. "Good grief, look at how much you've changed," said Tettle in his own soliloquy while looking at me with rather exasperated face. I know that personage is watching the entire situation on the other side of Acid Lake. But, I can't reach that place with my current power. Of course you are. The one who protects that place is the otherworldly being who serves Shifu. But, how does your highness manage to find his whereabout? Seeing Tettle squinting his eyes as he asked me. Maybe he still had some doubt about me. Precognition. You've already heard about my power, right? I tried to use it to bait him instead. That personage gave me this trial and literally foresee it in person. Since that was the case, he should have already known about my current situation too. Come to think of it, Ryu-san had also gave me a hint in how to clear this trial. Maybe he was also someone from that personage's side, sent to help me. Surely, that explains the situation. Now that I think about it, this trial is obviously impossible to be cleared by your highness and co. Shifu must have noticed this fact too. If that's the case, is Shifu has actually sent me to this place for this very reason? So the progress of the trial after this will be up to me. Tettle touched his chin, completely lost in his own world. Shifu? Who's that? Is that person the acquaintance of Aries-sama? Rami asked Tettle. But, sorry, but I shall not answer your question for now. Tettle replied so to Rami and then turned to see me. Your highness, your last judgment will start in a while. Gather every chief of this city in front of the plaza, and told me so with serious look on his face. Last judgment, is it? Meaning that the next thing to do was to persuade that personage. He was someone who followed his own rule to a T. The citizens of this city aside, failing to persuade him means that not only would this ideal monster city be destroyed, I would also lose my life. Last judgment. Hate. Rami tried to ask for explanation with bloodshot eyes. Alas, Tettle's figure had already vanished like a smoke, as if he had never been there before. I was quite sure that she was people sent by Kai Heineman too, but it seems my guess was wrong. Many of her remarks sounds like an utter nonsense to me. If my guess was right, she wasn't a monster, and I had pretty much realized that she knew more about this trial than the rest of us. That's why. We're about to meet that personage soon. Will you come too? That personage? Who are you referring to? Since Rami frowned as she asked that question, she was obviously had no idea at all. In short, this girl was completely unrelated to this trial. Let's see. The one I'm going to meet after this is an absolute, strongest being. That personage is truly a lenient person, but make sure that you are not being rude toward him since he's really terrifying once he gets pissed off. Well, not that I'm in position to tell you about this though. He was willing to become the royal guard for my elder sister, and even gave a little piece of shit like me a trial despite my disrespect to him. No doubt about it, he was truly lenient for a transcendence being. But, that lenient was only for the human-like act. Anyone who dared to step over his bottom line would face the wrath of strongest transcendence. In fact, the vice-headmaster of Babel, Crabahstein, who bared his fangs toward him after receiving my request, was disposed of like a mere bug. Crab was a magician with ability and status which could rival the government body of the Amelia Kingdom. From this fact alone, he was obviously a man who cared less about the bottom line that shouldn't be crossed as a human. If Rami pissed him off, this matter wouldn't end with something as simple as death. I see. Now I'm curious with your so-called the strongest in this world. Hearing the sneer in her tone, I knew that Rami didn't take my warning in heart. Well, she would understand as soon as she meets him though. Only now did I ask myself, how in the hell did I had such audacity to act so disrespectful to that personage in the past? Well, let's get going. I urged Rami to follow. Chapter 96, The Visit of Strongest Transcendence. In the plaza, Chigai gave his speech for the opening of the completion ceremony of Kidnaya. Every top brass of Kidnaya had also gathered in this place. This way, there was no need to gather everyone again. Gil-sha dashed and hugged me the moment she found me. I received her hug and then patted her head. Gil, are you serious? Tamamu asked anxiously. Just like everyone in the conference room, she was also worrying about me. Yeah, thank you for worrying about me. It's not like I'm worrying about you. Tama averted her flushed red face. Just be honest with your feeling. Hearing Chato teased her with a wide grin on his face, Tama instantly sent a hand chop on the former's back of the head. Gil, come quickly. Boo raised his right hand that was holding on to the mug filled with the fruit twine that I made. Both Crocodile and Cyclone had already seated on their seat. When I still lost my memories, I made liquor by imitating the #1 winemaker of Amelia Kingdom which I visited during my childhood. Alas, the fruit twine became an instant hit amongst the monsters. This fruit twine was especially popular among the combat tribes such as Boo's Orc tribe. I'll drink later. I've something more important to tell everyone right now. Maybe because they saw me speaking with a serious look on my face, every top brass of Kitnaya gathered at once as I told them a long explanation. That sounds really unbelievable, Org muttered with a complicated look on his face. I can understand your anxiety. No matter how I look at it, me from back then who dared to act so rudely to that personage did look like a clown even from my own perspective. No, I have no doubt about that strongest existence. What I mean by unbelievable is you, who used to commit such atrocity. Org corrected my misunderstanding. Yep, I also heard about that foolish person. But I can hardly believe that Argil is the very same person as that fool. Right, Chigai? Hearing Boo's question. Yeah, at least, we know for the best that you did everything for us, the monsters in the last few months. Yeah, I can't believe that Crybaby is an actual prince. I broke into laughter the moment I heard Tama's remark. That matter aside, I don't care about your past. Gil, you are our comrade. That's an undeniable truth. Right, Cyclone old man? Cyclone crossed his arms when asked so, averting his face and, well right, that was a frank reply. I thought that Cyclone who had distrust toward humans would deny that. That's why when I showed slightly dumbfounded reaction to his answer, so is that strongest personage will come right away? Rami forced us to go back to the main topic. Maybe she had yet to believe my story. Yes. He's the only one who can save us. The only way to survive is to convince the strongest existence, Kai Heineman, to lend us his power. Kai Heineman, is it? When Rami was sneering like that. What in the hell is that? Crocodile raised his face and pointed at the sky. When I looked up, I saw a black cloud covering the entire sky of Kitnaya. Bow down. Everyone bow down. Bow down to welcome the arrival of our supreme ruler. A black swan with several wings flew around while shouting such words. Oi Gil, this is. Chato's words were interrupted by a round, black stone pedestal that appeared in the center of the plaza, which was then followed by huge swords that fell around it. Oi, this is. Boo raised his voice while looking at our surroundings. The reason was the black mist that suddenly appeared on the roof, air, ground, and several otherworldly beings who came out from within. And then, another black mist appeared in place in front of the stone pedestal which had no sword. Coming out from within was numerous otherworldly beings led by a huge monster with a long nose, a monster with the head of a lion, a man with dragon's head, red-haired youth with pair of million wings on his back, beautiful silver-haired woman with 9 tails, and tall horned men with intimidating look on their face. All of those otherworldly beings suddenly appeared in the plaza of Kitnaya. Everyone was left speechless before such a spectacle. Or rather, they couldn't talk even if they wanted to. Everyone's teeth were clattering non-stop, they barely supporting themselves. They might have realized instinctively just what kind of otherworldly being the other party was. Now they surely had understood that every single one of them could literally kill the like of Yuraku with a flick of their hand. And then, all the otherworldly beings on the roof, in the air, on the ground, all of them facing toward one direction and kneeling respectfully as if welcoming their king. When I looked in the direction they were kneeling, our supreme ruler is about to arrive. Everyone bow down. The hoarse voice of the monster with a long nose felt like an invisible hand that pressed our heads. Thus all of us were kneeling with our heads down. Even Rami, who was still composed until a while ago, was also forced to kneel, trembling like a newborn fawn as she grits her teeth. Raise your heads. The moment that monster with a long nose said so, we regained our freedom to raise our faces. When I timidly raised my face, I saw the strongest transcendence. Kai Heineman stood imposingly on top of that black pedestal. Chapter 97, Extremely unexpected change. The place was a small cottage in front of the acid lake. The goal of this trial, right before the small cottage, was a huge, natural acid lake. Since it was always emitting toxic gas, a normal monster wouldn't approach the same. Nevertheless, that was the place where me and the happy fellas from the subjugation picture book were waiting. Giramkala used his barrier to surround the cottage, protecting it so that even the acid lake couldn't touch the cottage. Once the game was cleared and we secured the necessary population, we could turn this acid lake into main ingredients for our industry. Anyhow, we decided to try in the land that no one had ever set their foot before. But a request for meeting, is it? I ended up stumbled into an unexpected situation. Namely the fact that Gil requested a meeting with me. The fact that he recognized me was absolute proof that his memories had returned. Gil was supposed to beat that sea bream-headed monster before he could reach this place, the goal. Well, that's a natural decision. That monkey will never be able to reach this place otherwise. Esther, are you sure about that? That fish head is just a small fry, you know? The current Gil should be able to defeat that fish, right? Hearing my remark. Excuse me Shifu, that fish might look like small fry from your perspective, but, in accordance to common sense, that monster is bad news. Zack completely denied it without giving me any chance to retort. Of course, everything else is a small fry from Kai-sama's perspective. That's why he's our supreme ruler. An absolute, inviolable existence. When Obara shouted such a passionate yet baseless remark, I agree. Even the worst wicked god is nothing more than small fry. This charming way of the strongest existence's perspective isn't something that lowly bug like us can do. Lucas muttered such dangerous words with expression of reverence while joining his palms in front of his chest together. You guys, could it be that you can't defeat that small fry? I mean, that fish-head monster only looks a little stronger than the goblin who rarely came out from the forest to steal livestock. If they couldn't even beat that kind of small fry, I guess they still need some special training from me. As if that thing can defeat me. Zack quickly stepped forward as he spoke, shook his head to the side. Nonsense. I can slaughter that thing before breakfast. It won't even count as a battle. Both Lucas and Obara added so while tapping their chest with their right fist. The lowly human has actually treated the infamous commissioned officer of the evil army as nothing more than small fry. This must be the end of the world. Esther shook her head while giving a meaningful look on her face. Okay, I know already. Let's go back to the topic. Anyhow, I assume that all of you agree in the fact that Gil won't be able to reach this place, right? The trio nodded together. In the first place, Gil was imperfect. Since that was the case, I should respect Zack and Go's opinion as humans. This was the reason why I called them to this place. I mean, the current me truly sucks when it comes to appraising someone else's strength after all. Then, let's make small adjustments to the original plan. Though Gil couldn't reach this place, he managed to make a demand to have a meeting with me. In short, his memory was at least returned. He at least cleared the minimal passing mark, namely willing to save the monster in North Grand. Seeing that Gil's strength was insufficient, I wouldn't give him an unreasonable task either. In that case, Princess Rose, Somi, and Tettle are waiting in the next room. The skeleton man beside Lucas, Deimos, stepped forward, saluted at me, and then gave me some sensible advice. This guy was as sensible as ever. I see. Well, let them judge for themselves. I nodded to Astu and then entered the room next door. Chapter 98. Exchange of opinion before the last trial. Though Astu had ended the projection which showed the conversation between Gil and the monsters in the plaza of Kitnaya, Rose and Sumi had only stood dumbfoundedly, obviously speechless by what they just saw. This is the current Gil. It'll be up to you whether you want to help him or not. If even one of you refuses to help him, I won't. I literally entrusted the trio with Gil's life. What will happen if you don't help him, Shifu? Seeing Sumi asking the most obvious question. He will die. Gil won't be able to clear this trial if he has to fight on his own. This is the consensus of all of my subordinates. Everyone's opinion was united. Gil. No. Has my little brother already regained his memories? Hearing Rose asked such question with puzzled face. Yeah, he regained all his memories back. I replied immediately. There was no way he would go out of his way to contact Tettle unless he regained his memories. Isn't he just tricking those monsters? Sumi asked with a complicated look on his face. Nope. Why? He is just that kind of a show. He's the embodiment of evil who went as far as trying to kill us, his own retainers. Many of those monsters must have suffered like us before. Sumi vent out everything in one breath. Maybe. I can't deny that possibility. I understood why he said so. Then there's no need for discussion. Monstrous sighed. He's unsalvageable fool who doesn't even care about the life of his retainers. This is purely the result of my observation, but I think he genuinely wants to save the monsters. In the first place, there's no need for him to brave the danger of coming to this place after his memories have returned. Since his memories had returned, he had the option of abandoning everything and escaping from this land on his own. Such an option had already been included in this trial. If Gil was telling the truth, then he really did have foresight ability. With that ability, he should have seen himself being brutally killed by that sea-bream-headed monster. If he truly prioritized his own safety, then escaping on his own was his best choice. Ergo, Gil didn't choose that option. He chose to remain in this place and protect the monsters, meaning that he prioritizes the monsters' safety over himself. Betting on his life to protect the monsters was obviously evident that Gil had already cleared the condition I imposed on him. Yes, the current situation was created not by the current Gil, it was by his past deed. Nevertheless, I still can't fully trust him. Just as I had expected, Sumi had rejected just everything about Gil. Damn right. Well, the reason I'm showing you this is for you guys to decide. You may give your judgment after you speak with Gil himself. The big sister, Rose aside, Sumi and Tettle got cast away like rags by Gil himself. Their grudge was the real deal. In short, the biggest problem was even after knowing the truth, the one to decide Gil's fate was Sumi and Tettle. Well, that's Kai. Rose seems to be trying to say something. His life is in your hands. It's up to you lots whether to let him die or to save him. After I told them that, I nodded at Esther. That moment, Supreme Ruler Sama, we're ready. Giram Kala announced the beginning of Gilbert's last trial. Let's get going. It's time for that foolish prince to face his own past. But even if he had already had a chance, it didn't mean that the people who were hurt by him in the past would forgive him. Rather, they might kill him on the spot. That is just how heavy the crime that Gilbert had committed in the past was. Thus, his last trial was to recruit his former retainer, who he abandoned. Once he succeeded, all monsters in North Grand would become the citizens of the East End. Once they became part of my family, I would move to protect them and punish those idiots who acted in this North Grand. I've had enough of that audacity after all. They shall become the sandbag to vent this stress of mine. I would show no mercy and completely trample their dignity underfoot. Eye for eye, tooth for tooth, evil for evil. They shall have a taste of their own medicine. Esther snapped her fingers once I raised my right hand, and then we're teleported to the Plaza of Kitnaya. Chapter 99, Conversation with the Chief of Wargoad. Sighed, Ramiel. What in the hell is this? Ramiel was wondering what in the world she had just seen while trying her best to not pass out from fear. The extremely intimidating presence was released by the transcendences around her. She was familiar with such a presence. It happened when she attends the ceremony in Elysium, the headquarters of the Heavenly Army. The top brass of the Heavenly Army attended that ceremony. Those top brass released the same pressure as now. Moreover, the pressure didn't come just from the few transcendences around the stone pedestal surrounded by sword pillars. It came from all transcendences present in there. Which superpower is this? I knew all the top brass of the Heavenly Army since they're pretty much the strongest. Both their photo and name were pretty much known by all angels. And yet, I knew none of the gods in this place. Since that was the case, there was only one possibility, namely, the infamous evil army. Don't mess with me, she heard many times from her superior about the repulsive act of the evil army. Their victim was considered as lucky if they could get a swift, painless death. Otherwise, both their body and soul would be tortured forever. That was by no means an ending that Ramiel wished for. But, even if she tried to escape now, She didn't think that the gods who surrounded the plaza would let her go. Thank goodness I haven't made any careless moves since I arrived. The current situation was obviously beyond what a mere angel like Ramiel could handle. Since she heard the human say the person he wanted to meet was the strongest in the world, she became intrigued and decided to stay behind to make sure of the situation. Alas, now that Ramiel realized that what the human called Gil said was by no means an exaggeration, it was already too late for her. Anyhow, all the wargods present in the place were currently kneeling in one direction, to a man who stood on the pedestal. "Nice to meet you. My name is Kai Heineman. Are you the one who requested a meeting with me?" The black-haired youth with a common appearance stood arrogantly on top of the pedestal surrounded by swords. He looked at the plaza and then introduced himself. "What's the meaning of this?" The evil army was the literal embodiment of malice in this world. They know no compromise, especially to the ones whose strength was below that of God. They were heartless monsters who treated humans as nothing more than crawling bugs. Does that mean they're not the evil army? Surely, with so many powerful gods, I should have at least known a few of them if they were the infamous evil army. But I definitely never heard of the one called Kai Heineman. Moreover, I didn't feel negative emotions such as hostility, contempt, or disdain that were always there in the evil army of Kai Heineman. If this isn't the evil army, then who are they? No, their power literally makes them the third superpower. If this was the truth, then this news would shake the celestial realm. Could it be that the god of fly was actually Kai Heineman's subordinate? Come to think of it, that god of fly said something along the supreme ruler, right? No, this is impossible. Yes, this must be an illusion. Or rather, it means that Ares-sama had touched the reverse scale of the third superpower. If that really happened, they might go up and attack the celestial realm. When Ramiel imagined such a bleak future, "I beseech you to save us," the monster of North Grand, a cat-headed monster, came forward as the representative from Gil and Go and said his request with a trembling voice. "And what kind of merit I will get from saving you? Don't put me together like those brave or heroes. I'm not a hypocrite like them. I have no reason to save you unless I gain something from this, isn't it?" In return, Kai Heineman asks back to the monsters with a composed voice. That alone was enough to send a shiver running down into everyone's spine. That is a natural reaction. The reason being the man who spoke is the leader of all wargods who surrounded them. A simple order from him might end up with all of them killed on the spot. The other angel, nay, maybe not even fellow gods, dare to act audaciously in front of these wargods. And then, in place of Chigai, who was at loss for words, "Please take all of us, the monsters of North Grand, as the citizens of Princess Rosemary. We in turn will pledge our allegiance to her." The human-called girl then stepped forward and sent a lifeboat to hell. From Ramiel's perspective, "Wait a minute, I've heard about Rosemary before. She should be the saint who holds the gift of hero summoning. In the first place, someone of her status wasn't supposed to be in this kind of place. What in the hell is this human talking about?" Kai Heineman sent a sidelong glance at the woman who wore a white hood that's standing by his side and, "We have the right to choose," and the answer was just as Ramiel had expected. The one who surrounded the plaza was war gods whose power was comparable with the top brass of the heavenly army. There was no reason for them to grant the wish of being from the lower realm, because there was no way the war gods were willing to take in the monsters as their citizens. Having the citizens of this city to join Princess Rose will give her a lot of benefits. Moreover, Gil replied with an incomprehensible answer. Ramiel felt Gil's attempt was futile since there was never a case in which the leader of Transcendence being took interest in the situation of the lower realm. Or so she had expected. Who care to explain the kind of benefit that she will get? Kai Heineman's remarks destroyed all Ramiel's previous misconceptions. Monster folk is a mass of diversity. Some can fly in the sky, some have raw physical strength, some have dexterous hands, and all of them have their own racial talent. With enough training in the craft and learning, they can easily become the center of culture and business in this world. Sure enough, you have a point that a certain person failed to realize. Right, Rose? Kai Heineman asked the woman whose face was covered in a white hood beside him with a rather pleased voice. Rose? The real Princess Rose. Wait a minute. What did this leader of the Transcendence say just now? Did he just agree with the plan to make these monsters into citizens of the God Realm? The kingdom government won't recognize the monster as their citizen. You should have known about that, right? The woman called Rose spouted an extremely reckless remark that might cost her life. Naturally, Ramiel had also agreed that it was a request beyond shameless. Naturally, she didn't refer to the recognition of the puny organization called Amelia Kingdom Government. She was referring to the prideful wargods around them who wouldn't recognize the monster as their citizen. Big sister, that's misplaced worry. Gil on the other hand heaved a sigh after hearing Rose's question and then replied with a rather dumbfounded face, and Ramiel had also agreed with him. Well, maybe because you're too close, and that must be the reason why you fail to understand your current status. The intention of the kingdom government has already lost its meaning at this point, maybe even long before that. That's right. What mattered was the intention of the leader of these wargods, Kai Heineman. Lost their meaning? The intention of a superpower like Amelia Kingdom? See? That remark itself is proof that you fail to understand the real situation. By the time Kai-sama became your royal guard, the crown contest itself had already lost its meaning. But your confusion is only natural since after arriving at this point, I realized that the only one who noticed this was the aberration of Prime Minister Johannes Roosevelt. That's why at that time, Jill spoke rapidly in one breath. Johannes Roosevelt was the name of the Prime Minister of the Amelia Kingdom. He was so famous that even Ramiel and Co knew about him, though the reason was because he was considered as volatile element. In the end Ramiel and Co did nothing since the person was a mere human. Thus she was wondering why that name came out of nowhere in this conversation with gods, while Ramiel was lost in her own world. The tip of Kai Heineman's lips formed a smile. Let's go back to the story. Becoming our citizen means that you want to officially join under Rose's wings. Does that mean you're going to abandon the crown contest? And raised a question that made Ramiel even more confused to Gil. What in the world is happening here? Why becoming a citizen of Kai Heineman related to Gil joining under the wings of Princess Rose? It's not like he's serving under the like of the saint. He must be some kind of flippant god. The last few months made me to realize that I'm just a coward, miserable, and pitiful man. I came to realize that I'm just a tiny human who can't do anything without everyone's cooperation. There's no way someone like that qualified to become a king. Gil shrugged his shoulders, looking at the monsters in the plaza as he spoke with a vexed look on his face. Your dream was to become a king, right? At that moment, Kai Heineman's smile had vanished, replaced with a serious face. You already know, right? My dream isn't to become king. Then, what is your dream? Becoming king is your mother's last words, right? At the end of the long journey that you imposed on me, I have come to realize the true meaning of my mother's last words. The true meaning of your mother's last words. Care to tell me about it? What my mother really wished for wasn't for me to become a king. She only wanted me to become a good man. Kai Heineman stared silently at Gil for a while, and then hit his face with the palm of his hand, laughing like a maniac. The audience looked curiously at him for a while after that. Alas, Kai Heineman ignored the curious gaze for a while before he coughed lightly. Sounds good to me. That's all I want to ask, Rose. You're fine, right? He looked at Rose to confirm her intentions. Yes, the Saint Rose gave a nod as she cried. Well then, Gilbert Lotto Amelia, you have to convince them next. I will respect their opinion. He was referring to the two figures wearing navy blue hoods kneeling to Kai Heineman beside Rose. Both of them then stood up, bowed to Kai Heineman, and took her off their robes. One of them was a freckled youth, Kettle, and the other was a handsome, blonde youth, Somi. Chapter 100.1 Return of Both Arms. After the end of my conversation with the strongest transcendent, Kai-sama, two men whose fate deeply connected with me before I lost my memories stood before me. This must be the last trial imposed on me by Kai-sama, to let these two to judge me. Maybe, Kettle had some sort of misunderstanding due to my appeal to him before. That's why he should be on guard against me. The current me understood everything. Both Kettle and Sumi wouldn't forgive me even if I was asking for their apologies for my past actions. I mean, It was the greatest betrayal for them, something that no one would forgive no matter what. Thus, the only thing I could do to convince them was to tell them everything. Tettle, Somi, the current me is something that I want to protect, and my strength alone is far from enough to do that. Which mouth says that? You are the one who betrayed us. We might have already died by now if Mr. Damas and Shifu doesn't save us back then. Just as I had expected, Sumi raised his voice in denial. I feel the same way. No matter how much your highness reflects on your past action, it won't change the fact that you tried to kill both of us. Rather, it's a little undeniable fact. We still can't forgive you for what you did back then, even if our respected Shifu himself who asked us to forgive you. Both Sumi and Tettle had the same opinion. I could understand why they refused so vehemently. I mean, the past me deemed them as incompetent and literally sent people to kill them. There was no way they would lend me a hand just because I repented of my past action. Both of them who knew the past me wouldn't easily recognize the current me. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not asking you to help me just because I have people that I want to protect. I'm asking you to become my watcher. From this point, half of what I said is just an excuse. The other half is my real intention. I had to persuade both of them with this. I had to avoid that worst end at all cost. Watcher, who are we to watch? The monsters, or the demon race that you subdued? It seems they had yet to grasp my real attention. Seeing Sumi frowned as he asked me. It's me, of course. It was obvious from the way I spoke. Watching, Your Highness? Tettle repeating my words, trying to guess my real attention. Yes. I mean, I'm just a weak, tiny, childish, timid, and coward human. Indeed. You only realized that, huh? Both of them agreed immediately. I was smiling wryly seeing the two people with polar opposite personality replied in tandem. That's why maybe I will make the same mistake in the future. When that happens, I hope you two can finish me off quickly before I returned to the past me. I straightened my back and bowed to them. Huh? Hearing my remark, Sumi's eyes opened wide as he raised a disarrayed voice. No, I refuse. Tettle refused vehemently. Seeing Tettle's reaction, I was convinced that Tettle might have already made up his mind. Kai-sama, what should I do if they refuse to recognize me? Hearing my question, Kai-sama raised a smile. Not much. You'll receive your trial as it is, he replied frankly. Am I going to be abandoned? Seeing that I couldn't reach that goal, I was literally defeated. Well, since I already had a meeting with Kai-sama, I wouldn't die this time. But, that didn't equal a good ending for me, if you said so. Let's just say that I'm in a really good mood right now, so it won't be related to games. That's why I'll make an exception and answering your question. Kai-sama looking amusingly at Tettle and Sumi and, we will protect all the monsters in this city, but we will erase all their memories about this trial and let them live like before in North Grand. That's why no need to worry about them since we will take care of those idiots who forgot their place, a painful lesson, and make sure that they won't disturb North Grand again. I won't say there's no risk. You will suffer from a penalty. He gave a detailed answer, and the penalty was just as I had expected. So that's mean restoring everything back to before I come here, is it? Yes, everything will be back to the point before Gil's arrival in this land. Since that's the case, what will become of me then? You will die, not literally die for real of course. Alas, it's the same, or worse than dying for the current you. Some of Kai-sama's subordinates had the power to manipulate memories. So he might order her to manipulate my memories. Or, am I going to lost my memories again? Nope, that kind of penalty is too boring. I'll just make sure that you, Gil, will never be able to enter North Grand again. That will be your penalty. Sumi, that should be enough for his penalty, isn't it? Sumi heaved a sigh. Yeah, from the very beginning, Shifu can literally kill this guy with a flick of your hand. But the Shifu I know won't choose that kind of penalty for sure. So I'm pretty much convinced that you're going to use this kind of penalty. And nodded. I wouldn't be allowed to have contact with North Grand again. Meaning that I wouldn't be able to meet Shah despite retaining all my memories about her. And not just Shah, the Chigai, Chato, Tama, Bu, Cyclone, Org, basically everyone in this city. That would be the penalty imposed to me had I failed this trial. Indeed, that penalty was equal to death. maybe even worse than death for the current me. And yet, looking at Kai-sama's amused expression, this personage seems to have no doubt of my victory. Otherwise, he wouldn't see this situation with that gleeful smile on his face. Though I've only met him for a short time, I realized that this personage was even more kind-hearted than what I expected. Otherwise, he would straight up kill me when I tried to assassinate him. Seeing that such personage had a high expectation of me, I had no choice but to fulfill his expectation, to protect this monster city, Kitnaya, and most of all, for myself. No, I don't want to be separated from Gil. When Shah hugged me as she cried, I patted her head like usual. Worry not. I won't allow that to happen. I declared so with the brightest smile on my face. Chapter 100.2, Return of Both Arms. Some confidence you got there. Not that I have any intention to accept your suggestion. Followed Sumi, who spat such remark. Me too. I can't forgive you. In short, I hate you. Tettle added with a louder voice. Enough, I understand what you really want. Their composure vanished the moment I said those words. Bingo. I did feel they're acting strange from the very beginning. I got this feeling that both of them had arranged this situation from the very beginning. Are you trying to say that we aren't saying what we really want? Then asked me with an extremely emotional voice. Sumi, you always that peculiar habit of changing the way you spoke in first person whenever you try to hide something. It seems that habit of yours hasn't changed in the least. Exclamation mark. Sumi's cramped face loosened the moment he heard me stating that fact. Yeah, it's bull's eyes. Sumi, you're way too honest to the point that you couldn't even tell a lie. Maybe, even Kai-sama had already seen through their real goal since the very beginning. That was why he looked rather amused. And that hand was the one that Kai-sama wanted to see the most. When I turned around to see Tettle, his body stiffened like that of a hunting dog. And that's even more impossible for you, Tettle. You should put more effort into your acting. Everyone would understand that they're just acting with a bit of thinking. Since the very beginning, Tettle refused to let me live in this land. The reason for that might be my mother's last words. Just like me, her last words had also bound Tettle. I have no idea what are you talking about here. Good grief, I just marveled at how long both you and I have been misled all this time. Both of us ended up taking my mother's last words at face value, but as I've said to Kai-sama, my mother doesn't want me to become a king. Those words had been haunting Tettle like a curse for a really long time. That's just your excuse. Her Majesty, the Empress clearly told you to become a king. The past you is a piece of shit, but the current you who have been released from the curse of nobleness should be able to make Amelia Kingdom a better place. That's your duty as the prince. There you go. He ended up confessing everything just by poking at him a little bit. He might have received training in Kai-sama's place, but he was still childish inside. I won't return to the noble society of that kingdom again, ever. It's a place filled with trashy people who wanted to make me vomit. Moreover, the current me already hates them. I pointed at Shiga and Ko with my right hand. Both of them tried to push me back to Amelia Kingdom. When I wanted to leave, they believed that I wouldn't trip my feet anymore. But my heart that became stronger after overcoming this trial refused to return into the noble society of Amelia Kingdom again. Honestly speaking, my big sister who tried to break those maddening noble societies was more suited for that kind of place. Do you really think that such selfishness will be allowed? Tettle asked me with an extremely vicious look on his face. Allowed, of course. As for the reason, making country of monster with them sounds like plausible reason. What do you mean? Well, I'll only teach you if you're willing to work together with me. Hearing that, Tettle grit his teeth, while Sumi squinting his eyes. Thus, I spread my arms to them. It's a fresh start. I ended up taking a long detour before I reached this point, but I think this is what I really want. Alas, thanks to the detour I feel that I became human again. Truly a pinnacle of egotistical and selfish remark. Sumi's remark contained none of his previous spat, just a cynicism smile. Indeed, that's also my essence. I placed my hand on my chest and bowed to those two. I, Gilbert Lotto Amelia, requesting the cooperation of you two. I ask for your assistance in founding the country of monsters with me, and ask for their cooperation. So, What shall we do now, Tettle? Sumi's tone turned 180, he sounds far calmer than before. Ha, let's do it. I guess Shifu has already seen through our plan from the very beginning. Tettle's voice had also turned 180. Meanwhile, Kai-sama was looking amusingly at our conversation. Then, may I assume that you're willing to help me? Yeah, even if you're rejoining the crown contest again, the result won't be for the best. Moreover, since you say the country of monsters, I can assume that you have yet to give up on becoming a king. Meaning that you're still following the dying wish of Her Majesty. You're wrong, Tettle. I think that isn't what my mother really want me to become, right? That's just a matter of our individual opinion. Now what are you going to do? Sumi scratched his cheek when Tettle asked that question. I feel the same way as Gilbert. I don't want to go back to that rotten place anymore. So? Yeah. Both of them nodded at each other, and offered their hand. A lot of things happen for us to reach this far. I will follow you till the end, and cut your neck once you make the same mistake. Well, since I'm using or to call myself, it feels like an image change. Sumi cracked a joke. I'll make sure that you become the ideal king. Followed by Tettle's incoherent and incomprehensible remark. I felt something cracked in me, and warm air burst forth from within, enveloping me with warm air. I took their hand, fully aware of the tears in the corner of my eyes. Thank you, and best regard. I bowed again. This time, I regained both of my hands which my foolish, past self abandoned in the wake. Notice from the Subjugation Picture Book. Sole connection between formal member of Subjugation Picture Book, Gilbert Lotto Amelia and his master, Kai Heineman has reached 100%. Reapplying the registration of Gilbert Lotto Amelia into the Subjugation Picture Book, permission granted. Since Gilbert Lotto Amelia has been registered as a member of the Subjugation Picture Book, Tettle Saxes and Sumi Barrel have also registered into the Subjugation Picture Book. Commencing the transformation of flesh and soul using the magical power of the Master of Subjugation Picture Book, Kai Heineman, Chapter 101, Trivial Threat Unworthy of Being Called as a War. Gil has cleared all the trials imposed by me, though something unexpected happened along the way. The current result was the best result. Nevertheless, Gil did say a while ago about the country of monsters. Maybe those words spurred naturally since he understood Tettle's intention. In his final trial, namely persuading his two form raids, the difficulties were in fact not laid in Sumi, it was in Tettle. Not everything that Sumi told me was a lie. Half of it was the truth. Sumi left the decision to Tettle, and Tettle was fussing over the matter of Gil becoming a king based on the latter's mother's dying wish. Gil noticed their plan and used it to his own advantage. Though it was only a happenance, he already said the words. Since that was the case, let's make him take responsibility for what he said. Country of monsters, is it? Sounds good to me, and more interesting if I had to add. Kai, you have this face that you make whenever you think of some sort of evil plan. Rose, who stood beside me, spoke with a bored face. Is that so? Well, it can't be helped. I'm in a really good mood after all. With this, we secured enough manpower. Whether it was a country or dominion, it was only a trivial matter as long as it was officially accepted as affiliated with the Amelia Kingdom on paper. All I needed was to report this as one of the territories to Amelia Kingdom's government. Anyhow, Rose's goal was to build a nation similar to that of a federation. Since that was the case, the plan called Country of Monster wasn't such a bad idea. By the way, is my little brother and his friend really all right? Asked Rose while looking down at Gil, Tettle, and Sumi, who lay down on the ground. I have no idea why they collapsed on the spot, but don't worry, they're fine. In fact, the reason was obvious due to the notice from the Subjugation Picture Book. Gil and Go seemed to be forcefully registered as the formal members of my Subjugation Picture Book. This book had finally ignored my own intention and registered someone on its own will. The reason aside, the recoil seems to shake Gil and Go to the core, causing them to pass out. Well, I guess there really is no need to worry since you say it yourself. After seeing Rose heave a sigh with an obviously worrying face, I ignored her and turned my attention to the monsters. That simple gesture alone was enough to scare them. It seems they were completely on guard. Don't be scared. That is what I wanted to say, but I guess I'm asking too much. How about this then? I used the transformation ring on the pinky finger of my right hand, changing my appearance to the youth of the kobold tribe. Nyu-san, master. Every monster in the plaza shouted in unison upon seeing my transformed appearance. Well, all of you have already known me from the very beginning, but shall I introduce myself again? No. I somehow realized that this is the case. I was rather surprised to see Chigai speak with a tired face. Come to think of it, Chigai was the one who represented the monsters to greet me. I have no intention of letting anyone see through my disguise, but did I make a blunder somewhere? You haven't, but I got this feeling. For some reason, I felt that the figure of strongest existence in Gil's story is overlapping with you. Hearing Chigai's reply, nice intuition you got there. Rather, it's an obvious result when a genuine monster literally throws his weight in this world. Esther stood behind me butting in our conversation. Obviously, we who know Shifu very well won't mistake him for another person no matter what kind of disguise he uses. Zack, who moved to the same position, added unnecessary explanations. For Kai-sama is the only, absolute king in this world. Our one and only faith. Obra and Lucas added in succession. Supreme Ruler Sama, we've confirmed that the army led by Aldebaran is under the command of Fornuis. They're about to arrive at this place. What shall we do? Giram Kala asked for my opinion. Fornuis, that Vice Admiral of Evil Army? The red-haired woman with pure white wings growing from her back shouted in exclamation the moment she heard our conversation. According to Giram Kala & Co., this woman was sent by another power to infiltrate this land. She seemed to know the gist of the situation and had no involvement with the one called the Evil Army. Though I felt bad for her for doing this, I couldn't let her go now that she knew the situation inside. That matter aside, the pressing problem was how to deal with the current situation. The one called Fornuis is that awfully pompous fish-headed small fry. If I'm not wrong, the citizens of this city shouldn't be able to deal with him. I did feel he was a slightly weaker monster. Nevertheless, he was still a small fry that could be dealt with by A-rank hunters. As expected of our supreme ruler, Giram Kala and the members of his faction suddenly started praying in front of me upon hearing my casual mumbling. How terrifying. The Evil Army Vice Admiral is nothing more than an insect for our Supreme Ruler Sama. When the leader of the dragons made such a nonsense remark while scratching his cheek, the other fellas from the subjugation picture book also said the same kind of remark. Nevertheless, they kept saying the name Evil Army in their remark. It seems they had some sort of past connection with this so-called Evil Army. Maybe it was related to the official who managed that easy dungeon. Well, it might be something along with getting along with fellow weakest dungeon. And though they called themselves overly exaggerated names like Evil Army, I've been monitoring the movement of that so-called Fornuis for my subordinates. The standard of strength for a monster in my dictionary from the highest was just weak, slightly weak, very weak. Weak is overestimation. As weak as Bug and Fornuis belong to slightly weak. Well, though I said slightly weak, it's just plain old weak. In short, a small fry, and to my surprise, the Demon King Aldebaran was even weaker than that small fry, literally as weak as Bugs, maybe even lower. Could it be that the reason why he went as far as summoning God from another world was because he was the weakest among the Demon King, and he was afraid that he would be slaughtered by the human? Or he is just an Aldebaran wannabe? Whichever it was, that guy was too weak to even fight against humans. Though I couldn't blame him for wanting to rely on an outside force, I couldn't just pity them as their deed caused such devastation in this region. Well, what are we going to do? Though it didn't really matter if I charged ahead and crushed them, that would be too boring since I could end everything in a flash. Supreme Ruler Sama, we're an old acquaintance of Fornuis, can you leave him to us? Hearing Giram Kala request, sure, do as you like. I gave him my permission immediately. Thank you. It's my honor. Seeing Giram Kala and go kneeling, Oi Giram Kala, how dare you to steal a start on us? Yes. Stop monopolizing our supreme ruler's praise, the other raised a protest at the same time. Don't worry, all of you will get your own turn. Yeah, they were safe since the enemy wasn't that strong to begin with. Those guys are just the right opponent for my subordinate's life combat partner. As you wish. Naturally, defeating such weakling aside, it won't even be a match. That's why crush them with everything you got. As for those two bossy fellas in the back, don't touch them, I'll deal with them in person. The member of the subjugation picture book danced happily upon hearing my order. Shifu, please let us join the battle. When I turned around, it was the voice of the trio, Gil, Tettle, and Somi. They've woken up. His statement aside, Jill was too inexperienced to take on even the weakest Aldebaran. Tettle and Somi were there to assist him though. They have yet to receive minimum training from me. Are you sure it's safe for them? I tried to ask for Nemia's opinion. I had this bad habit of mistaking the strength of humans after all. That's why I asked for Nemia's advice. The minimum level of master is equal with the penance of an entire era. I ignored Asta's baseless retort and urged Nemia to give his opinion. They never slacked in their training for the last half year. In addition, their skill and power increased even further due to your power. They have no problem taking on the commander of the evil army. Nemia gave his seal of approval. That's enough. I'll leave that small fry of a demon king, Supreme, and Blowfish to you guys. We shall meet your expectation. I nodded at Gil and Go's declaration. Well, they might be not even worthy of a threat, but even if they're small fries, enemies are enemies. Trample them thoroughly underfoot. When I spread my arms as I made such a declaration, the cheers that shook the ground resounded in Katnaya. History changed along with cheer resembling that of a frolicking monster. The evil army, which was famous for being the gathering of the worst in the world boundary, vanished without trace. This moment was the very moment when the world had finally taken notice of the danger and atrocities of the worst aberration in this world. Chapter 102, Unbelievably Low Fortune. The marshland 10 kilometers to the north of Kitnaya, Evil Army Vice Admiral Fornuus along with his two subordinates, Yuraku and Fugo, and Demon King Aldebaran stood there. Did you feel something is amiss just now? The Vice Admiral of the Evil Army, Fornuus, asked with a slurry voice while skillfully manipulating his fish face. Fornuus was the Vice Admiral of Evil Army, meaning that he was one of the strongest creature in this world. He could crush your average barrier with mere touch of his finger. That's why he was unfamiliar with this kind of sensation, due to his lost sense of danger. Yes, logically speaking, he would tuck his tail and choose to escape from that place immediately if he could feel danger. In that way, they should have at least managed to return back to their safe haven, namely the headquarters of Evil Army. The chance was low, almost impossible. Unfortunately, he who became conceited due to his strength in the Evil Army had robbed Fornuus of his most important survival instinct. That must be your imagination, Your Excellency. When Yuraku claimed so while wriggling her body. I also don't feel anything. Fugue had also agreed. Is that Shu? When he turned to Yuraku who stood behind him. Yuraku, is there possibility of Heavenly Army's intervention? Fornuus asked, his biggest concern. No one caught within my barrier. Hearing such calm reply from Yuraku, Fornuus suddenly felt stupid for worrying for nothing. Sure enough, it really just my imagination that I'm targeted by a strong man. As if Heavenly Army can infiltrate without being noticed. Yup, that's just my imagination. After nodding satisfiedly, he turned around to face the Demon King Aldebaran. Are you lots understand your mission? And confirmed the goal of this play. Yes, we shall secure land deity. Hearing Aldebaran's immediate reply, Fornuus turned round and placed his left hand to his ear. And what become of the failure? Devour everything. The Demon King Army replied at once. That's right. You lots are my masterpiece. I won't forgive you lots if you can't even take care of them. Understand? Aldebaran bent his body loosely. Naturally. I God. And nodded with delighted look on his face. GGG, good answer. Now go. Fornuus started dancing in ominous steps while rapping with a husky voice. As if responding to that, Aldebaran, Yuraku, and Fugo started dancing like that of Mollusk. Well then, Chaj, enjoy the evilness to your heart content. Fornuus continued rapping with his husky voice. Aldebaran and his subordinates then stood like spring and started advancing while doing strange rap and mollusk-like dances. Chapter 103, Bring It On. A while after waiting in front of the rampart with Sumi and Tettle, we confirmed the figure of Aldebaran sprinting on the marshland heading to this city. looking at them calmly. Those guys really look like band of perverts. Hearing my honest impression about the current appearance of the Demon King Aldebaran. Yeah, looking at them running while doing that disordered dance really creeps me out. Sumi had also agreed with me. Indeed, they kind remind me of Mollusk, or Beelzebub Sama. Sumi's face twitched upon hearing Tettle's remark. Tettle, you seriously have to stop saying something like that. That personage is the only one I don't want to think about. And shouted to the top of his lungs. That Beelzebub Sama is Kai-sama's subordinate, right? Yes. When your highness is working with Shifu later on, make sure you avoid Beelzebub Sama at all cost. Hearing Tettle's desperate warning. Oh, okay. I had no choice but to nod at him. Oi, they're about to arrive. But then, what is this black mist? This is Giram Kala-sama's barrier. Aldebaran and Go are like rats in a trap. They might be our enemy, but man, I can't help but pity them. I mean, they ended up facing the second worst subordinate of Kai-sama, who was only topped by Beelzebub Sama. Right. While Tettle and Sumi were having such an incomprehensible conversation, Aldebaran arrived before us. Strangely enough, he didn't seem to be a threat compared to before. Aldebaran revealed a faint smile. Some nerve you got there to ambush me, and spat an extremely cliché remark. So this is the Demon King Aldebaran that you cannot defeat, huh? Seriously, bro? He is even weaker than Bataman-san, right? Said Sumi with a somewhat disappointed look on his face. The same went for Tettle, who stood beside him, and, hey, it's rude to compare this small fry with Bataman-san. Rather, they're definitely going to explode from anger if they hear you say something like that. Spare me from your mess, dude. Tettle got flustered for a moment. Alas, he still cussed Sumi for his slip of tongue. Don't be that scaredy cat, Tettle. It's not like Bataman-san is he. Ugh. Hearing Tettle cursing him, Sumi replied, squinting his eyes, looking at our surroundings, but he suddenly raised a scream when a humanoid monster that looked like a bipedal locust stood behind us. Jigagagugagi. We in Foul Feeder received an order from our master to watch over you lots. Though the voice that came out from the monster's mouth sounded like some sort of noise, the meaning of their words had somehow resounded in my head. Foul Feeder Sama. Tettle, who also heard the locust monster's words, lowered his line of sight while moving his feet like broken puppets. Foul Feeder Sama, and raised his voice upon finding the figure of a small white rat. Ignoring the comical reaction of the duo, the small white rat quickly hopped on the locust monster's right shoulder. Kaiuki, Kaim, Kaiakiu. Another 10 years of training from me, Kaim, if you get even one scratch from that trash, and purred while raising their right hand. Another 10 years of training for scratch. Spare me from that hell, dude. Sumi took a stance while whining like that, completely ignoring Aldebaran. Tettle had also unsheathed 2 jet black short sword from their sheath while facing the opposite to Sumi, pointing the tip of his short swords to that direction. Those damn fish are coming. Come out already, you damn fish. This place is a slaughterhouse for you. And shouted at them in a loud voice. Oh my, not bad for managing to sniff our presence. Know your place, lowly worm. I'm gonna tear that cheeky mouth of yours. The sea bream-headed, Yuraku and the blowfish-headed, Fugo appeared from their hiding place. Their power was simple, far beyond the likes of Aldebaran. In short, only Kai-sama or his subordinates could handle them. And though that locust man didn't seem to be that powerful, he was sent to this place by Kai-sama as insurance for us. He definitely had the power to slaughter both Yuraku and Fugo. I mean, even if they were trained by Kai-sama, both Sumi and Tettle were just normal humans. They wouldn't be able to fight those 2 otherworldly beings from the front. The reason why Kai-sama gave his permission to Sumi and Tettle to fight Yuraku and Fugo was because the Locust Man was going to assist them. Spare me from another training session with Foul Feeder Sama. You lots, all of you are going to die here. Oi, Gil. You go and kill Aldebaran. The current you should be able to handle that small fry, right? Sumi spoke quickly as he stepped forward, taking out a bright red spear, and rushed toward Yuraku. The reason why I asked for their cooperation was to handle Aldebaran's subordinates. I mean, I couldn't win against Aldebaran by myself. Wait a minute. So, when I tried to call Sumi back, indeed, "We will be troubled if your highness can't even beat that small fry by himself," said Kettle, who had already grabbed a dagger in both of his hands. "Guys, the reason I ask for Kai-sama's assistance is because I can't win against Aldebaran on my own." In the end, I unsheathed flame from its sheath, taking a stance while mumbling on myself as I got placed in this incomprehensible situation. Oh well, this guy did force me to taste numerous defeats in the hundreds of lives before I arrived at the current result. I guess I had to at least beat the crap of him on my own this time. "Don't look down on me." Aldebaran's enraged voice resounded as we clashed. Chapter 104, I'm the only one who remembers. I dodged the right punch from his log-like arm by a paper-thin margin. Aldebaran's desperate attack hit empty air, and this happened even after he took his crocodile form. He was no match for me anymore. "Why? I can't hit you." Hearing Aldebaran scream in frustration, who knows? I could only give him such an answer since I was equally surprised. I was no match for Aldebaran before my conversation with Kai-sama. That was the truth. I only remember hearing a strange, inorganic voice once I managed to convince Sumi and Tettle before the three of us passed out. And when I woke up, Aldebaran was no match for me anymore. As far as I know, there was only one person in this entire world who could bring about such absurd transformation. Maybe I was forced to become stronger with Kai-sama's power. The reason why the three of us passed out was to strengthen my flesh. "Don't think you've already won." Aldebaran rushed toward me, thrusting his claws right back at you. I punched with my left fist to counter that. This time, his right arm was the one that got pulverized all the way until its root. My power was already off the charts even without using imitation. What the? I didn't stop and unleashed a roundhouse kick with my left leg at the dumbfounded Aldebaran. It hit Aldebaran's head, sending him flying far to the side. My kick blew Aldebaran's head to bits and his body lost its head, slumped on the ground. I lost. Alas, we're extremely resilient, Demon King. When one of Aldebaran's aide, the red-haired man with hair swept to the back, Arad, sang the strange song while doing that bizarre dance. "That's right, even without head, we can stand again and fight again." Another man with thin limbs, round body and head wearing a military uniform raised his voice as he started doing that bizarre dance again. Suddenly, Aldebaran stood up and started dancing again as his lost arm grew and his crooked limbs returned to normal. Not to mention that his head grew like a turtle. Too bad. Something much like "Oh shut up." I closed in instantly to Aldebaran, who was about to say something, and slashed at him with flame. My slash bisected Aldebaran's torso, and the cross-section burst into flame. "I know that already. You cannot die, right? Stand up. Now I'll slash you to pieces till you die for sure." I won't forget. I absolutely won't forget the atrocities that they committed in my numerous iterations. Aldebaran and his backers had stolen the most important things for me too many times. They killed Chigai. They killed Chato. They killed Tama. They killed Boo. They killed Cyclone. They killed Org. They killed Crocoders. They killed the Butcher Auntie. They killed Gobuza. They killed everyone in the city. They even killed Shah, who I cared about more than my own life. I was the only one who remembered everything. "Aldebaran, I won't forgive you, you lowly buag." Aldebaran, who glared at me with bloodshot eyes while vomiting blood from his mouth, raised a flame pillar from his mouth. And just as I thought, countless feelers appeared from both his upper half and lower half cross-section that entwined and glued his body back, which allowed him to get back on his feet. "And you lost to that lowly bug." "You're shaming all the life that you killed until now." I imitate my sword teacher, Arnold, and point flame as I provoke him. Don't underestimate me. Maybe because he got riled up by my provocation, Aldebaran, whose body swelled up a few times of his normal size, rushed toward me while creating tremors with each of his steps. I also rushed at him, slicing his arms as we passed each other. "Googa!" Aldebaran raised a pathetic scream. "I'm not underestimating you. Not that I have a leeway to do that." I cussed at him as if spewing all the boiling rage in my chest and approached him while gripping flame in my hand. Chapter 105, Sumi vs Yuraku. When Gilbert was in the middle of venting his rage on Aldebaran, The other two had almost finished off their first opponent. Numerous shotgun-like water jets were fired from Yuraku's mouth at Somi. Somi dodged or knocked all of those attacks down with his red spear, Bryonak, which he got from his Shifu. "Give it up. It's futile," said Somi as he raised his left index finger, provoking. "Don't look down on me, you lowly bug." The other party was a gullible weakling. She raised an enraged roar as countless blood vessels appeared on her fish face. Alas, the pressure that she emitted was akin to a breeze for Somi. "The heck? You're just a fish whose mouth is rather lively. Come on, gimme your best shot." "Shut you up." The fish then swung her right arm, and fired the bright red liquid from her paddle-like hand towards Somi. Alas, Somi caught the red liquid with the tip of his Bryonak, twined it around, and sent it back to the fish. That was the skill that he gained after getting beaten to a pulp numerous times in the maddening training with his Shifu. Reflective mirror. Naturally, the skill looked like a child play compared to his Shifu's skill, which had the same effect, but the current Somi could easily execute that skill against the weak foe before him as naturally as breathing. The fired liquid was sent back to Yuraku with the same speed and quantity. "What the?" The fish raised a pained wail right after she said so. The liquid poured on Yuraku's body, melting a lot of her scales. "Are you kidding me? How can you receive damage from your own attack? Don't you know that preparing a countermeasure against your own attack is like basics of basic?" Somi was completely flabbergasted upon seeing his opponent get injured by her own attack. Magic attack aside, almost all of his Shifu's subordinates had cheat-like reflection skills that could even prevent physical attacks such as Somi's spear. "Half days Zuta hurts me." Somi heaved a really deep sigh hearing Yuraku's scream. "Now I understand why Shifu regarded you lots as nothing more than small fry." Properly speaking, Yuraku's physical abilities and attack skill were still higher than the current Somi, especially the red liquid attack. It was an extremely dangerous attack that had to be dodged at all cost. But the other party combat skill was suck, not to mention that she got heavily injured by her own attack. The gap of combat skill between Yuraku and the subordinates of Somi's Shifu was akin to heaven and earth, not to mention that his opponent was the kind that got easily riled up. Somi lowered his stance as he waiting for Yuraku, who rushed at Somi recklessly while raising a loser wail. He pictured the image of the flow of magical power with his left eye, and just as he had expected, there was 4 vortex-like flow in his opponent's body. This was also an anti-humanoid tactic which he learnt from his Shifu. As long as the other party was a humanoid, the starting point of the flow of their magical power was divided into several places, and once all of those points got struck, Shunna, he also rushed toward his opponent and unleashed 4 spear strikes at those 4 points as they passed each other. His strikes struck true. What happened to my stomach? Yuraku raised her voice as froth came out from her whole body. Somi's attack caused the magical powers in her body to go out of control and clash with each other in her body, literally killing her from the inside. It ended her. Somi approached his opponent and then pointed the tip of his spear to the other party's stomach. After his coup de grace turned Yuraku into a literal piece of meat, he tapped the shaft of his spear on his shoulder, looking at the battle of his 2 friends. Finally, he focused on the battle between Kettle and Fugo. As expected, he heaved a sigh of exasperation. That was only natural since Kettle's talent had truly bloomed under the guidance of their Shifu. He recalled Nemia saying that the current Kettle had already become a transcendence through his own effort. He broke through the limit of humanity. The spectacle before him was akin to a jackal toying around with the hare that became his prey. Chapter 106, Kettle vs. Fugo. Fugo, who should be overwhelmingly stronger, was drenched from head to toe with his own blood. Thousand Needle. In desperation, he unleashed his strongest skill at the monster in human skin who fought him. Just as its name implied, 1,000 Needles was a skill that fired a needle that was coated in a deadly poison that could instantly kill your average god, and their number was exactly 1,000. Even a colonel of the evil army would suffer if they received this skill from Edon, and yet, Child play. The monster in human skin before him didn't even try to dodge. He simply swung the dagger in his left, muttering in a bored voice. The needles then got covered in white mist and crumbled in less than a moment. Don't mess with me. I'm the colonel of evil army. During such a hopeless situation, Fugo tried to raise his fighting spirit that was about to break. The white mist that covered his foe invalidated all of Fugo's attack. Any place that got touched by that white mist had also crumbled down to bits. Evil army, who cares? You're just a fish. You can't even make me breathe heavily, right? His foe pointed the dagger in his right hand at Fugo while muttering such provocation. If such provocation was said before the start of the battle, it might be enough to rile Fugo. But, in this situation, I've to escape from this place. His only thought was to escape from the monster before him. Fugo realized that he was no match for the monster before him. The same goes for Yuraku. He realized that he had to be at least a major general to defeat the monster before him. His current priority was to bring back the information about the monster before him back to the evil army. When he confirmed his retreat path with his eyes, "You still have a leeway to look away, huh?" The moment he heard those words, he felt his field of vision lowered slowly to the ground. Gah! He fell to the ground. When he roused himself to get up, he saw his lower half standing right before him. The monster walks slowly toward him, and when he swings his arms to the side, Fugo's lower half crumbles down due to the white mist. "Why, I can't regenerate." Thanks to divine protection from Vice Admiral Fornuis, Fugo could recover instantly any lost limbs. And yet that ability didn't activate now of all time. He tried to load his magical power to hasten his recovery ability. "Give it up." After being sliced off with something coated with my ability, the flame of the White Flame Lord, your body won't be able to recover again, ever. Moreover, look. After he arrived right before Fugo, he pointed the tip of the dagger at the cross-section on Fugo's abdomen. The moment Fugo noticed, "Hi!" exclamation mark. He raised a despaired wail. The reason is that his upper half looks as if it was eaten slowly by the white flame. "Get away, you monster." Fugo felt the true terror of the monster before him. Alas, the monster didn't care about that and simply swung down his dagger at Fugo. The last spectacle he saw was his upper half getting cleaved in half before he fell into the abyss of death. Chapter 107, Impossible. Side, Remy Eel. The central plaza of Monster City, Kitnaya. Everyone's attention was completely focused on the giant projection above the plaza. That was only natural since something unbelievable was being projected in there. Impossible. Remy Eel could barely squeeze that word from her parched throat. She felt a goosebump all over her body. The one she saw in the projection was undoubtedly the evil army, and cream of the crop officer class on top of that. And when it comes to the direct subordinate of Vice Admiral Fornuis, it would be Yuraku and Fugo. Yuraku and Fugo, who came under the umbrella of Fornuis in the previous game, Great War, managed to raise a lot of merits by slaughtering a lot of Heavenly Army God warriors. Their name infamous to the point even low-rank angels like Remy Eel knew about them. They were strong to the point that they were supposed to be unmatched in this world, and those were slaughtered by two self-proclaimed humans. She wouldn't be this shocked if the two humans were barely managed to defeat those two. But that wasn't the case. Both of the humans defeated those two infamous figures as if toying with them. The battle between Kettle and Fugo couldn't even be called a battle, as Fugo got literally trampled down underfoot without being able to fight back. Previously, Kettle told Remy Eel that he was an angel who received the same order from Ares just like Remy Eel. But now she realized that was a big fat lie. Reason being that very same Kettle was trampling the officer of Evil Army underfoot. Only Heavenly Army could defeat Evil Army. That was an absolute truth, at least for Remy Eel. In terms of strength alone, Fugo was far above Ares. And since Kettle could literally trampling down such existence underfoot, Remy Eel knew that Kettle was now a god who had awakened his divinity. He was by no means an angel, which left another question for her. Who was he? Who? I'm worried since he's still a greenhorn, but not bad, I guess. One person, the leader of the force that surrounded the city. Kai Heineman nodded in satisfaction. He spoke with a carefree voice as if it was a foregone conclusion. Defeat impossible. That was what Ramiel felt, but after she reminded of Tettle's battle, she was convinced that there was no other result than landslide victory. No way. That's normally impossible, right? Ramiel's face paled the moment she heard the wild-looking man pointing that fact. I agree. That isn't a human. The woman in butler attire, Esther, had also agreed with the man. Indeed, my little brother, Gil, is a human. How can he overwhelm that infamous demon king Aldebaran? That's just absurd. Kai, tell me what you did to Gil. The saint. Rose spat such question with ghastly face as she brought her face closer to Kai Heineman. Alas, Rose-sama, Zack isn't referring to His Highness Gilbert. A white-haired old man pointed that fact to Rose with rather complicated look on his face. Indeed. Why should we care about the likes of Demon King? That was what Ramiel felt as she didn't even bother to see Aldebaran's fight against Gil. Sadly enough, she didn't realize that the current Aldebaran was stronger than her. She would be surprised if she found that fact. Ergo, Tettle's fight drew most of her attention. Not Gil. He's fighting Aldebaran, one of the 4. Great Demon King, you know, said Rose as she pointed at the screen which displayed the spectacle of Aldebaran being chopped, revived, and chopped again by Gil. Princess, I'm sorry to tell you this, but the scale of this battle has long since surpassed trivial battles such as one against the Demon King, said the wild man in admonishing tone to Rose. Well, that guy might be the weakest Demon King in history. He's so weak that your run-of-the-mill hunter could kill him with ease. Another chaos ensued thanks to Kai Heineman's additional remark. Rose crouched down. She held her head down while mumbling something. Master's remark is source of chaos. Please stop making such remark in the future. The other gods nodded at once when Esther reprimanded her master. Shifu sent Bataman and Foul Feeder as insurance in case Tettle and Co cannot win, right? Yeah, they're still half-baked after all. To be honest, they're still lacking. Hearing that, Esther frowned and that half-baked in accordance to master is something that commonly accepted as Tettle and Co breaking the limit of the world, added such remark while looking at the god with lion face beside her. That especially true for Tettle, who awakened mysterious ability after he underwent training with you, my lord. Adding to the fact that he also got registered in your picture book, his strength might shot through the roof and reached the medium-class strength of us. The god with lion face added those words as if to nail it down. The middle class of Shifu's subordinate. Isn't that kinda awesome? Hearing the wild man's mumbling. Naturally, by medium class, I'm referring to the lowest of the lowest, barely passing the line. Alas, he surpassed our initial prediction and grew stronger than our expectation. Esther frowned with bored face hearing the lion face speak proudly about Tettle. Naturally, only that maniac can make those powerless monkey to grow so strong to a nonsensical level. And expressed her honest impression. I suddenly want to see their match against Bataman. What do you think? Kai Heineman asked to Esther while touching his chin. They're stronger when it comes to basic physical abilities and unique abilities. But the Bataman who received blessing from Master has their physical strength boosted till it literally shot through the roof, along with the gift for martial arts, invalidate major attributes and abnormal condition which invalid those Gi's main attacks which revolve around water, acid, and poison. In short, they'll lose against the enhanced Bataman who can invalid most of their attacks, right? Well, that will become one-sided beating since Bataman can literally pummel them with ease thanks to their martial arts. The wild man interrupted Esther's remark with his comment while shaking his head with bored face. That's right. That's why don't you think that assigning Foul Feeder is a little bit too much? It's literally akin to mantis and worm trying to challenge a dragon. Hearing Esther's hard-to-understand remark, Kai Heineman shrugged his shoulder and then unsheathed his long sword, looking at his subordinates. Gil is almost done with his part. In short, this sideshow has almost reached its end. Time for a total cleanup, and spoke to his subordinates as if he only ordering them to take a walk. Hearing that, Esther and the other warguards who watched the screen till a moment ago straightened their back and kneeled at Kai Heineman immediately. Kai Heineman's lips then formed a crescent smile. Let's go. No need to hold back. Trample everything. And gave his order in loud yet clear voice. Yes. Right after the warguards replied, their figures vanished one by one. I should use this chance, Ramiel felt that she had gained enough information already. She had to return to the celestial realm immediately and report her finding to her superior, Ed. And just as Ramiel retreating slowly, "It's Master's order." "Sorry girl, you have to stay in this lower realm." Unknown to her, Esther had already moved behind Ramiel and grabbed the latter's shoulder, and forming a nightmare-like verdict. Chapter 108. Regret of Evil Army's Vice Admiral sighed. Formless, the area around them was surrounded by black mist that limited their visibility. The black mist wasn't generated naturally. And most of all, telepathic communication, the only way to communicate with the evil army, couldn't be used. Thus their first natural assumption was they were trapped inside their enemy's barrier. Since that's the case, is this the deed of people from the lower realm? That was what Formless thought, as your average barrier would be blown away by his mere touch. So it really is the heavenly army. Otherwise, it would be inconsistent, because it was pretty much impossible to drag Formless into the barrier unless the other party had a certain level of power. The fact that he ended up inside the barrier itself was enough proof that there was a really powerful person trapped inside the barrier. And the only one who could do that aside from the evil army was the heavenly army. "This might be quite enjoyable," said Formless as his ugly fish face warped. Either way, there weren't that many people in the heavenly army who could stop Formless. Most of them were the members of the 6 heavenly gods, the highest position in the heavenly army, such as Thor or Indra. Other than those 6, he was confident that he could put up a good fight against the other members of the heavenly army, especially lately as he was bored of fighting against small fry who couldn't even resist. He wished for a stronger opponent. Otherwise, he might die from boredom. Well then, which idiot dared to erect this barrier, I wonder? He turned his upper half and pointed his wand toward a direction. The one who came from that direction was an elephant monster with 3 eyes who raised tremors with each of his steps. "You? If it isn't it, Giram Kala?" The other party turned out to be his acquaintance. Giram Kala was one of the subordinates of Mara, one of the 6 admirals of the evil army. He who was one step away from becoming a great god in Evil God's faction was forcefully drafted into the malicious dungeon, the God's Ordeal, which was rumored to be impossible to clear. God's Ordeal was the worst dungeon that made even the bravest of evil gods tremble in fear. No one could enter the dungeon unless they had the qualification, and they wouldn't be able to leave the dungeon before they became a great god. It was so difficult to the point that clearing it up normally was impossible. There was even a rumor saying that anyone who created the dungeon made it impossible to clear. One of the reasons was the existence that protected that place. That dungeon gave the option for the supreme commander of the evil army and heavenly army to send their stalwart men into God's Ordeal. On the surface, the dungeon was known as a place to train potential great gods, the one who got chosen normally coming from the mythical monster above a certain rank or martial god who raised a lot of merit. Seeing Giram Kala appear in this place, Formless assumed that he was already released from the dungeon. No, wait a minute. It's true that the dungeon is said to be a place to give birth great god, but it was in fact a place to seal an existence that could potentially disturb the balance between the heavenly army and evil army, something that could destroy the power balance between the 2 superpowers. Meaning that those who enter aren't supposed to leave. So how did he appear in front of us now? It's been a while, Formless. Before his doubt found its answer, Giram Kala had already closed in right in front of Formless. This pressure. What's the meaning of this? The murky and thick black fighting spirit that released from Giram Kala's body had formed a vortex on top of his head, creating a creaking sound in the air. Sure enough, Giram Kala was a dangerous existence that was chosen to be sealed in the dungeon by the evil army. His strength aside, his growth rate had become a dangerous factor for the balance between 2 superpowers. His previous position was Major General. His rank was below Formless, a Vice Admiral, and yet, Formless felt prickling pain on his skin just by standing in front of the current Giram Kala. It was something that he always felt whenever he stood before 6 admirals of the evil army, or 6 heavenly gods. In short, fear, facing incomprehensible reality that showed by someone who used to be weaker than him. "Don't screw with me," he snapped and raised a war cry in anger. I understand where that anger comes from. I also feel awkward for trampling over my former comrade. But Giram Kala suddenly said so and then spread his arms with bloodshot eyes. Unfortunately, curse your rotten luck for touching the reverse scale of our supreme ruler. Our supreme ruler wished nothing but your cruel, unsightly defeat as we trampled you lots under our foot. Die for our faith. Die for our divine revelation. He raised a scream that shook the atmosphere. Wait a minute. This is strange. The current Giram Kala is definitely strange. Supreme ruler? Is he talking about Mara-sama? If that's the case, why did he attack me? No, wait a minute. He did pledge his allegiance to Mara-sama, but it wasn't to the point of making his master an object of faith. There was no way a god would worship another god. Sending a sidelong glance at the confused Faunus, feeling awkward for trampling them underfoot. Sounds like a total bullshit coming from you, Giram Kala. A white humanoid being floating in the air suddenly appeared on the left side of Faunus. I am possible. Vice Admiral Drakovac. He shouted the name of his former comrade who was once hailed as the most terrifying one among the evil gods. Come to think of it, you're also a former evil army member, right? Drakovac. Black, featureless beings who carried a red circular weapon on their back appeared on the right side of Faunus and asked Drakovac. Faunus gasped. The reason being the figure on his right was also someone familiar to him. Rather, they were so famous that even the lowest soldier of that time knew of their name, Fallen Angel Azazel, a mutated angel who gained their own divinity. He heard that they were arrested after creating havoc, causing a great deal of damage for both the heavenly army and the evil army, and then sealed in the dungeon too. Yeah, the same goes for you, right, Ronov? Asked Drakovac to the naked man whose upper half of his body had 8 eyes. I hear it already. That's truly a shameful dark history. Back then when he was still in the evil army, Ronov was commander of a special extermination squad, Ruin. He was an evil god whose power and figure was a mystery. There was only one thing known about him, namely the fact that as long as he received the order from 6 admirals, any kind of being would be erased from this world. Nevertheless, his name was never heard again after quite some time had passed, though some say that he was the worst evil god. Black history, huh? I guess it's the same with me. I've always pissed off whenever I remember the fact that I used to bow down to such vulgar fellow god. Giram Kala spat in frustration. Hey, are you getting pissed off now? Said Drakovac as he shrugged his shoulders with a bored face. Giram Kala looked around with his 3 bloodshot eyes and, don't you guys feel the same way as him? And asked with a loud voice. No doubt about it. Various gods appeared one after another along with those voices. I am possible. Every single one of them were either an evil god, or wicked god, or martial god who used to be so famous in the past or met Faunus once before. Every single one of them could be hailed as the strongest in this world, and now, hundreds of them were appearing together in front of Faunus. This is bullshit. Faunus let out a disgraceful wail for the first time in his life. That was only natural since he knew that every single one of the gods before him were prideful fellows who wouldn't submit easily to the others, and those prideful gods had actually formed a faction and attacked Faunus. The most unbelievable reality happened right before him. You lots, the bastard has displeased our supreme ruler. How do we deal with such fool? When Giram Kala asked in loud voice, show no mercy. Make them suffer in agony. When Ronov shouted so, crush, 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 crush. All the evil gods and wicked gods shouted in unison as they stamped their feet on the ground. These lots spat on our father. What shall we do to punish these kind of low life? Giram Kala asked another question. The trash who mocked our faith will suffer in agony without being able to die. Drakovac shouted loudly with bloodshot eyes. Crush, 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 crush. The vibration created by their feet stamping on the ground and loud voices spread in circular shape. It gouged the earth and caused a storm in the air. And this fucker is the one who mocked our faith. What shall we do to this fucker? Giram Kala's voice had reached its climax. The black mist that came from his whole body turned everything around him to dust. Gooey. Fornuous' left arm turned into dust just by touching that mist. Kill. As if reciting a hymn with the fallen angel Azazel. Kill. 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 The gods around him raised a bestial roar akin to beast being released from their cage. AAA. Fornuous had finally realized that he just stepped on the tail of something that shouldn't be touched. The evil gods and wicked gods around him inching closer to Fornuous while raising a maddening scream. And then, the black mist that coiling around Fornuous' body had slowly encroached his body. Unable to resist, Fornuous could only scream in despair. Thank goodness there's no such thing as world boundary in this hell. That was the last thing that came into Fornuous' mind before he died. Chapter 109, Unbreakable Strong Man. I've been cutting Aldebaran again and again till I've lost count how many times I've sliced and diced him. If I did that, his whole body would be flared and he would rise up again. At first, he kept jeering at me, calling my action as fool's errand, and yet, he couldn't even speak anymore after I kept killing him again and again. And then, upon witnessing Yuraku and Fugo's tragic defeat at the hand of Sumi and Kettle, his crocodile face transformed back to humanoid, kneeling on the ground with a dumbfounded face. Seeing him giving up fighting like that, even my boiling rage was calmed down at once. The same goes for his subordinates' dance to bizarre dance until a while ago. They also looked at us in silence. Why? After hearing Aldebaran muttered those words numerous times, I think, it's because you're just like me, I replied to him. What's that mean? Seeing Aldebaran raise his face while asking such a question, you're the end of me had I not met that personage. A miserable, tiny, weak existence who is being swallowed by huge muddy stream. Yes, Aldebaran was the past me. Had I not met that personage, I might be the one who kneeled in his place right now. A foolish clown who believed that he was the most blessed and talented person. That was the past me, and also Aldebaran who kneeled before me. I'm the true Demon King. I raised my right hand to stop Aldebaran who raised his face and about to shout at me. You're wrong. There's still a lot of stronger beings in this world. Your title isn't the proof of your strength. And shook my head as I denied him. That was something that I understood at the end of my long journey. The past me who believed that strength was equal to military prowess, assets, lineage, and authority ended up witnessing the very fact that all of those things mean nothing to a truly powerful person. And this didn't only happen to Aldebaran. Even that Fornuous guy might be experiencing the same thing right now. Looking from a truly powerful existence's point of view like Kai-sama, those self-proclaimed strongest might be not even worth a single dust in his eyes. Breaking their strength with even stronger strength, maybe that was how Kai-sama showed his power to those self-proclaimed strong beings. Then, tell me what is strength? I'm sure it's belief. Belief? I nodded to Aldebaran who asked back in confusion. Yeah, unbreakable belief on one's own self. Something that not even strength couldn't break, a strong willpower. I saw a lot of them on my long journey. Chigai's wish to protect Kitnaya, Tama's kindness, friendship that breaks the boundary of race with Chato, sense of camaraderie with Boo, and my feelings for Shah. Those are the things that I wanted to protect no matter what in that long, gruesome journey. Few irregularities and luck aside, I, who arrived at the end of the road, had finally met with Kai-sama and cornered Aldebaran to this point. It was simply because I didn't want to lose those dear to me no matter what. The reason why Kai-sama sponsored this game must be because he wanted me to understand this. Aldebaran's eyes opened wide for a while ago. He let out a laugh after that, and then, belief. Surely, that's the one thing that the current me is lacking. After muttering so, his face returned to that of a dazzling, beast-like face. I'm one of the four great Demon King. Aldebaran, let me to hear your name again, and shouted in a loud voice. I am Gilbert Lotto Amelia, a human. Gilbert Lotto Amelia. I've heard the rumor about you. So you're the rumored idiotic prince of Melia Kingdom. Good grief, what a turn of fate. To think that the one who cornered me this far isn't that legendary hero, But the infamous fool like you. Aldebaran stooped forward with a wry smile on his face. Same goes for you. I raised flame overhead as I replied to him. The next moment, we clashed. Chapter 110, Conclusion and Signal for the Summit of Decisive Battle. From the very beginning, my victory had already been secured. Aldebaran couldn't defeat the current me. That's why the result was already obvious. I've lost her, muttered Aldebaran as his only remaining upper half burst into flame. Strangely enough, he faced his own demise with a calm face as if he had already let go of the weight on his shoulders. It's my victory. Am I strong? Yeah, you're really strong. After being trapped in that hellish endless loop, I of all people understood just how strong Aldebaran was. I see. I wonder why a remark from a mere human like you makes me feel refreshed. Aldebaran looked up to the sky as the flame burned his body. Yeah, it was the power that I wanted to have at that time, said Aldebaran as he stretched his right arm, which slowly turned into dust. Aldebaran's subordinates straightened their back as they saw their lord slowly turn into dust and, my lord, we will be there right away. After giving growing to their lord, all of them draw their sword at once, and then, one of Aldebaran's aides, Arad, was facing me. The other demon race was also facing toward me, and all them then bowing at once. Humor. No, Gilbert, Lotto, Amelia. Let's have a duel. Facing the demon races who raised war cry at once. I also raised a war cry like what Kettle did before. Answer then. I raised a flame that clad in white flame overhead, and swung it down with my all. That instant, giant white flame filled my field of view, instantly annihilated the demon race along with the ground beneath them till no speck of dust left. Splendid. When I turned around upon hearing someone clapping their hands, my lord, Kai-sama, had already stood right there with a daring smile on his face. When we were about to kneel before, Kai-sama raised his right hand, telling us that there was no need to do that and the three of you did a good job, especially Gil. Despite your lack of experience, your last struggle really shook my spirit. Kai-sama praised us with really lively tone. Thank you. I'm really honored. My voice trembled. I wonder why his praise made me much happier and fortunate than all the praise I've ever received until now. I've seen your resolution. Now it's my turn. Kai-sama unsheathed the long foreign sword strapped on the back of his waist, and walked toward the north. As he made such declaration, the next moment, the ground exploded and Kai-sama's figure vanished from my field of view. The next moment, the scenery around us warped, and before we realized it, we've already returned to Kitnaya Plaza. Gil. The moment I snapped out, a red-haired, beast-eared girl had already jumped into my embrace. Everyone. My fight has ended. On the side, Chigai, Chato, Bu, Tama, Cyclone, Crocoders, Organko were present. Yeah, we saw your fight. A cheer resounded inside the plaza along with Chigai's remark, all of them trying to hug me, and after I barely spared of the fate being crushed to death by my own comrade, Gil, seeing your current figure, does that mean I have to call you Your Highness from now on? Asked my big sister with impish smile on her face. Well, he might die from heart attack if we call him that, after Sumi spoke bluntly as he stabbed his spear into the ground and turned his hands to the back of his head. No, he might be crying in happiness since he finally made peace with his own past. Kettle gave a dumb reply to my big sister question with serious look on his face. Well, either way, I've to come to the royal capital at least once since I've declared the formation of the country of monsters. That moment, the smile vanished from my big sister's face. Gil, are you really serious about that matter? Then she asked that question. Of course. I've already said it in front of Kai-sama before. There's no turning back now. Hearing me gave such answer. It shall be. That's only natural. Kettle and Sumi nodded in agreement. But the Amelia Kingdom won't recognize the founding of the country of monster, you know? I see now. My big sister was still under some sort of misunderstanding. Huh. Well, she might understand the meaning behind this crown contest and her position in there if I explained to her. But I shouldn't tell her that since it would make this more interesting. Are you really sure about this? If yes, then I'll prepare for the worst too, said my big sister as she clenched her fists, as if she was preparing to fight against her fate. Enough with the chit-chat. Despite the malignant smile on his face, the white-haired old man who said that to us, bowing to the androgynous woman wearing black suit and Astasama, "I'll head to the battle too," he vanished like a smoke as he left those words behind. He was an old acquaintance. His name was Lucas Gigidal, the butler of my father's little sister, Felis. I guess I still have to apologizing to my auntie later. And just as I was pondering about that, "It's about to begin." The woman in black suit, Asta, spoke in serene voice devoid any of worry as she looked at the image projected on top of the plaza. "That evil army Vice Admiral," said Rami as she pointed at the man with leopard head, clad in military uniform that appeared in the image. Following behind him were soldiers whose number could easily cross the 10,000 mark. Facing that, the subordinates of Kai-sama who was still in this plaza until a while ago appeared one after another from the black mist. Following them, thousands of Batamen wearing strange clothes also appeared in formation. Standing in front of them while releasing regal air around him was a monster with a lion face, clad in shiny golden armor. That was the first battle of the summit of this world that I saw. Chapter 111, Discomfort, sighed Azura. I took a large bite off the meat on top of a huge table before me. This meat was the meat of a young couple from the demon race who were forced to kill each other. For me, the evil fierce god Azura, despair was the best spice. Especially the meat of the woman who descended from evil god's lineage. It was the best meat, and yet, it's unpalatable. The taste was so horrible to the point of disgusting. I kicked the table in rage, grabbed the meat on the bone, and threw it at the chef. The meat on the bone struck the chef right on his forehead, turning his head into countless pieces of meat. The likes of puppet disgust me the most. The reason for my anger was clear. It was because of the married couple of demon race from a while ago. The wife who killed her husband wasn't scared, nor was she trying to coax me. She just said, "You fucking monster. Our king will destroy you for good," with an extremely hateful look on her face. Even though their foolish king, Aldebaran, was the one who summoned us from the world boundary, even that king was nothing more than a worthless toy for us. Do you really think that their king could defeat us? And even after I explained to that woman that such thing was impossible, she committed suicide without even believing what I said to her. Damn it, ain't feel good at all. A simple enraged draw like that turned every single butler in the room into millions pieces of meat. While I heaved a sigh to suppress my rage, "Any report from Fornuis?" I sent a sharp look with my right eye as I asked that question to the intelligence operative who kneeled with bright red face. "There's still no further contact from him." Hearing the immediate reply from the intelligence officer, "Then tell him to bring back a treasure right away. I want to use that to cleanse my palate." I gave my order with angry voice. About that moment, the intelligence operative seems to be trying to say something. "Your Excellency, Admiral gave you an order." "Answer immediately." Vice Admiral Oz, who stood beside me, ordered the operative with loud voice. A large-scale black mist suddenly appearing and surrounding the city that became our target, and the communication from Vice Admiral Fornuis stopped right after that. The entire room was stirred. That was only natural. Reason being, Fornuis was led around by nose. "Is the Heavenly Army here? What do you think, Angra?" Azura asked. Angra, another admiral of the evil army who was in the middle of eating snacks, without a care in the world. "Even if it's just temporary, do you really think there's someone who can block the communication path of evil army in this world?" The guy got some nerve, eh? Just right when I wanted to rampage. "Even if they were from the Heavenly Army, I would turn them into pieces of meat." They led Fornuis by nose since they thought that they couldn't defeat me. Huh. That sounds interesting. I stood from my seat and manifested a great sword with black-colored blade in my hand. "Hey, both of us are admirals, you know. Especially in your case, you're the one who commands the troop in this place. Are you going to charge straight ahead like that?" "That's your subordinate's job." Angra remonstrates Azura with a dumbfounded voice. "I know that already, damn it." I am enraged since this guy was right. Currently, I'm the one in charge of the soldiers in this place. Charging out right now means that I acted just as the other party wished. This must be a game, meaning that we had to win at all costs. If an evil army loses in their home base, that personage would be completely enraged. That personage shows no mercy to anyone who commits failure. Knowing that the worst end had been waiting upon my failure, my head cooled down instantly. Os, I'll give you 50,000 soldiers. March at once to regroup with Fornuis and kill anyone who dares to look down on us. And I want you to bring their boss alive in front of me. I'll let them to see hell on earth. Hearing my order, Os straightened his back and gave a salute. Your wish is my command. I shall crush the heavenly army immediately. After he said so, his mantle flashed and his figure vanished from the palace. Chapter 112, Hell's Kettle. Sighed Os, the leopard-faced evil god clad in military uniform, the vice-admiral of the evil army. Os scanned the tens of thousands of soldiers before him. Wonderful. No one in this world can defeat us. He raised both of his hands as he spoke with an entranced voice, intoxicated with a sense of victory even before the battle began. I received 50,000 soldiers of the evil army from Azure-sama for this occasion. They were composed of 25,000 evil soldier division, 5,000 defense division, 5,000 evil artillery division, 5,000 of the evil cavalry division, 5,000 of the evil air force division, and 4,000 of the special force division, each led by 1,000 commissioned officers. To begin with, each member of the evil army was a strong man who reached the limit of evil in each of their worlds. In short, one of the strongest beings in their world. Every single one of the soldiers could slaughter the phantasmal race or superior dragon race of this game board version with ease. The strength of the commissioned officer of the evil army who earned the rank higher than the second lieutenant who led the evil army soldier stood above the rest. They were the strongest one-man army in this world, and now, 1,000 of them were deployed at the same time. Moreover, after the audience with His Excellency the Admiral, more than dozens of pillars had already been waiting for their turn. Maybe not even the powerful heavenly army led by the 6 heavenly gods could match this lineup. We already had a grasp of victory in our hands. The next thing to do was only to overwhelm our enemy, trampling down their dignity. And then, at the dawn of our victory, once this game ended with our victory, this world would become our territory, a place in which we could commit evil as much as we wanted. It makes you all fired up. Death, malice, destruction, hatred. I shall be the one who paints the color of despair in this world. I'm already excited just by imagining such a situation. March, said Os as he unsheathed the long sword on his waist. The army started their march along with Os's voice. As soon as they started their march, something like cracks in the space appeared before the army. Is this how the people from the heavenly army interrupted the communication with Vice Admiral Os? If that was the case, they made it easier for us. Let me praise your bravery to come toward your own demise. The moment he spoke in a loud voice, the number of the cracks in the space increased rapidly, and then, the black mist that appeared from the cracks formed a dense vortex. This should be the enemy's trick. Defense Division, prepare the barrier. Following Os's order, 5,000 members of the Defense Division started chanting the aria for large-scale formation. The large-scale array has been deployed. The other party must do the same. Now we only need to push through with overwhelming force, crushing their fighting spirit so thoroughly. That's evil. An absolute despair. All force prepare for battle. The moment Os shouted his order, all the soldiers got into their battle formation according to their division to crush their enemy till there was no one left of them. This feels so good. I can't get enough of this. With a single command from me, all my troops would move to trample our enemy with overwhelming power. I really can't get enough of the joy in trampling down the weak so thoroughly. Osama, something is coming out from those black mist. The adjutant who stood diagonally behind Os reported like a pro who was used to this situation. Their side has teleportation. The likes of Heavenly Army actually have the guts to challenge us head-on. How ridiculous. Let's teach them the reality. Os raised the long sword in his right hand again. The one who came out from the black mist one after another only sent a sidelong glance at Os. Who said those words? Os let out a bewildered voice. That was only natural since every single being who came out from the black mist released the same, or stronger pressure than Os. Ridiculous. Unable to accept the reality, he denied it immediately. Os, The vice admiral of the evil army was one of the strongest beings in this world. If there were so many people who had the same strength as him in this world, no one would be able to stop them. Recognition inhibition? No. It might be a large-scale formation that gives an overwhelming advantage to our enemy. How dare they use such a paltry trick on us? Surely, nothing more fragile than the army that had lost its fighting spirit. One could achieve victory by making the other party feel overwhelming pressure and cause them to lose their fighting spirit. But, such a paltry trick could only work when both parties were evenly matched. It was a meaningless tactic before the absolute difference in power. I see. Now I understand why I have gotten this goosebump since a while ago. Yeah, the enemy has rather formidable skill. When the officers and the adjutant heaved a sigh of relief, a few thousand beings came out from inside the black mist. And then, oh Osama, his adjutant raised an impatient voice. A few thousand Batamans wearing strange uniforms lined up in formation before them. Standing majestically in front of those Batamans were gods with lion faces, clad in shiny, golden armor. Os felt that the said god looked rather familiar to him. Naturally, it's not that god existence alone was enough to defeat Os and his army. He and his army would trample down the god and his army before them with overwhelming power, capture the god, and force him to spit the information with torture. Go go go. Trample them with your overwhelming power. Os's voice became the spark that triggered the war. Thus, the lid of the Hell's Kettle was opened up by the hand of the evil army themselves. Chapter 113, Locust Swarm. 20,000 evil soldiers. Divisions of the evil army raised a war cry, rushing on the ground with their sword raised high. The evil army foot division was, in short, the infantry unit. They were composed of the bottom of the barrel within the organization. Yes, within the organization. In reality, all of them were strongmen who could slaughter dragon races with ease in their own world. The monster with lion face pointed the palm of his right hand to the fast approaching evil army without even changing his expression. All member charge and gave his order. Gigi, ooh. The Batamans raised a war cry that shook the air as they rushed forward. And then, they ran toward the evil army with the same speed as them without even wasting their movement. Soon enough, the overwhelming difference between both sides was displayed in the most cruel way. One of the evil soldiers who ran at the forefront of the formation let out a dumbfounded voice. The reason was simply because the Batamans had suddenly appeared right before him. The next moment, the Bataman's sword hand shook, sending the heads of the few hundred evil soldiers flying in the air. After that, wherever there were evil soldiers, the Batamans would come and create a rain of blood in less than a second. It was akin to ants being trampled underfoot by countless giants. The Bataman with a headband on their head was closing in on an evil soldier with their unique footwork. High, and driven in a right palm heel strike into the evil soldier who raised a shriek. It was a normal palm heel strike and yet, it caused triple damage into the evil soldier's entire body. And then, the body of the said evil soldier was ripped to shreds in the next moment. When the battlefield turned into an all-out battle, 4 evil soldiers were seen surrounded a lone Bataman. The 4 muscular evil soldiers were 3 times bigger than Bataman. One of the evil soldiers on the back raised their metal rod and swung it down at the Bataman's crown of head. The Bataman moved their center of gravity and parried the blow with their left hand without even as much as turning around. The metal rod that got parried off turned out to be redirected at the head of another evil soldier with its original momentum, and smashed the head of the said evil soldier. What the? The evil soldier who swung the metal rod then received a backhand blow before they could recover from their shock. The evil soldier got blown backward in a straight line, collided with another peer, and then turned into meat paste. It only took a few moments for the other 3 to get killed in the same miserable way. It was such an incomprehensible situation. The Bataman's sword hand sliced the neck of the 3 evil soldiers who had yet to recover from their shock like hot knife cutting butter, killing them instantly. A group of Batamans rushing fast on the ground. The one that particularly stood out among the rushing Batamans were raising a storm in the battlefield on their own. What the? The evil soldier could only see a streak of green light running past them. Hargai? and those evil soldiers who saw the green light past them turned into numerous pieces of meat without being able to lift their finger as much. A group of 3 meters tall Bataman was tackling a swarm of evil soldiers. Get away from me. Alas, the Bataman shows no mercy. The evil soldiers got blown away high in the air due to the Bataman's relentless attack. And when the Bataman punched with their rock-hard, trained fist, it created a storm that engulfed the swarm of the evil soldier, blood raining incessantly at the place where the swarm of the evil soldier stood a moment ago, which had already turned into a giant crater at this point. Those giant Bataman whose speed betrays their physique then moves fast in the battlefield again, searching for another target. Chapter 114, Chronobata, sighed, Malfas, how's the situation on the battlefield? Colonel Malfas, who was entrusted with the command of the evil soldier from behind, was completely enraged upon asking his aide to give him the report about the situation in the battlefield and found out that no one replied to him. Currently, the contact with the evil soldiers division had been completely stopped right after they were engaged in the fight against the Bataman. Naturally, none of them even in their wildest dream would think of the possibility that their evil soldier was weaker than the Bataman. There might be a few thousand of Bataman, but their evil soldier was superior in number. In terms of quality, there's no need to doubt the quality of the evil soldier who joined the evil army. One of the 2 superpowers. Being able to join the evil army itself was proof of their strength of evil. Even if hundreds of thousands of monsters of this world came together, they wouldn't even be able to beat one of the evil soldiers. And those soldiers ended up receiving a huge blow from their first contact against the Bataman. That was a huge stain on the evil soldiers division, not to mention that they fall under a confused situation since they lost contact. If this situation was known, Malfas knew that he would be demoted for sure. In the worst case, he would be executed. Disgrace. This is a huge disgrace. He kicked the nearby chair, which hit the head of one of the doorkeepers who stood beside the entrance, causing the said gatekeeper's head to turn in the wrong direction. He didn't even spare a glance at the poor doorkeeper and just sat back in his chair, and just when he drank the liquor from his glass, there was a commotion outside of the tent. The doorkeeper outside entered the tent in a hurry. Colonel Malfas, this is bad. First Lieutenant Zakoza is voiced his opinion regarding this situation. What shall we do? It was a question that he had been wondering since the start of the battle. The likes of First Lieutenant have no right to intrude on the command from us, the higher officer. The evil soldiers' military command was the brain of the evil soldiers division. They go up like a pyramid. There was no reason for the higher-up to listen to the first lieutenant. Send him away immediately. Seeing that Malfas was already itching to vent his anger, the doorkeeper straightened his back and left quickly as if escaping from the tent. Just as the voice of the doorkeeper could be heard from the outside, a muscular devil with 2 horns barged into the tent and kneeling immediately. My apologies, Colonel Malfas. The evil soldier division is already on the verge of annihilation due to the Locust army. I wish for your excellency to join the battle while we reorganize our troops for retreat. And said such a worthless suggestion. The evil soldier division is on the verge of annihilation, you say? Nonsense. Malfas released his coercion at First Lieutenant Zakoza, who might told a lie. Alas, I'm telling the truth. At this rate, the evil soldiers division will be annihilated by the Locust army. Now is our last chance to reorganize our troops. Zakoza didn't falter and shouted in a loud voice. My evil soldier division is the proud vanguard of evil. You think I'm going to allow them to escape with tail between their leg in this lower realm? You're actually telling me to tuck my tail and asking for His Excellency, the Admiral, against the likes of Locust troops? Said Malfas inside, as he knew that Vice Admiral Os would punish him for doing that. He did not doubt that since he knew that Os was that kind of person. There's no time to worry about such thing. It'll be too late if we're not moving immediately. Malfas' rage had finally reached boiling point upon hearing First Lieutenant Zakoza snap at him, "Enough, kill this lowlife," and decided to kill his subordinate. Hearing that, Zakoza heaved a deep sigh. "I don't care about myself. Instead, retreat immediately. Otherwise, shut up." Malfas unsheathed his long sword, stepped on Zakoza's head, and decapitated the latter's head before he finished what he wanted to say. At that moment, a jet-black Bataman suddenly appeared right beside the headless corpse of Zakoza, which had already limp on the ground. Chapter 115. Apologize and die, sighed Malfas. You? Who are you? He narrowed his eyes while observing that Bataman. That Bataman's body was jet black due to their shell, and they wore mysterious-looking black shirts, and carved on the skin of that Bataman were countless red-colored geometrical patterns. So you not only can't see the hopeless difference between our power, you even executed the warrior who risked his life to fulfill his duty. Evil army truly is hopeless bunches of idiots. The strange Bataman spat such words, though their voice should sound like gibberish noise. Malfas for some reason understood the meaning of their voice in his head, and that remark just now was the biggest insult for Malfas and company. Adding to the fact that there was still exploding ire from a while ago. Shut up, you lowly Locust, answered with an enraged voice. Malfas's age shrunk back upon hearing their superior's enraged voice. What are you waiting for? Kill that Locust. I'll go out and take the command directly after we get rid of that Locust. Malfas was finished if the higher-up knew that the lowly Locust before them had managed to infiltrate into the command center of the evil soldiers division. And the only way to mend his error was to bring back the head of the commander of the Locust army. And he knew that the commander of the Bataman was a man with a lion face. You think you've already won, huh? Malfas' rank was colonel. His true ability was comparable to that of a major general. He felt that killing the Locust before him and beheading the man with a lion face, the commander of the Locust army, was easier than snapping the hand of a baby. Huh? What's the matter? Kill this Locust quickly. Despite his order, none of his aides make their move. They only stared at the jet black's Bataman, sweating like a waterfall, unable to even lift a finger. It seems those subordinate of yours is far more competent than you. At least they can see the difference between our power. Nonsense. Get rid of this thing quickly. No one made their move even after he shouted angrily at them. These cowards. In his rage, a few feathers scattered from Malfas' wings, turned bigger and shot at his speed to his subordinate, piercing the said subordinate's head and torso. Kill that eyesore Locust quickly. You are. Finally, the aides unsheathed their swords along with a frantic scream and slashed at the Bataman. But, Gigi, it's futile. The figure of the Bataman vanished from their place, and right in the next moment, Malfas' aides had already been beheaded, their bodies falling to the ground like a broken doll. Malfas, who stood in the pool of blood, raised a dumbfounded voice as he saw such a spectacle. That was only natural, since every single one of his aides was a major and strong man, and that major-class strong man was slaughtered by the Bataman in mere seconds. No, that isn't the problem. What did that Locust do just now? Thought Malfas, who had no idea about what the black Bataman before him was thinking about. Before he realized it, all his aides had been beheaded. It seems you're the kind of person that our master hates the most, said the black's Bataman with a disdainful voice as they approached Malfas in an unarmed state. Don't look down on me. Countless feathers came off from Malfas' wings, enlarged in the next moment, and swept toward the jet black's Bataman. Each of those wings had their attributes, such as fire, thunder, water, and wind. Jigaga, looking down? Jigagagagagagagi, you're the one who is looking down on us. Go. Come on, give me your best shot. In that way, you might have 1 in a millionth chance to scratch my shell. Those were the remarks of a strong man toward the weak one. And since the one who said it was Bataman, Malfas with his colonel rank felt insulted by it. How dare you! He unleashed an all-out attack toward the jet black's Bataman. It was a high-speed rush that should be able to kill the black's Bataman. Alas, the black Bataman lowered their stance, making a circular motion with their arms and knocking down the incoming projectiles with ease. Impossible. 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 How can you stay unscathed after touching my feather? Jigagagagaga. It's no big deal, really. Gigugagagagagagi. Everyone in our unit can do this. The Bataman replied with a flat voice. Naturally. The fear of knocking down the fired feather with pure martial art was deserved of praise, but the thing that shook Malfas the most was my ability. Why it isn't working. Every single one of the feathers had the power to obliterate the entire region once they fell on the ground. Malfas didn't doubt his victory since that attack was unavoidable and couldn't be blocked. And yet, the tyrannical power that dwelling inside the feathers was neutralized so easily, turning them into nothing more than sharp feathers. Gaga, that's one of the power we got from our master. Gaga, something that the likes of you can never understand. Gaga, let me tell you one last time. Gigagagu, give me your best shot. Gaga, wrung your fighting spirit to its limit. That's just a warm-up. That moment, Malfas had completely snapped. His entire back feathers floated in midair with his enraged shout. Those black feathers loaded with Malfas' power of destruction. Jigagagagagagagagu, is that your everything? Hearing the black Bataman asked with a dumbfounded voice. Yes. Terrified already? Every single one of these tens of thousands of feathers is jam-packed with the power of annihilation that can annihilate lowly creatures like you upon touch. This is the power of a miracle. Malfas spread his arms as he spoke proudly as if announcing his victory. Power of annihilation. That was Malfas' trump card, the power that could annihilate his foe to the molecular level. It was strong enough to annihilate major general-level opponents till not even their bone was left. Gagagagagugi, what a boring child's play. The Bataman spat such a distasteful remark as their right feet trampled the ground. That simple action split the ground, sending them flying in the air. At that moment, the black Bataman's arms blurred for a moment. The next moment, the ground that was floating in the air turned into tiny particles which then fired toward the black feathers. Malfas raised a bewildered voice, which was a natural reaction since no one had ever managed to crush his trump card until now. Jigagagagagagagi, is that street performance from before really your everything? Gagagagagagagaga, it seems I'm overestimating your capabilities. Gugagagagagagagagagagagagi, Nimiya-sama has always strictly reminded us never look down on our opponent, but it seems I don't have to worry about that this time. The black Bataman spoke ambiguously with a bored voice as he looked at Malfas as if he was nothing more than a bug on the side of the road. Hi! That moment, Malfas jumped backward as he felt a chill running down his spine, because right at this very moment, the figure of the black Bataman before him suddenly transformed into a giant monster, ready to swallow him whole. There's no way I can win against this monster. When he was about to escape from this place, Gigagu, it's futile. Gagagagugagagagu, you're already dead, said the Bataman as they gently raised their right hand. That is? The moment he saw the bloodied, pulsating thing in the black Bataman's right hand was his own heart. Malfas felt the power leaving his body. Give it back. He raised his right hand, trying to take back his heart. Alas, the Bataman mercilessly crushed his heart to pieces. The next moment, Malfas' body fell on his back. Die and apologize to the brave warrior who you killed. Malfas' consciousness died in white color upon with the cold lullaby from the Bataman. Chapter 116, The Most Dangerous Appreciation in This World. Observing the battle situation when the Batamans trampled down the evil army was a group of goddesses. The Goddess Union. Every single one member of the group saw the battle with an agape mouth, especially in the screen that reflected the image of the humanoid bird evil god, Malfas' god, slaughtered so easily by the jet black's Bataman. Is that a joke or what? Athena, a blue-haired little girl whose hair bundled into two small buns on both sides of her head, raised an exasperated voice. That extremely unnatural behavior is definitely the result of some sort of intervention. Nemesis, the girl whose body was clad in lascivious red clothes, spoke with a gloomy face, especially the fact that they have one of the 7 authorities, which are similar to Norn. That Bataman is the same authority holder as us. The goddesses around gasped upon hearing Athena's remark, the reason being the fact that Athena just said a really important thing right now. The 7 authorities were the 7 miraculous abilities that exist in this world, namely, time, space, gravity, destruction, creation, soul, and imitation. Those 7 strongest abilities were produced coincidentally due to the integration of numerous powerful souls into the subjugation picture book. Kai Heineman, who ruled over those 7 abilities, unknowingly altered those miraculous abilities and then integrated it into his sword art, and only unleashed it when he was really going all out. It was an ability that distorted the law of the world itself. The possessor of those ability called their power as authority, and even in the subjugation picture book, not many of them possessed the authority. Top-class martial arts ability even in the subjugation picture book, physical ability that augmented till unknown limit, ability to invalidate all attributes, and specialized in combat on top of that, that's cheating. Hearing the deranged, high-pitched scream of Nemesis that she rarely show, a black sphere suddenly appeared, which then followed by the monster with long nose, Giram Kala, and agreed, that can't even be called a Bataman anymore, they're already the same as us, he screamed as he placed his fists on his waist. Even that Fornuis is nothing more than small fry, of course, we crush them to bits just as our god dictated. His voice was so loud that it shook the air. Nemesis shrugged her shoulders, her face finally turned serious, and that Black's Bataman is also the member of Bushin, meaning that Nemia has at least dozens such war potentials. When it come to that, she spoke anxiously, yeah, no doubt about it, it will break the current equilibrium between our faction, said Giram Kala joyfully as he squinted his eyes. You seems to be in good mood, Giram Kala, Athena reminded him with a dumbfounded face. Of course, it means that we've another strong addition in our god's force. Not that, I mean, a strong rival has appeared at the worst timing, you know, to become the true leader of their god, Kai Heineman. That was the reason behind the rivalry between each faction. That was the reason why each faction moved so eagerly regardless of time and place. We won't hand over that status to anyone. From now on, we, the wicked in myriad realms, shall be the only one who stay by our god's side. Giram Kala shouted to heaven with bloodshot eyes. Feel free to say that, not that you're the leading faction. A man with dragon head shouted angrily at Giram Kala's selfish claim. Agreed, our training ain't soft enough to allow bunches of creeps like you guys to proclaim yourself as the head of the faction. A horned fierce god with an intimidating look on his face, Shutenduji, appeared with sword and blades, and demanded a correction from Giram Kala while pointing his sword. Agreed, the head of the faction for that personage is us, said the youth with vermilion wings on his back, and then, please stop saying such nonsense, the closest one to hubby is this mistress. Hearing the claim of woman with 9 tails, Kyabi's claim, oi, stop fishing in the muddy water, Athena refuted angrily. When the top brass of each faction glared at each other, a black mass fell from above their head. The identity of the black mass was none other than their master, Supreme Ruler Sama. All of them kneeled immediately. Thank you for your hard work, Nemia. That's not a bad performance, especially that black Bataman. If I'm not mistaken, you said that they're Chronobata. That was a truly interesting personnel. Kai expressed his appreciation to the martial god with lion face, who had already been kneeling since who knows when. Nemia. Kai rarely gave such straightforward compliments to his subordinates. Thus Nemia became target for envious gazes by the top brass of the other faction. Even so, thank you. It's my honor, replied Nemia with a trembling voice and delighted face. Supreme Ruler Sama. We're going to join the battle immediately. Hearing Giram Kala speak with desperate voice. Yeah, you guys really did a good job in the matter about Fornuis. Keep up the good work. Ooh. The honor is ours. Seeing Giram Kala cupped his hands as large beads of tears coming down from his 3 eyes. We too, we have the same opinion. Don't forget about us. The leader of each faction announced their participation. Yeah, I have high hope for you guys. All of them raised cries of joy the moment Kai gave his appreciation to them. I'll go to kill the Vice Admiral of Evil Armios. Don't mess with me. He's this Phoenix is prey. Don't steal our prey. The leader of each faction then swept across the battlefield. Finally, those worst monsters were released into the battlefield. Chapter 117, The Destruction of Evil Soldier Division. Because Kai Heineman's unexpected encouragement, when each madman of combat faction in the subjugation picture book had already set out to clean up the evil army, Nemea, the leader of Bushin, gave only one order. At this moment, that order was no different from death sentence that would bring ruin to the evil soldier division, namely the fact that Bushin's strongest combat potential, the 12 Zodiac, joined the battle. Nevertheless, countless tiny mice covered the land, attacking the escaping evil soldiers with a shriek. They were a group of the nightmarish, godly gluttony mouse. They filled the vast land, eating everything on the ground, feasting on the abundance before them. No, due to the unstoppable waves of the foul feeder, any evil soldiers who stopped in their tracks would vanish in mere seconds. Gahahaha. Great. This is fantastic. Enemy as far as I can see. My Kontetsuboku is starving for blood tonight. The armor-clad monstrous god with height over 4 meters long and ox head, struck on the ground with his stick, rippling an earthquake. Black sphere appeared from the ground from the crater. The sphere expanded while swallowing the evil soldiers. The swallowed evil soldiers were grinded inside the sphere till they became nothing more than meat pulp. When he pulled his stick and brandished it to the side, he created one black sphere after another from the ground, which launched at the evil soldier and crushed them. At this point, the Batamans had already retreated from the battlefield. The reason being the battlefield had already turned into the hunting ground for Foul Feeder and the Bull Demon King. That bastard Bull Demon King. What the heck with his my Kontetsuboku is starving for blood tonight? That sounds lame as hell. How dare that perverted narcissist do as he pleased? Thanks to that bastard, my esteemed self has been reduced to mere spectator. When a beautiful woman with swimsuit-like garment complete with bunny tail and ears cursed at him, the Bull Demon King and Foul Feeder had already took care of everything. A boy with pair of dog ears on his head muttered so in lonesome while sucking on his thumb. Well, this bound to happen once we make our move. A man with monkey head muttered so while shouldering his long stick on his shoulders. Right. We can't just enter the battlefield carelessly at this point. The girl with tiger ears added so while yawning. Indeed. Well, not that I care since I got the chance to see something really interesting. When the man with monkey head said so while twirling his long stick. Yeah, that Black's Bataman is definitely a troublesome rival. The man with horse face, clad in warrior armor, nodded in agreement while crossing his arms on his chest. But, I won't lose either. The man with monkey face caught the stick with his right hand and stabbed it into the ground. Suddenly, a grey cloud appeared and the man jumped onto the cloud before he took off into the sky on it. Goku, are you going to leave this place? Nemea-sama's order is to annihilate the evil soldier division, you know? Asked the man with horse face while glaring at Goku, the monkey god. Hey, the battle in this place has ended. We won't catch our Supreme Ruler Sama's attention by standing idly in this place. I'll go to the other place first, said Goku in loud voice as he flew with his cloud to the new battlefield. Damn right. Let's leave this place to those two. Moreover, our Supreme Ruler ordered us to raise a havoc in this battle. We can't just standing idly in this place. The rabbit woman stamped on the ground with bright, glowing eyes. That moment, a spider webs-like crack formed on the ground as the woman's body leapt high into the sky. I'll do my best to get Supreme Ruler Sama to pat my head. The boy with dog ears ran on his fours as he shot out, looking for another battlefield. We already accomplished the order from Nemea-sama to crush the evil soldiers. I guess we have no choice but to look for another battlefield. Yeah, we can blame the Bull-chan and Ka for overdoing it. Agreed. Second to that. Thus, each of them then headed toward a new battlefield with a multitude of reasons. Soon enough, the evil soldier division was completely annihilated by the Foul Feeder and Bull Demon King. Evil Soldier Division annihilated. Chapter 118. Divine Dragon Army vs Evil Cavalry Division 1. The news about the Evil Soldier Division's complete annihilation spread into the entire division of the Evil Army in the blink of an eye. The Evil Soldiers Division was the vanguard of the Evil Army, their strongest infantry. There was no need to say just how important their role was in real war, not to mention that they were composed of famous strongmen from evil armies too. And there were more than 20,000 of those strongmen. Even in the most difficult of battles against the Heavenly Army, Total annihilation was never seen before. That's why the evil cavalry division, who boasted the greatest mobility in the evil army, had never regarded the news about the annihilation of evil soldiers division as mere bad joke. 25,000 member of evil soldiers division have been annihilated. Ridiculous. That's right. There's no way they're going to be annihilated by mere locust monster. Yeah. The entire division of evil army being annihilated by small fry monster is too much like a joke indeed. The people who gathered inside the pavilion could hardly believe the news they heard from their subordinate. Even if this development is part of our enemy tactic after disturbing our communication, we can't let this situation worsen. It's time for us to move, said Major General Furkers as he stood up from his bone chair, stroking his long, white beard. No matter how clever the information disturbance tactic used by their enemy, it would be useless unless the other party could defeat them. Alas, the evil army would be put at disadvantage unless they made their move and acted as messenger. They lamented in how the easy war went down to drain thanks to Malfas' incompetence. This is why you shouldn't entrust a mere colonel to command the war. Surely, Malfas' combat prowess was at least at Major General rank. Currently, there are 5 Major Generals in the world boundary. That's why Malfas, who had the combat prowess of a Major General despite being a colonel entrusted by Ost to take command of the evil soldiers division. But it was obvious for everyone to see that Malfas was not cut for such a job. He would eventually make a blunder once he met a strong enemy with a skillful commander. Especially after seeing how easily the locust-like monster slaughtered the evil soldier, Malfas should have realized that his opponent wasn't small fry. Furkers knew that the evil army would be in a dangerous situation if his division didn't move. Everyone prepare to depart. Let's bring back good news to Your Excellency Vice Admiral Os. Right after his order, he came out from his pavilion and straddled on the back of a twin-headed, blue evil dragon. The evil cavalry division had greatest mobility thanks to the evil dragon that became their mount. Furkers intended to fly in the air and unleash terror in the center of their enemy's headquarters to end the boring battle immediately. He then turning around to see 5,000 evil dragon flying behind him. Magnificent. He raised a voice filled with admiration. By itself, the evil dragon was far superior than the evil soldier. Every single one of the evil dragons could match 500 evil soldiers. That's why Furkers was convinced of his victory. Major General Furkers. Furkers turned around upon hearing the first scream of his aide. The face of his aide had lost their color. He was trembling non-stop like a newborn fawn. What's the matter? Asked Furkers while looking around vigilantly. Only to be followed by a dumbfounded voice by the next second. His reaction was only natural after seeing that he and his entire division had also been trapped inside the black mist before they knew it. Coming out from within the black mist was a giant creature whose size comparable to a mountain. They came out as if surrounding Furkers and his evil cavalry division. What in the hell are they? He screamed that question with his parched throat. And as if to answer his question, they raised a roar that seemingly tore the sky, blasting the black mist along with a shock wave. Furkers and his evil cavalry division was looking at the creatures that surrounding them. Hi! A voice that should never came out from the mouth of evil army member. A scream broke out from one of their member. Currently, all members of the evil cavalry division felt fear. Goosebumps. An existence that could evoke fear just by seeing them wasn't supposed to exist in this world. One alone was enough to evoke such fear, and yet there were over 100 of them who appeared before Furkers and the evil cavalry division. Furkers' teeth clattered non-stop. The current situation reminds him of the despair he felt when he had an audience with the 6 admirals of the evil army. I must be dreaming. He almost couldn't believe his eyes upon seeing a more than 100 existence whose strength surpassed Vice Admiral Os. Maybe not even Os himself would believe the absurd things that happened right before him. A man with dragon head, clad in yellow clothes, standing on the shoulder of Black Dragon jumped to the ground and stabbed the ground with his azure dragon scimitar. Our supreme ruler gave us the order to kill every last one of you. How are you going to resist, I wonder? Asked the giant dragon on the rear. Feel free to offer a futile resistance. But don't ever think that you can escape. The giant dragons roared at the same time. The entire evil cavalry division and their evil dragon was cowered in fear. Good boy. Knowing that resistance is futile is already good enough. But this is war. That's why you have to give me all you got, right? Yes. 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 The other dragon raised even more feverish roar. Thereby we make our vow to our king here. We shall overrun every single one of you till nothing is left with overwhelming power. The man with dragon head brandished his azure dragon scimitar. Then, he swung it casually to the side. That simple move alone bisected 1/3 of the evil cavalry division who flying in the sky, causing chain explosion right after that. Such thing. It was clear for everyone just how much power unleashed just now. 1/3 of the evil cavalry division who boasted of their highest mobility within the evil army was wiped out without being able to resist at all. And by single attack from the unknown enemy nonetheless. At this point, Furkers realized that they stood no chance at all from the very beginning. Nor could they escape. They couldn't even scream due to the overwhelming fear they felt right now. That moment, the man with dragon head pointed the tip of his azure dragon scimitar at Furkers and co. Trample them underfoot. The moment he gave such order, the giant dragons had finally rushed toward the evil cavalry division who had lost their fighting spirit. Chapter 119, Divine Dragon Army vs Evil Cavalry Division 2. The red sphere of light that appeared above the giant dragon increased in number and then fired at the vital part of the evil dragons and the soldiers of the evil cavalry division with pinpoint accuracy. When the giant blue dragon flapped its wings, the evil cavalry and the evil dragon who tried to escape were frozen on the spot, and their frozen bodies were cut to pieces by the ensuing tornado. When the giant green dragon raised a howl, the evil cavalry and the evil dragon were torn to pieces and fell to the ground. The scenery that unfolded right now was overrun by overwhelming force. What a huge disappointment. When the man with dragon head spat such remark, this ain't even enough for Master Ladon. A youth clad in a blue robe with a blue dragon pattern appeared behind the man, Ladon, as he stated his honest impression. The heck, Azure Dragon. Aren't you geese supposed to be in charge of the evil soldier? It has been taken care of by the Bull Demon King and the Foul Feeder. Since I'm left with nothing to do, I come to join the fun. Alas, I guess it's unnecessary. When Azure Dragon replied with a hint of regret in his voice, well, it's first come first serve after all. It's the same in the other battlefield. Ladon replied with a satisfied nod while looking at how the dragon gods one-sidedly slaughtered the evil cavalry division. Damn right. I'm too late, said Azure Dragon with crestfallen face. Well, though you're from different faction, you're still a dragon god. How about joining our faction? Nope, thanks for the offer. The others will resent me if I suddenly appear here and steal the achievement. I'll go looking elsewhere, said Azure Dragon as his body floated in the air and then turned into a long, blue light as he headed to the other battlefield. Good grief, the fight that the other party can't even offer a satisfying fight is a bit of miscalculation on our part, but that's no big deal. For us, the result of this war between the evil army and our lord had already been decided. All that left is that Supreme Commander. Just when he was about to finish his sentence, Ladon-sama, we're almost done here. What shall we do next? A Chibidora, little dragon, who came flying asked as they landed on Ladon's shoulder. We're going to cause dispute between factions if we're trying to hunt more. Just stand by for a while after we annihilated the cavalry, said Ladon as he turned round while tapping the backside of the Azure Dragon scimitar on his shoulder. Where are you going to, Ladon-sama? To report victory to our lord. After saying so, Ladon's figure vanished from the gouged ground. Thus, the evil cavalry division was also annihilated. Evil cavalry division annihilated. Chapter 120, Annihilation of Evil Artillery Division. The defense division and the artillery division were the cornerstones of the evil army, invalidating the enemy's long-distance attack with defense, and killing the other party with long-distance attack. This method was the Shurakill method of Shurakill, which brought back many victories for the evil army. And that should be the same this time too. On the other side were flocks of beautiful silver-furred foxes. Fire at once, an order resounded in a loud voice. arrows that loaded with mystical power and various bright-colored magic such as red, yellow, blue, green, black, white, gold, silver, and platinum were unleashed at once toward the flock of the silver fox. A beautiful, silver-haired woman with 9 tails stood in the forefront of those silver foxes, deployed a huge, transparent, dome-shaped membrane that sucked in all of the fired attack and then returned it back as if rewinding the time toward the evil artillery division right in the next moment. The commander of the evil artillery division could only raise a dumbfounded voice as the evil artillery got hit by their own attack. One attack? Yes, just by their strongest attack. Most of them died, or heavily injured by their own attack. Impossible. All of them are reflected back. The evil artillery weren't idiots. All of them were veterans who reflected on the attack from the heavenly army. They wouldn't make such a layman's mistake. All of their attacks were woven with anti-reflection so that even if their opponent used reflect, it would be invalidated. Not to mention that destroying an entire division in single strike was an impossible feat. Thus, he knew that the other party had augmented the nature of the attack before she reflected it. But the one thing he couldn't understand was, what in the world is the defense division doing? They should have erected the defensive barrier to protect the evil cavalry from all attack. Naturally, it should have invaded the reflected attack, and yet, the expected effect didn't happen. Thus, he inferred that the defense division was the one at fault. About that, they're erecting the barrier as fast as possible. The barrier itself might have already been functioning properly. The situation is only getting more incomprehensible because making the barrier vanish was absolutely impossible. Nullifying the barrier erected by the defense specialist from the defense division wasn't a simple matter. It's futile. The existence of the barrier itself has already been disassembled into small pieces from this world. You won't be able to erect that barrier again, said a man with an intimidating look on his face and a horn growing from his head, who led a group of people whose entire body was covered in bandages, wearing armor and a horned helmet. Why you are, spare me from the introduction. I won't introduce myself to Dead Man. Dead Man? The moment he pondered what that meant, his line of sight cracked, and then, the commander of the evil artillery division melted into some sort of liquid. No one left alive. The rest of you can do as you like. As per our agreement, let Kai take care of those barrier bastards, shouted the man with an intimidating look and a pair of horns growing from his forehead, which were then followed by his subordinates' loud war cries. Evil Artillery Division. Annihilated. Chapter 121, Annihilation of Evil Defense Division. This what the infamous evil army amount to? Much weaker than my expectation. Beast-eared woman with 9 tails pointed her right hand to the defense division, who fell into chaos. She heaved a sigh. Fire. Various magic of fire, earth, wind, water, ice, thunder, light, and darkness attribute was fired by the silver-furred foxes at high speeds toward the soldier of the defense division. As soon as the silver-haired woman gave her order, in mere 10 seconds, 90% of the defense division's soldiers turned into corpses as their tetrahedron barrier broke under the barrage of the spell. A pale-skinned, lanky man clad in military uniform who stood in the middle of the formation, the commander of the defense division, was looking at the 9-tailed woman with murderous glare. You're quite tenacious. A huge magic circle deployed with the commander of defense division in its center. It took form of black scythe, and when the scythe rose up, boring trick, when the silver-haired woman pointed her index finger at the survivor of the defense division, they felt as if a mountain was pressed on them. Few seconds later, Gug Jahi Chej, the elite of defense division who formed a barrier within the barrier at their commander's side, got squashed to death. Newer, to the commander who resisted till the end, albeit drenched in cold sweat, you say that you want to commit evil in this world that is loved by my hubby, right? Then try it. I dare you. The silver-haired woman raised her middle finger as she spoke, without even bothering to hide her hostility. Along with fresh, popping sound, the elites of the defense division turned into mincemeat one by one until only the commander was left, and then, cracks formed on his barrier. The end. When the silver-haired woman raised her ring finger, the body of defense division commander popped up. Humphrey, lowlife who dare to provoke hubby with their measly power should know their place. The silver-haired woman then turned around and vanished along with the foxes. Defense Division. Annihilated. Chapter 122, Monstrous Old Man. The evil army special force was split into several units and wandered inside the white mist. They received an order from Most to behead the god with the lion head, who was presumably the leader of the enemy. Could it be that this mist is some sort of our enemy's ability? When the beardy commander of Special Force asked the vice commander by his side. That's the only possibility. They're disturbing our field of vision using some sort of skill. Do they really think that they can stop us, the elite of evil army, with this? What an audacity! The vice commander replied with sneer. Ha! Splendidly said. Our enemy is also desperate. Well, I guess we can have some fun with them if we manage to catch one, right? When the commander spoke, smacking his lips with extremely malicious grin on his face, there's something ahead. One of the members scouting ahead relayed to all members via telepathy. Waiting ahead of them was a tall and slender white-haired old man with a nice beard. He stood there in silence, holding a tattered long sword in his hand. The other party was clearly full of openings. Or so it was supposed to be, and yet the commander felt some sort of wickedness from the old man. Maybe because of what he felt, the commander raised his right hand, ordering his subordinate to surround the old man. All 6 members of the unit unsheathed their weapon when the old man entered their killing range. You? This feeling, you? No way. I'm a human. A human? You? Yes, I am a human. Surely. His features were that of a human. But the overwhelming pressure he felt akin to standing in front of a ferocious beast made him doubt the identity of the old man before them. That ain't a human. Is he a poor lamb who strayed into this battlefield? The moment his subordinate heard that their opponent was a mere, weak human, they instantly relaxed. The reason being, the elite of the evil army could kill a mere human without even lifting their finger. There was nothing wrong with his subordinate attitude. It was their common sense. Don't let your guard down. This guy is anti-human. The other members were only looking at each other dumbfoundedly upon hearing their vice commander's stern reminder. That reminder was not without a reason. Their vice commander's face was already as stiff as rock. Beads of sweat came out from all the pores on his body. I see, you're the most troublesome one, huh? The moment that old man said those words, a chill ran down vice commander's spine. Gug. Then a tip of tattered sword pierced through the vice commander's eyebrows right from behind. Everyone retreat. The moment the commander gave such an order, all members readied their weapons again and retreated at once from. None of them dared to let their guard down like before. Half of the sword's blade of the white-haired old man had vanished. The vanished end was replaced with something like white mist. The old man then pulled out his tattered long sword from the mist and shook off the blood that stained the blade to the side. The very same moment, the vice commander's body fell to the ground. Who the hell are you? The vice commander was a lieutenant. In short, a commissioned officer. Commissioned officer of the evil army was the cream of the crop within the evil army. Moreover, being member of Special Force means that he was an elite of the elite and combat specialist, his strength rivaling that of a major, and yet, he got taken down instantly without any resistance. Thus the commander refused to believe that the one before him was a human. Right. Almost forgot about my greeting. I'm the first kin of Drakavak Sama from Wicked of Myriad Realms. One of the priests who follow the supreme ruler, Lukadjijador. Though you're going to die, it's a pleasure to meet you guys from the evil army, said Lucas as he placed his right hand on his chest and bowed respectfully as he introduced himself. Drakavak. Did he just say Drakavak, the name of the most feared, former vice admiral of the evil army? The most terrifying evil god who is just one step short of becoming an admiral. Wasn't he supposed to disappear from the evil army a really long time ago? Since you're the kin of Vice Admiral Drakavak, you should be the same as us. Why are you attacking us? In fact, the remark of this commander had become a trigger. Did you just say that we are the same as evil army? The old man's composed face turned into the divine-raged evil spirit as if his composure from before was a mere illusion. Hi, Monster. The evil army special force was composed of combat specialists, meaning that every single one of them were stalwart who was confident of their combat prowess. And yet, that very same group was actually got scared shitless by the self-proclaimed human before them. That's blasphemy to our God. Unforgivable. 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 Lucas then casually swung his sword to the side. Properly speaking, his foes should be still outside of his range, and yet, the top half of the head of the troops was sliding down and fell on the ground. Their bodies also crumbled down a moment later. In the blink of eyes, everyone but the commander of the unit had already died. Wait. This must be a misunderstanding. We're not your enemy. The commander was desperate. At this very moment, the only thing he cared about was getting away from the monster before him. Alas! You are the enemy. The very existence of the evil army itself has greatly displeased our God. Despite his angry roar, the old man unsheathed a knife with his left hand and walked toward the commander with languished gait. Hi! The commander was trying to escape from the existence that akin to the symbol of nightmare, but he felt seething pain on the tip of his right leg. Upon looking down, he saw that a knife had already lodged into his feet. Incomprehensible. The kin of Vice Admiral Drukravag attacked us for no reason, not to mention that the said kin was a self-proclaimed human on top of that. And why did he become so enraged when I say that we're from the same side? But the commander understood one thing. It was a fact that the monster before him was an extremely heartless existence. Get away from me, you monster! The moment he mustered his strength to say those words, the white-haired old man already stood before him. And then, the consciousness of the commander descended into the darkness as he felt unmeasurable fear and despair. Chapter 123, Live stream in front of the plaza, the central plaza of the monster city, Kitnaya. Everyone in the plaza was looking at the impossible spectacle with agape mouths and an extremely dumbfounded look on their face. Well, it was Kai-sama after all. I was prepared to not get surprised even if I saw an even more amazing spectacle, but yeah, that was impossible after all. The spectacle of the battlefield reflected in every single display couldn't even be called a battle anymore. It is just the spectacle of those with overwhelming power trampling over the powerless enemy, sparing none of them. That is just how much the evil army who drove us into the corner was getting cruelly trampled over by Kai-sama's subordinate. What the hell is that? Muttered Raimiel as she clenched her right fist in front of her chest. This is just natural result. Hearing Asta-san replying so while making a big yawn with bored face. Natural result? Their enemy is that evil army, you know? Raimiel couldn't hold back her voice. In my opinion, they doesn't seem to be that strong, but are they really as strong as you say? Maybe because of the gruesome spectacle she saw in each battlefield. My pale-faced big sister couldn't help but ask Raimiel. Raimiel looks like as if she couldn't believe what she heard upon hearing that question, but of course they are. Thatsu, I don't remember ever giving you the privilege to talk about that topic more than this. You understand what I mean, right? Asta-san had already moved right behind Raimiel before the latter spoke any further and grabbed her shoulders from behind, whispering those words with a scary smile. Though Asta-san spoke with a gentle voice, Raimiel could only nod her head repeatedly. There's nothing wrong with your common sense. But it's also a fact that the evil army is nothing more than a mob in front of those perverts. For some reason, I felt that every single word that came out of Asta-san's mouth was truly persuasive. Rather, that was already proven by this war. Asta-sama, is Lucas-san really that powerful? Asked Tettle while wiping the sweat on his forehead. Tettle was right. For me, it looked like Lucas-san gained extremely strong power. Even Tettle, who had already become powerful, was left in awe upon witnessing how overwhelming the combat prowess of Lucas Chichidor was. He, Zack, and Obra are no longer pure human beings. Lucas himself has become the kin of Drukravag, and that's the proof. Now I finally understand what Shifu means by a trivial threat that is not even worth being called a battle. When Tettle muttered so, "Oi, Zack-san and Kai has made their move." When I raised my face upon hearing Sumi's voice, a man with wild appearance appeared before a small squad clad in navy uniform. Chapter 124, Participation of Goddess Union. What the heck is this speed? Several streaks of light zagged in the air, going back and forth, either beheading the members of the evil army or creating a wind hole in their bodies. Damn it. That was the last word of the survivor of the evil army squad. His head had already been screwed to an impossible, and his body fell to the ground as it was. Only then did Zack's figure appear, trying his best to adjust his breath. "Man, this ability is really tough," and muttered while wiping the sweat on his forehead. The power to increase dexterity, physical strength, stamina, and magical power as much as possible for 30 seconds under certain circumstances. That's a fearsome power. The monkey god Goku appeared out of nowhere and offered his admiration to Zack. "You jest. This power is still an untamed wild horse. I'm still far from being able to master it." "That's exactly the reason. It's largely thanks to your lack of common sense." Deimos aside, the change of you, Obra, and Lucas is what surprised me the most. "Is that so? What did they do now?" "Those two are rampaging on the other side of this battlefield too. The Goddess Union will be frustrated this time." And then, behind Goku, laughing a strange laugh, "The time is coming. It's our turn." One of the leaders of the Goddess Union, the one that Goku mentioned a moment ago, Nemesis, had made her appearance. "Sorry for this trouble, Big Sis Nemesis. It's no big deal. The competition this time is decided after the report by Nemiyu and the other two leaders of the faction. We're not frustrated at all." "Aren't you already sulking right now?" said Goku as he pointed out at Nemesis' sulking face. "Yes, our dissatisfaction this time is purely because you guys, the 12 Zodiacs, participated in this war. You better give us a proper explanation later, okay? Especially the female lion and female bunny who created a rain of blood. We can negotiate about the price." "Okay, I'll them that you're so pissed off." Seeing Goku said that while quickly riding on his cloud and flying into the sky as if escaping from her, Nemesis could only heave a deep sigh. "Now then, everyone, it's time." Thus, goddesses which rivals an entire army appeared around Nemesis. "In the name of I, Nemesis, and I, Athena, we order." Both paused as they took a breath and, "We'll kill them all." It was a spectacle in which a group of beauties roared like some sort of thugs. The moment that roar resounded, one of the most powerful combat factions in the picture book, the Goddess Union, finally unleashed its fury on the battlefield. Chapter 125, Annihilation of Evil Army Special Force. Still no contact from our vanguard party, despite the irritated shout of Major General Jarma, the commander of the Special Force. "No, there's still no contact since a while ago," his aide replied with a rather impatient voice too. They couldn't see the situation around them thanks to the mist around them. The Evil Army Special Force was a division composed of the elite in the Evil Army. They weren't the kind who would be in a daze in the middle of their duty. Meaning that there was only one possibility left. "There's definitely something wrong here. Let's withdraw from this place immediately." Jiraiya gave such order to his aide, but his aide didn't reply. The former didn't even twitch. "Oi, are you hear me?" When he pushed his aide's right shoulder, his aide turned around almost without any resistance. Both of his aide's eyes were moving restlessly, clattering his teeth, as he laughed. "Huh?" He jumped away from his aide, grabbed his spear that leaned on the wall and was ready for any attack. At this point, every single part of his aide's skin was already moving like boiling water. And then, he transformed into bear plushie right in the next moment. That eerie fake bear plushie was. Salute to Athena-sama. Standing at attention, saluting with his right hand as he spoke. "Enemy attack." "All ready for combat." Jiraiya hurriedly ordered his subordinate, but even his most elite subordinate, his aide, had already been turned into plushie, and saluted to a girl who appeared from the forest. The girl had peculiar blue hair which tied into bun on both sides of her head. Seeing that girl, Jiraiya could only standing dumbfoundedly on where he stood. "Kill him," said the blue-haired girl, Athena, as she made slitting gesture across her throat. "Yes." The plushie bowed respectfully, and leapt at once to Jiraiya. "Don't look down on me. I'm a major general of the evil army." Without hesitation, he unleashed thrust with his scorching spear right at the head of the charging plushie. The plushie bent his body to dodge the spear stab, and stepped into his range. The plushie, who had already arrived before Jiraiya, then unleashed the merciless elbow strike. Jiraiya tried to jump to the side to dodge the attack, but the plushie then spun around a few times in midair, and nailed in a roundhouse kick right into Jiraiya's abdomen. The impact of the attack sent Jiraiya flying while crashing against numerous trees. Giga. Jiraiya, the major general of the evil army, was on the verge of dying due to a single attack from a plushie, and he was still in that kind of condition despite his physical attack resistance. It was an extremely powerful skill that was infinitely close to being physically impossible, not to mention that his defense was raised even further with items that counter magical power. In short, there was almost no attack that could hurt the current Jiraiya. It was to the extent that maybe no one below 6 Admiral class could hurt him. And today, his pride was stomped by mere plushie. He stood up and observed, "You are," raising a groan seeing a few hundred more plushies coming at him. They were walking slowly instead of rushing at him. "You are." Jiraiya's loud scream gradually turned into an ears-piercing scream. Evil Army Special Force. Annihilated. Chapter 126, Gathering of Skylover. The commander of the Air Force Division, Major General Scarrets, was currently looking at the rampaging monster on the ground. Like hell we can win against those monsters, and screaming inside. Heavenly Army, these guys weren't that simple. Every single one of these guys could easily defeat Vice Admiral Los in the first place. If the Heavenly Army had such a powerful army, the fight between good and evil wouldn't even exist. The spectacle he witnessed was exactly the abyss of despair in this world. Maybe the only one who could fight properly against them were the 2 admirals from the world boundary and their direct subordinate. Scarrets and co. would surely get exterminated if they did nothing at all. How did we fall into such predicament? He asked that question to himself, alas, even though he had no idea how to answer that question. By the time he happily jumped into the bandwagon upon hearing that he could toy around with the insect in this world as he pleases, his doom had already been decided. Never did he think at that time, even in his wildest imagination, that he would see hell instead. Why can 3 admirals be summoned at the same time? He then realized an overly suspicious matter. Each of the 6 admirals was a little lump of power. The top powerhouse in this world. Theoretically speaking, it should take a lot of energy to summon the 6th Admiral and evil army of this caliber. In short, it was an almost impossible feat. Seeing that all of us are being overrun by those monsters on the ground, does that mean someone has been plotting against us? Could it be? The moment he reached the worst conclusion, he felt as if there were countless bugs wriggling inside every single part of his body. And even if he was just overly worried about it, it didn't change the fact that their opponent had enough power to summon the 6 admirals into this world. Problem being, the reason for the same. Logically speaking, there should be no benefit gained in fighting against 3 of 6 admirals, meaning that they wouldn't summon the 3 unless they knew that they could absolutely win against them. But saving the world didn't seem like a good enough reason to go as far as that. What if it wasn't even an important reason to begin with? No way, such thing is. He shook his head to drive away the impossible possibility that he came to for a moment. Like hell anyone summoned the 6th Admiral just to have fun. Yeah, that's impossible. The 6 admirals were akin to absolute power, the symbol of power that rivals the 6 heavenly gods. Who would summon them to this world just to have fun with them? That's equal to having the worst death wish. No sane person would even consider that option. If that was the case, what was the real reason? The current priority is to get over this predicament caused by these insane monsters. Should I report about this matter to His Excellency Azura? Not that an option either. Reason being the spectacle he witnessed right now was too surreal. He almost couldn't believe that Admiral-class personnel were actually baited into a trap. Telling the truth to his superior was equal to execution. Not that I can escape either. Scarrets was completely out of ideas. The enemy had a might that rival his admiral. There was no good end waiting if he got involved in the fight between 2 genuine monsters. In the first place, Scarrets's forte was his resourcefulness. That was the reason why he could gain numerous military exploits and reach his current status. His power didn't even reach colonel class. The battle had already turned into a slaughterhouse which rendered any kind of plan useless. Even if he led his subordinate to charge forward, what awaited him was certain death. The only thing he could do right now was to hide himself and bide his time till the battle ended. If his side came as victor, He might be able to get away by using pretexts such as he was sealed by his opponent's ability and only just released. Otherwise, only certain death awaits for him if he stays in this place. I'll go back to report the current situation to His Excellency Admiral. You lots go down and regroup with Vice Admiral Los. After he gave his order, he glided in the air as fast as he could, trying to get away as far as possible from the front line without even waiting for his aide's reply. If things go according to his prediction, he could get away from this hell by using Vice Admiral Los as bait for the enemy. Alas, that prediction was smashed to pieces by the red shadow that enwrapped him. Deserter who abandoning his subordinate, is it? The evil army is as unpleasant as ever. The owner of the voice who spat such a remark was a red-haired youth with a pair of crimson wings on his back. The youth was crossing his arms on his chest, glaring at Scarrets as if the latter was nothing more than a lowly bug. Why you are? If it was the normal Scarrets, such rude remark would made him mad and torture the other party till they wished they were death. But the only thing in his mind right now was how to escape from this hell. I am the immortal bird Phoenix, the chairman of the Gathering of Sky Lover. By the order of our supreme ruler, we sentence all of you to death. That's all. The red-haired youth raised his arms, conjuring a few burning spears above the Scarrets. All of their tips were pointed at the Scarrets. It was obvious at glance that the fire spear had already covered the sky. Every single one of those spears was enough to burn them to nothing. A helpless scream resounded in the sky. And just when the fire spear was about to be fired, suddenly, a blonde-haired man with a tattoo of crow and sun on his right cheek, Oberon, appeared right before Scarrets, grabbing on Scarrets's face with his right hand. "Bye," said Oberon with a freezing cold voice as he sent a bone-chilling gaze to Scarrets, who almost became a deranged person as they felt their insides boiling up. Gaga. Anguishing pain then came out from their mouth. Their vision slowly turned bright red as their skin started to set a boil. "Are you a blowfish?" By the time they realized that their body had swelled up, a strange-shaped sword in Oberon's left hand pierced into Scarrets's neck. Then, his body burst forth like a balloon while scattering a fire spark from inside. Chapter 127, Makeshift Immortal Bird, Annihilation of Evil Army Air Force Division. Phoenix stared at Oberon with a dissatisfied face. "Oberon, that was my prey, you know," and complained to Oberon. "Chairman, the promoter for this battle is the king who we believe in. Your report about our military exploits to the king is directly related to our position as retainer. First come first serve should be the common rules shared among us." Phoenix about to say something to Oberon, who spoke at the former without reservation, but Phoenix-sama, I took the first point. A huge owl-headed monster appeared from above while folding his arms, which then followed by other otherworldly being with wings or feather around Phoenix. They were the top brass of the strongest Air Force faction in the Subjugation picture book, Gathering of Sky Lover. The only one who could rival their Air Force in the Subjugation picture book was Beelzebub. "Yeah, the one who is stealing March is none other than you, Chairman," said the beauty with black wings while combing her long black hair. "Good grief. Geez." Chairman's method of throwing responsibility is the same as ever. When the monster with long beak said those words with a hint of sarcasm in his voice, the other top brass started to state their complaints too. "Why you guys?" Seeing Phoenix gritting his teeth with an astonished face, the top brass with highest authority in the faction, the owl-headed one, stepped forward. "Phoenix-sama, the remaining one in the sky are our prey. We will give you the honor to finish off their commander. How does that sound?" And offered such proposal. Phoenix could only looking at his detestable subordinate as their pressure overwhelmed him. Ergo, he finally let go of his anger and heaved a sigh. "Fine. It's surely is my fault for not set a rule within our faction when we're participating in this battle," and admitted his mistake. No way. Did the chairman just reflect on his own fault? Isn't this like the first time he did something like this? Yeah, except for when he lost against Supreme Ruler Sama. Our petty chairman has never been the type that admitting his own mistake. "It's gonna stormy tonight." Phoenix's eyebrows twitched upon hearing the member of his faction started go-zipping around him as he opened his mouth. As Phoenix, the chairman of the Gathering of Sky Lover, I declared that from here on every military exploit belonged to the one who finish off the enemy. And declared so while raising his right hand. Looking up with whole-faced smile on his face, "No way, Phoenix-sama!" Exclamation mark. The owl-headed top brass, in short the No-2 of Gathering of Sky Lover face paled, and just when he was trying to stop his chairman, Phoenix had already raised his right hand. Suddenly, numerous fire spears rained down on the member of the Evil Army. Air Force Division was in the middle of a confused state due to the sudden disappearance of their commander. Geez, it really is turned into something like this, the black-winged beauty cursed under her breath. Damn it. That attack will annihilate all of them, shouted the monster with a long beak while plucking the feather on his head. Ha 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 ha. Behold, those lowlifes are scurrying about like fleas. Phoenix raised his hands, laughing loudly while looking at the member of Evil Army Air Force Division who baked alive after they got skewered by the fire spear. Unforgivable, and failed to notice that the owl-headed monster was looking down while muttering that word. The immortal bird Phoenix annihilated that Evil Army Air Force Division by myself. Meaning that I, Phoenix, will be the only one who is praised by Sue, Buggy, who then nailed a straight fist on Phoenix's cheek in the middle of his victory declaration. "What do you do?" said Phoenix angrily. Blue veins were visibly throbbing on his temples, only to be taken aback upon seeing his owl-headed subordinate glaring at him as a crimson-red aura rose from the other party's body. Camu. When Phoenix called the name of his subordinate with a timid voice, "I'm participating in this war," all fired up to be able to answer Supreme Ruler Sama's expectations, and yet, this Ashul has robbed me of that opportunity. The owl-headed monster, Camu's body swelled up several sizes bigger than the original, and then he started beating the ground as if to vent his frustration. A crack ran straight from the place he punched to Phoenix before it exploded and sent the latter flying grandly. Camu, old man got mad, huh? Shall we tell those guys from Bushin and Goddess Union about this? Forget it. It's too late. Not even those two factions can handle his current pent-up rage, said the beauty with black wings, shrugging her shoulders. That gonna turn into minced meat, muttered Obra on his lonesome as he wiped the bead-like sweat on his forehead upon witnessing the sheer destruction caused by Camu's rampage. Well, right, that thing is one of two tops of our faction after all, the monster with a long beak retorted to Obra's remark while twirling the stick with his right hand. Can't be helped then. I guess we've to be prepared to swallow our pride and bow to the other faction if that ends up implicating the other faction. When the beauty with black wings said so with a downcast gaze, "We screwed up, huh?" said the monster with a long beak as he heaved a deep sigh and plopped on the ground. The other top brass of Gathering of Sky Lovers were also plopped down on the ground while cursing the same name. As for Obra, who got left behind, our king, our great king sees through everything. He stated a prayer-like remark beneath his breath. Evil Army Air Force Division. Annihilated. Chapter 128, Reaper for Os. 1 hour after the black mist surrounded Os, right before the clash between the Evil Army and the Locust Army, Oates' headquarters was surrounded by the black mist. The black mist that surrounds the commanding headquarters seems to be able to warp the space itself. Trying to break out would end up sending the person back to the original location. In this way, Oates and co were completely isolated in that place. The mist hasn't cleared up yet. They might be trying to use hexing that raises everyone's strength, and yet they're completely off mark. In seeing the leader of the hexing squad faltering as he tries to solve the hexing, I don't want to hear another excuse. Just destroy this damned hexing. Oates scolded loudly and, why yes, that made the squad leaders resume their operation in a hurry. Tens of minutes later, when none of the squad managed to crack the hexing, fuck, how dare they to do this to me? Oates had finally snapped. The black mist that sabotaged the Evil Army's chain of command was undoubtedly from their opponent. If it was a normal army, the most it could do was disturb the chain of command. But This army was composed of the elite hand-picked bios. Their chain of command itself was already on a whole other level. Even if the chain of command was disturbed, each commander of the division was a veteran who could adjust to all kinds of situations, ensuring the final victory for the evil army. The problem was Ose had no idea who among the bugs of this lower world that cast this hexing. If Azura-sama heard about this blunder, he would dispose me for sure. Ose led his miraculous army under the command of Admiral Azura. Ose's shameful performance was equal to smearing mud on Azura's face. It was something that Azura could never forgive. In 8 of 10 cases, Ose would be executed once they managed to survive the predicament. What should I do? What should I do to get out of this predicament? When Ose was doing his best to need a plan to protect himself. The hexing around us has been neutralized. Hearing the words from the hexing squad which are akin to flash of light in the total darkness, good job. Ose raised a cheer, feeling that he narrowly escaped death. Alas, he failed to see the strange nuance on the hexing squad's face. Even if he noticed, it was already way too late, because an extremely despaired reality had been waiting for Ose. Because when the black mist had cleared up, the worst reaper had already been waiting in front of Ose while tapping the back of his one-handed longsword on his shoulder. Chapter 129, Absolutely Impossible Reality. Currently, Ose couldn't feel any kind of pressure from the black-haired youth who stood before the former, with an eerie smile on the latter's face. He instantly dismissed the other party as mere small fry. Or so it was supposed to be. Alas, Ose's honed wild intuition screamed. It told him to get as far away as possible from the youth before him. "Is that the assassin from the Heavenly Army?" asked one of Ose's aide with deep frown on his face. "You must be joking. How can such a weak-looking guy be one of their assassins?" "Yeah, no matter how I look at him, he's just smallest fry of small fry. Maybe he's an unlucky native of this land who got stranded in the battlefield." "Yeah, my aide was right. No matter how I look at him, he is just a weak smallest fry of small fry. Not even worth my attention. My current priority is to find a way to overcome this failure. Kill that bug who dares to block Ose-sama's path." When Ose's aide gave such order, the bodyguard of Ose who stood silently behind, a wicked god with sewed eyes and exposed gum, bowed once to Ose and, "Ose-sama, do you mind if I turn that into mincemeat for my pet's snack?" asked such question. Exclamation mark. Suddenly, he shuddered as he felt a chill running down into his spine which made him to look around. Alas, he saw no one but the black-haired youth. "Did I felt scared of this lowly worm?" He felt super embarrassed by such thought. "I don't mind, do as you like," and received the order to dispose the black-haired youth as he see it fit. "Thank you very much." The wicked god with exposed gum treaded slowly toward the black-haired youth, cracking his fingers, showing a sinister smile as if he couldn't wait to see the despaired expression of the black-haired youth. "Worm who crawl on the ground. You should feel honored for becoming the feed of my pet," declared the wicked god with wicked smile on his face. "So, ears, nose, fingers, from now on, I'll dismantle your body one by one. You may scream as you like since your despaired scream is the greatest pleasure for us," said the wicked god while pointing his finger at each body part of the youth. "Is that so?" The black-haired youth on the other hand didn't seem to be that interested. Every single one of his gesture gave the impression that he wasn't a lower creature. Not even anger could be felt from him toward Ose and Co. Do you not fear us?" asked the wicked god as his sewed eyes glared at the black-haired youth. "Unfortunately, not," replied the black-haired youth while shrugging his shoulder. "So you're not afraid of God, us, huh? This is why I can't stand lower creatures. Weak yet so insensitive. Truly beyond saving," said the wicked god with indignant voice as he clapped his hands. "Those words, all of it, I can say that it's applied to you," said the black-haired youth to the wicked god while looking at the latter as if he was the most pitiful creature. Thick blue veins appeared on the wicked god's head upon hearing such. Black-haired youth who were completely looking down at him. "Previously, I want to turn you into feeder for my pet, but I change my mind. I won't let you die. I'll keep you alive with all kind of means and torture you forever. And not just you, everyone you're trying to protect shall suffer with you," he shouted with loud voice that was akin to shock wave. That moment, Hoey, the space the wicked god warped, which then followed by the appearance of a giant black hand from within, which then proceeded to pinch the wicked god on his head and raise him to the air. How dare you to treat our supreme ruler as mere lives to you even dare to act so impertinent in front of him, huh? You think this sin will be forgiven just by saying sorry, huh? The monster, whose body clad in dense black mist scanned his surrounding as he raised a roar to the sky, which created shockwave that blown away the other veteran bodyguard of Os, and after sending sidelong glance at Os and his aide, who managed to withstand the blast. Unforgivable, unforgivable, unforgivably. Few more beings came out and surrounded the wicked god with exposed gum while raising angrily bellow. When the wicked god with exposed gum, who became the target for angry glare of those being, Os couldn't help but let out a flabbergasted voice. The reason being, he knew that every being who appeared in this place was used to be an extremely famous evil god or wicked god in the evil army. I am possible. You are. That was the last words of the wicked god with exposed gum. Because right in the next moment, a huge white maw appeared from the ground and swallowed the wicked god whole, from the right hand of the monster clad in black mist. Drikovac, how dare you to steal a march? When the monster clad in black mist roared angrily, a white lump appeared from the chasm on the ground before forming a humanoid figure and kneeling before the black-haired youth. Did he just say, Drikovac? Vice Admiral Drikovac, that was the name of the most terrifying evil god, who just one step short of becoming admiral of the evil army. Thus, Os couldn't help but wonder why the infamous vice admiral of the evil army, who had been missing for a long time, suddenly appeared in this place. Not to mention that he also, Supreme Ruler Sama, allow me to take care of the disposal of this lowlife who dare to show such disrespect to you. Spoke with such humble tone. Drikovac, you, don't screw with me. That trash is my prey. Dream on. The one who will make this trash suffer is me. Dense aura rose from the body of every single one of the wicked and evil gods on that side, forming whirlpools in the sky, and their aura literally blasted the area around them. As a result, the ground around them cracked, and turned into fine dust. Hi, Os's bodyguards who got blasted before ended up burning to ashes, or directly dissolved after they tried to escape in vain. Impossible. Os was puzzled. He wondered how could his bodyguard, who composed only of the most elite great warrior, died so easily like that? The impossible spectacle happened right before him, meaning that every single one of the gods on the other side, every one of them, were much more powerful than Os. Drikovac, are you related with that idiot from before? Reporting, I'm ashamed that I did related with him in the past. Though the black-haired youth looked interested upon hearing Drikovac's reply, fine. I'll leave his disposal to you. Thank you. It's my honor. The black-haired youth then looked at the other evil gods. Thank you and sorry since I've to leave the cleanup to you guys, and expressed his gratitude to them. That moment, the enraged expression on the evil god's face vanished at once. They kneeled immediately with an extremely delighted face. Finally, when the black mist that covered the monster in the front cleared up, Giram Kala, Os unintentionally shouted that evil god's name, because he knew that Giram Kala was the kin of Mara. He was said to be the evil god with the most potential in the evil army, and the reason why Os could secure his current position was simply because Giram Kala was banished into the most wicked dungeon. Giram Kala? Is he your acquaintance? Just trivial acquaintance, oh great one. The once former comrade of Os spoke curtly as if it really was trivial matter. Impossible. Giram Kala was extremely proud of that fact. He will never say that to anyone except Mara-sama, is what I want to say, but it's not just applied to Giram Kala. Everyone who kneeling before this youth is the evil of evil, wicked of wicked. They were not the kind who obey the others or currying favor with the others. They're lump of pride who believed that they're the strongest. Group aside, from the very beginning, they were not the type that obey others. That's why I heard the rumor that they were expelled for trying to assassinate the supreme commander of the evil army, and yet, that lump of pride was actually kneeling before the seemingly weak youth. This is impossible. Anyhow, my top priority is to escape from this place. Anyhow, The betrayal of Vice Admiral Drokovac and Giram Kala alone was enough reason for the Admiral to make their move. The situation was already beyond the level of what Os could handle. His current priority was to report his finding to the two admirals and plan countermeasure against them. The problem is how to get out of this place though. His opponent was Giram Kala and Vice Admiral Drokovac. A mere major admiral like him was no match for them. Even if he had to sacrifice the entire army, he had to get the support from Azura. Shall I use these people to stop them? When he cast a sidelong glance at his aide and bodyguard, Os saw that they're already trembling all over like newborn fawn, completely lost their fighting spirit. Seeing that, Os realized that his subordinates wouldn't even be able to buy the time for him. Thus, he only had one thing left. Os snapped his fingers. Googie, Jihahi. Right after that, the body of all his remaining bodyguards and aides suddenly ballooned and ruptured. The bright red threads that came out from within the ruptured body of his bodyguards and aides then covered the sky in dome-shaped pattern. That was Os's special restrictive barrier. He sacrificed his subordinates to make that barrier in order to buy him some time to escape. He leapt backward while confirming that the barrier had formed amidst the bloody rain and ran toward the palace where the two admirals had been waiting. In this way, Os had completely enraged the worst reaper. Chapter 130, Fatal Misunderstanding. Annihilation of Evil Army Expeditionary Main Force. Oates, who ran as fast as he could toward the palace, still had one doubt left in his mind. Just who in the hell is that black-haired youth? Vice Admiral Drokovac and Giram Kala should be the top powerhouses in this world. Like hell they're willing to obey someone weaker than them. Does that mean that youth is much stronger than them? No, that's just impossible. If such being existed, it means that he was at least a super-transcendent being comparable to the six admirals. Or maybe, he was a user of brainwashing arts. Yes, that should explain this unfathomable situation. Thus, Os thought that the situation wasn't as dangerous as he had expected, since despite being able to manipulate those evil gods, the person himself didn't dare to fight Os. In this regard, the sixth admiral could be said as an extremely outrageous existence. They possessed near-invalid level resistance to abnormal conditions. Moreover, the other six admirals of this expedition, Angra-sama, are said to have a foul ability to devour all kinds of arts, and it was always active on top of that. In short, that youth's ability will be neutralized by Angra. Thus, making him fight Angra and his direct subordinates would be the best choice. As for the other evil gods, Os was confident that he and Medusa, the other evil gods under direct control of Azura, could take care of them if they ambushed them. Just a bit more. The moment he heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing the monster-shaped building silhouette from afar. Thanks for guiding me to this place. He got blasted away the moment he heard the voice of the black-haired youth, and then, his vision was moved around at breakneck speed. Just when he realized that he was spinning high in the air, his body suddenly slapped on the ground right in the next moment. What the? When he tried to stand up, he felt someone trampling on his back, but he didn't give up and tried desperately to escape from there. Resistance is futile, you know, nor I'm kind enough to let the like of you to escape from this place. His shock couldn't be any greater as he tried to turn around upon hearing that voice. Alas, the black-haired youth had already looked down on him with a cold frigid gaze, as if Os in his eyes were just a trivial pebble of the side road. Who the hell are you? Os felt his throat was about to burst just by asking that question. The binding arts used by Os was supposed to be the strongest barrier, which was created by offering the souls of his bodyguards and aid. The strength of the barrier was so strong to the point that unless he was the owner of devouring arts like Angra, the other six admirals would need at least dozens minutes to break the barrier. That binding arts which you created by offering the soul of your subordinate. Well, I just sliced it up. Just sliced it up? Os could only repeat the youth's answer like a parrot, since his brain couldn't catch up with it. That was a barrier specialized in binding. There was no way such barrier can be destroyed that easily. Not even Admiral-class personnel can do such feat. If this youth is telling the truth, it's mean that he... Well, I got really displeased back then. That's why I slice it up till not even an atom of it is left in the world. Why you bluff? Os tried desperately to deny the youth's outrageous claim, because he wants to escape from reality, a reality that glared at him, telling him that he would die no matter what he did. I don't care. But, you just committed the greatest taboo as a warrior. That's why I won't show mercy anymore. The black-haired youth then scratched casually at Os's abdomen with his right feet, and kicked him. Os experienced a blow. His body literally flew straight as it broke every single tree that was blocking his way, and only stopped after his body was nailed into a huge cliff made of bare rock. He tried to crawl out from the crater that formed around him due to the collision, trying desperately to escape from the black-haired youth, the aberration that came to kill him. I misunderstood. He realized his biggest misunderstanding, and that turned out to be his most fatal mistake. Oates had only managed to shake the youth's feet that only trampled on him casually after exerting all of his strength. Or maybe, that kick was nothing more than a tap in that youth's opinion. Yes, it was only from a single light tap. In short, Oates had finally realized that the youth was someone who could leave a fatal wound on him, a vice admiral class personnel. From a simple tap, that single truth was enough to wake him up from his delusion. And just when he ignored his screaming body and barely managed to crawl out of the crater, the aberration in human skin, namely the black-haired youth, had already stood right before him. Os's current state was akin to herbivore who was about to be devoured by an extremely atrocious predator. Os's body stiffened with just a single cold, frigid gaze from the black-haired youth. His teeth had already been clattering non-stop. The youth then grabbed Os by his collar, and raised him up. "You're the commander, right? Then show me some guts," and threw him on the ground right after. "Fighting that? Don't screw with me," muttered Os in his heart to the youth whose power he couldn't gauge. At this point, he had finally understood the reason why those evil gods were obeying the black-haired youth before him. The base for that was their fear toward the youth's overwhelming power. Fighting against him was equal to challenging 6 admirals, or 6 heavenly gods. Or worse. Since that was the case, what's your goal? Why do you hindering us? Since he already knew that he couldn't win against the youth before him in a frontal battle, then Os's second most viable option was to create countermeasures against the youth after fully understanding the latter's nature. Reason for exterminating you lots, huh? Well, that's just the result. Reason is not important. What important is for you lots to die. As a result, he got to know that the reason was completely beyond his expectation. It's just like a tyrant seeing a group of bandits and decided to exterminate those bandits on whim. Yeah, you guys just happened to appear and bringing harm to the monsters who I've been scouting. Monster? Does that mean Os, the vice admiral of the evil army, is inferior to those creatures that are even more inferior than the human and demon race? Don't screw with me. The anger and humiliation that he felt upon knowing the reason raged inside Os's chest. But, now he knew that the youth had some sort of attachment to the inferior creature in this world. Then, that was the best chance for Os. Os snapped his fingers, summoned a wooden box, and took out a young birdfolk from inside. He grabbed the young birdfolk's arms with his left hand, and poured his curse from the head of the child with his right hand. The next moment, the color of the child's skin turned into purple immediately. No one but me can release this curse. If this curse is left as it is, it will melt the body of this child, and kill him. I want a guarantee for my safety, and only after I am safe will I tell you how to release the curse. Hearing that, the black-haired youth heaved a sigh. Is he telling the truth, Satori? And asked so while turning to his back. Suddenly, a green-haired little girl appeared behind the aberration, kneeling at him. Everything he say is lies. If that curse is left as it is, it will run amok and evaporate the entire region. In short, a bomb. Oates was again left startled upon hearing the two correctly guess the nature of his curse. Why or me? Not that you're piss poor, of course gonna work on me though. Well, I guess you really are unpleasant bastards by nature. By the time the black-haired aberration spoke those words, he already stood behind Os with the birdfolk child in his hands. But, he noticed that the left arm that held onto the birdfolk child had already rolled on the ground. Right after that, his right arm was also cut from its root. The pain akin to stake driven into his spine ran in Os's body. The black-haired aberration then kicked off Ose, who was writhing in pain on the ground right on the latter's solar plexus. Ose's breath stopped for a while due to the force behind that kick, and once he landed on the ground again, a long blade was thrusted into his cheeks, nailed Ose on the ground. "Shut up, you're noisy." Ose stopped screaming at once when the black-haired aberration glared at him. Instead, his cries were replaced with liquid that came out from his nose and eyes. The series of attacks just now wasn't even considered as an attack by the black-haired youth. Only now did Ose understand that, the fact that the black-haired aberration was an extremely dangerous monster that surpasses even the 6 admirals, meaning that the black-haired youth was at least as strong as the supreme commander of the evil army, the moment Ose made an enemy of the black-haired aberration before him, or maybe, the moment Ose and Co came to this world. Their fate had already been decided. Some of the monster and demon race whose life was being toyed around by you guys should have been melted while they're still alive too, and yet you guys were screaming like sissy when the same thing did to you guys. Shame on you. Terrifying. This guy's unfathomable and bottomless power is too terrifying. Shavm. The black-haired aberration looks even more disgusted upon seeing Ose's pleading for his life. "Why are you apologizing now?" "No. It seems you do this because you think I'll forgive you." The black-haired aberration then pulled his sword from Ose's cheek and raised it above his head in an upper stance. Terrifying. "I'm nothing more than a mere bug to be trampled upon." In his eyes, mercy. Amidst such scream, "Die while apologizing for those killed by you in the same way," said the black-haired monster as he swung his sword. The sword slashed at Ose. The slashing wound spread out, consuming both of Ose's body and soul. Thus, Ose's consciousness had vanished from this world, forever. Evil Army Expeditionary Main Force. Annihilated. Chapter 131, Total Extermination. After exterminating Ose's soul from this world with True Commandment Sword Art, 8th Form, Shiranui, Kai approached the bird-folk child who lay on the ground and summoned the healing slime from the subjugation picture book. "Heal this child." The moment he issued an instruction, the healing slime approached the child and wrapped the child's body with theirs. As if the time got rewinded, the purple-colored skin of the child quickly returned to normal. "Thank you for the hard work." After Kai was brushing the healing slime who proudly coiling around his feet. "Now get it, things going to become really dangerous from this point." He gave such order to the slime. The healing slime's body trembled for a while before they vanished. "Return the curse inside into nothing." "That's no longer the realm of heal." Kai just shrugged his shoulders upon hearing Astaroth's remark from behind. "I don't know about that." Then the healing slime cured the child. "That's enough. That matter aside, take this child back to Kitnaya. The child's guardian might be worrying. Your wish is my command." "What are you going to do after this, Master?" "Naturally." Kai stopped for a moment to heave a sigh and then, his aura suddenly turned 180. A wicked smile appeared on his face as red and black fighting spirit overflowed from his body, wriggling as if they were a living creature with mind of their own. Total extermination. Tapping the hilt of his sword with his left hand, Kai then glared at the palace which modeled after the admiral who led the evil army, looking silently at her lord's Rakshasa-like figure which appeared again after quite a long time. Astaroth could only heave a sigh as she turned around. Over there, the figure of giant, bipedal fly with a crown on its head, Beelzebub, was kneeling toward Kai. "Allow me to come along, O great personage charmer." Hearing Beelzebub's request, "Sure. You should have no problem coming by yourself, but just coming along is kinda boring." "Trample those fellas underfoot." Kai agreed with the request immediately and gave such order. "Your wish is my command, Iku," said Beelzebub while making a lisping sound from their mouth. Astaroth clapped her hands, and summoned a woman wearing a black hood. "Send back that child to the city of Monster." After Astaroth gave such order to the hooded woman, the woman held up the sleeping girl bird folk in her arms, bowed to Kai and Astaroth before vanished from that place. "Are you going to come with me?" Hearing Kai's unexpected question, Astaroth waved her hand in the air, grabbed the stick that she summoned in midair. "Am I not allowed?" Kai observed Astaroth. "But, fine. Come with me." "But, I won't be able to guarantee your safety if things become too dangerous. Are you still going to come? Sure, I'll retreat when things get out of hand. Though Kai closed his eyes, smiling wryly upon seeing Astaroth replying with a malicious smile on her face. Let's get going. He still decided to take her along with him to the base of the evil army. Chapter 132. Now then, let's begin. A scramble for life after a long time. A few monsters who waiting in front of the palace's giant gate stopped us upon seeing us. Stop right there. They raised their weapons to threaten us. Are you new recruit? State your fee, and turned into mincemeat before he could even finish his sentence. We had already arrived in front of a huge building modeled after a two-headed monster with a gate between them. What an atrocious-looking building! Since the so-called evil army could only bluff with this uselessly huge building, their train of thought might be the same as those high-ranking noblemen from the Amelia Kingdom. Esther, is there really two strongmen in this place? They're extremely powerful in accordance to this world's standard. Seeing that Esther, who had appraisal ability, gave an immediate reply, she might have checked them beforehand. At this point, I had already confirmed with my own eyes that most of the evil army was truly small fry. That's why I let my subordinates crush them so thoroughly. Heck, it wasn't even a fight. The only thing that I hadn't confirmed was this place. Esther, Giram Kala, and even Beelzebub were overly vigilant against particular two who reside in this building. In short, those two might possibly be the strongest beings I've ever met until now. In short, I could finally have a true scramble for the life that I'm craving for. Master, please suppress that rampaging weapon of yours. I looked down at Morasame upon hearing Esther's complaint and saw a dense fighting spirit coiling like a vortex around its blade. At this point, it already raised a creaking sound. You're right. I suppressed the aura that was leaking out from Morasame in no time. Whoopsie. Got too excited. Though it was safe since I used Morasame, any other weapon would be crushed if they got exposed to my overflowing fighting spirit. Maybe Morasame was the only sword that could withstand my full power. Crushed aside, even Reikiri ended up cracked when I loaded it with my full power. That's why I had to be very careful about this. As long as there's no captive in this place, I might be able to give a jolt to those two if I destroyed this building. As the saying goes, victory goes to the one who makes the first strike. And suppose that we're evenly matched, I might lose against the two strongmen inside if I let my guard down even a little bit. Even the leopard-headed small fry whose only advantage was his number might win if he used his card in the right way. Well, I guess I had been slacking ever since I got released from that easy dungeon. That might end up killing them both. Honestly, something that Esther whispered just now weighing in my mind. But, Esther, let's separate the two of them. Those two were scums after all. An irredeemable piece of trash. That's why I would erase every single trace of their existence right here. And yet, they were strong on top of that. Maybe the strongest opponent I've ever fought until now. Meaning that I absolutely must not let my guard down. Rather than charging recklessly, I should separate the two and kill them one by one. That was the most reliable winning formula in swordcraft. Esther nodded silently. She raised the stick in her right hand and started singing an aria. The next moment, several three-dimensional magic formulas appeared in midair, and then wrapped each of the buildings. I've already isolated the space in those two buildings. This should block the communication between the two. All that was left was to exterminate the first prey. Everything up to this point was a plan to lead me to victory. More than this would be boorish. Either way, no amount of plan could stop the true strong man. That's why from this point, I will do it in my own style. Namely, I slashed at the gate with Morasame. A fine line ran through the grim-looking gate before it crumbled down on the ground. Well then, it's time for the real battle. The first, true scramble for life after a long time. Chapter 133, Unexpected Perception. Mayura Evil Palace. That building was made entirely from purple-colored stone. The ripple-like stain was drawn on the surface of the floor, wall, and ceiling, looking as if they moved on their own. Angramime, one of the 6 admirals of the evil army who sat on his gorgeous throne in the innermost part of the palace, was munching on soul chips. These soul chips were something that Angra made with his ability using the soul of the enemy that killed by him in combat or rebellion. He made their soul into sweets. And by eating them, Angra could snatch every kind of ability and strength of the owner of the soul. Truly a cheat-like ability. Suddenly, the huge gate to the throne room opened up and a pale-faced soldier rushed in. We have an emergency. Shut up. His Excellency Angru is in the middle of his meal. The one who reprimanded the soldier was one of Angra's aides, the evil god with a giant head with body clad in a purple robe. Manhaf. Alas. The soldier ignored him and only stared at Angra while pointing at the front gate of Mayura Evil Palace. We're under attack, and spewed such impossible remarks. This Mayura Palace is under attack? Nice joke. The thin evil god whose entire body was dyed in jet black color, Saul spoke with a displeased voice, glaring at the soldier with his few eyes. I'm telling the truth. The enemy are. The soldier didn't flinch even under the pressure of Saul, who was normally scary enough to make him piss his pants. He was just trying desperately to tell his superior that they really are under attack despite the tears that ran down on his cheeks. Speak quickly. The evil god made from several faces and hands. Zaluch roared with an irritated look on their face. Enemy. The soldier who was about to speak few times suddenly rolled his eyes, and then raising his hands while rolling his unnaturally long tongue, Beelzebub-debu, bu-bu-bu-bu, and then started doing a strange, mollusk-like dance while singing a strange song. Beelzebub-debu, bu-bu-bu-bu, stinkiest amongst the stinky maggots, the king of fly. His name is crack, creaks, splat. That dance was the so-called dance of death. His face had already twisted beyond recognition, both of his arms bent and twisted to the impossible angle. His entire flesh and bones had already been crushed. Finally, the soldier was transforming into a fly-like monster, more terrifying than Babu, far crueler than Babu, greater vessel than Babu. That's our great personage. We come to pass the divine message from our master to you, a bunch of fools who dare to make our most terrifying and evil master displeased. The soldier turned fly suddenly stopped dancing, stepped aside, and bowing lightly with his left arm pointed at Angra and Co. and, I'll be there in a while to kill you. Take this as an unusual declaration of war, since I hear that there's a fairly powerful guy on your side. The voice of the soldier turned fly suddenly changed to that of a young man. The voice was quite lively, akin to an arrogant person who had no idea that he was about to challenge one of the owners of absolute power in this world, Angra, and his aides. Dispose this trash. Following Zaluch's order, the most elite soldiers stationed along the wall rushed at once. Those elite soldiers encircling the soldier turned fly, pointing their weapons at him. That's all the message from great personage Charmer. The soldier turned fly's voice back to normal again and raised a loud shriek, unleashing a few feelers from his mouth. A-G-I-G-E. The feelers easily pierced the body of the elite soldiers who surrounded the man turned fly, turning them into mangled corpses. What the TCH? What the heck, damn it. Zaluch, Manhaf, and Saul quickly got away from the soldier turned fly who took a flight, and then, the soldier turned fly turned around again, pointing his finger at Angra and Co before speaking with the voice of a youth again. This is the first scramble for life in a while. To the strong one Ovitha. I hope you don't escape. I've no intention to leave any of you alive. That's why everyone who survived will be killed by me in battle. The soldier turned fly and then raised his hands to the ceiling. Now then, let's fight. Let's have a blood-curdling clash with our willpower, pride, and soul. After saying so, the body of the soldier turned fly that turned listless suddenly expanded in size, and then exploded like a balloon. Countless flies appeared from within flying in the air. Googie. Those flies went into the bodies of the soldiers inside the room and started transforming the bodies from inside. This guy is bad news. When Saul raised his voice, crunch, the jaw that manifested from Angra's right hand ate the transformed elite soldier. My apologies for the trouble, Angra-sama, said evil god Manhaf as he sat on the floor and bowed to Angra. Could it be that guy? No, That's impossible, pondered Angra as he folds his arms again while muttering something. The three aides who saw the blood-curdling look on their superior's face were at a loss for words. A while later, when Angra became the only one looking at the corner of the room, used the emergency line to contact Azura. I got a bad feeling about this, and ordered one of his subordinates. At once. One of his subordinates quickly tested the stone in his right hand and frowned immediately. Faster. Seeing Angra draw while stomping on the floor, his subordinate straightened himself and, all contact with the outside has been cut off, he gave such reply. Damn it. No doubt about it now. The ones who can do something like this to us is already so few. Maybe that guy has already been unsealed. Despite his shout, Angra calmed down immediately and then touched his chin with his hand while pondering about something. Still, that fella's remark is strange. As if they're nothing more than a humble servant. Like hell that lump of pride takes such an attitude toward the other. If that was the case, what's the meaning of this? And ended up even more confused. Are they just bear the resemblance? Or else? How ridiculous. That's impossible. Either way, some sort of power is cutting off our communication. If that's the case, Angra shook his head and stood up from his throne. Send the 6 great demon gods who aren't here to subjugate our enemy, and gave such an order to his subordinate. Your wish is our command. Evil God man half bowed his head and then pressed his right index finger on his forehead, giving some sort of order. Our side will surely suffer a little damage. The rest is just handling thing as usual from this place and there should be no problem. Angra then sat on his throne again and started biting his nails. Chapter 134, Just an idiot who can't see the reality. Mayura Evil Palace, Central Hall. This place was the most important in the entire palace, headed directly toward the location of the evil army admiral, Angra Mainyu. Thus, the strength of the personnel stationed in that place was the best of the best. Even a high-rank god from the heavenly army would have a hard time breaking through this line of defense, and that very place was currently under attack of the worst monster, Dai-Hea, the most elite palace guard who wore a black military uniform and armed with long claws was attacking the black-haired youth that armed himself with bizarre-looking long swords from both sides. Alas! The youth easily dodged the incoming claws. And, the elite palace guard in black uniform raised a dumbfounded voice and fell to the ground, bisected in half from the head. The black-haired youth then turned around and unleashed a slash to the other 3 palace guard who approached from behind without care about the death of their comrade. The youth then continued walking. He didn't even bother to check the palace guard had just got bisected in half from their head. Ready. This time, it was the palace guard whose body was clad in a black robe with a monster crest, forming rank formations from inside the hall. They pointed their dominant hands at once to the black-haired youth. Red, blue, yellow, green, black, white, brown, multicolored beams of light were fired toward the black-haired youth. But, just before they hit the black-haired youth, a few lines of light run through the surroundings of the black-haired youth, and then, those multicolored beams of light suddenly bent as if they were made of jelly and returned to the group of black-robed palace guards, and then exploded. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed corps with crest were fatally wounded by their attack. The commander of that black-robed corps who stood in the rearmost formation and barely saved by skin teeth was looking at his subordinates who were on the verge of death, and raised a scream. Gui! The worst aberration was right before him. The blood flow in his body was almost reversed due to overwhelming dread, and just when the commander of the black-robed palace guard was about to turn to escape from the aberration before him, his body suddenly turned into countless minced meat, and fell to the ground. "The heck? Is this all you got?" muttered the black-haired youth with displeased voice. "It's already a mistake by the time Master is looking forward to their resistance," retorted the woman in black foreigner beside him. Seeing those mountains of corpses, the veteran palace guard who protected the last huge gate was, Monster retreated, trembling all over like a newborn fawn. "Weakling worthly yes." A huge, stocky monster with skin head suddenly appeared and mowed down at the retreated palace guard with his metal rod. "You're being cornered by this weak-looking small brat? What a useless piece of shit." At the same time, a short man with a pair of bat-like wings on his back spat out those words while floating in the air and, there, it means that we can have more fun. That sound good, right? Slug-headed monster clad in a white robe appeared out of nowhere as he spoke with a dolt-like voice. Still, this brat doesn't seem to be that strong. Why are we, Angra-sama's 6 great demon gods, dispatched to take care of this kind of small fry? Asked the huge, stocky monster with skin head while tilting his head in puzzlement. I heard that there's a possibility of Beelzebub's kin invading. Is he the kind of that calamity? Just as the slug-headed monster raised a bewildered voice, the black-haired youth raised his right hand and, calm down, Beels. Anyhow, it's been a long time since I've been treated like a small fry. I can have some expectations from these guys, and spoke with a voice that was tinged with some expectation. No, that must be just your imagination, master. These guys are just bunches of idiots who can't see the reality, the woman clad in foreign attire retorted quickly, shaking her head, doing her best to deny the black-haired youth. But, the black-haired youth was ignoring her and, well then, let's start our scramble for life, said those words while tapping the back of his foreign longsword on his right shoulder. Chapter 135, So you lots are just trash who can only torment the weak too. The 6 admirals, the greatest combat potential of the evil army, the wicked of among the evil, had under the king, the aides who represent their myth. At times, they would become the limbs of the 6 admirals. At other times, they would become the shield that protects the 6 admirals. Their strength was naturally exceptional. Their combat prowess alone was by no means weaker than Fornuus and the other vice-admirals. That was Angra-Mainyu's most prided aide, the 6 great demon gods. Thus, the under the king was the way to measure the 6 admirals. Since they were personally recruited by the 6 admirals, they were completely separated from the evil army's chain of command. They were never deployed even in a battle against the heavenly army. In short, they were some sort of royal guard who protected the 6 admirals, that were the guards called under the king. Whenever the 6 great demon god made their move, normally, that would be equal to total annihilation for Angra-Mainyu's enemy. If not, the other party would suffer from a huge damage. Even if one of the 6 heavenly gods invaded Angra-Mainyu's palace, they wouldn't even have the qualification to get the attention of the 6 great demon gods. That's just how much of a threat the 6 great demon gods were. Therefore, upon receiving the order from Angra-Mainyu to exterminate the intruder, 3 of the 6 great demon gods, the 4th pillar, Slugman, the 5th pillar, Tartarus, and the 6th pillar, Badrag, judged the black-haired youth before them in accordance to their common sense, completely looking down on him. Because for those 6 great demon gods, everyone who intruded into Mayura Evil Palace, even the palace guard, was a worthless existence equal to that of rock on the roadside. And that was correct in a certain meaning. Alas, they made a single mistake. The one who currently raided Mayura Evil Palace was the zenith of the aberration in this world, a monster who treated common sense like a poor joke. And that single mistake had sealed their fate. No need to mobilize all of us to deal with this small fry. You guys, deal with him, said the masked man with bat-like wings on his back, Badrag, who then crossed his arms as he leaned lazily on the pillar. Then, it's our turn, said the slug-headed monster clad in a white robe, Slugman, who moved his sense of touch organ before his body slipped in between the gap of the tile, and appeared right behind the black-haired youth in the next moment. I'm going to take care of that woman. She doesn't seem to be that strong, but she seems to defeat those useless palace guards, so she can at least relieve some of my stress, right? The short and stout monster, Tartarus, approached the woman clad in black foreign attire, smiling eerily as he wondered while pointing his giant metal rod to the woman. See, what are you going to do, Esther? Do you mind if I take care of all of them? Asked the black-haired youth to the woman in black foreign clothing with a joyful voice, as if he was taking a stroll. Please don't. Rather, I would like to teach these pitiful creatures about the cruelty of the world. Esther rejected the black-haired youth's proposal as she shrugged her shoulders, looking at the enemy as if they were the most pitiful creatures. You cheeky woman. You seem to have some sort of misunderstanding after killing all the palace guards here, but, from our perspective, Before Tartarus, who spoke with bulging blue veins throbbing on his temple, could finish his words, "Shut up, I've had enough of hearing those small fry flags over and over again." Interrupted by Asta, who raised her right hand. "This shitty girl, you better not regret this as I smash that little face of yours to a pulp," shouted Tartarus excitedly, seeing that the corners of Asta's lips had also gone up a notch as she cracked her knuckles. "Yeah, this is it. This shiver that running into my spine. This is a strife. This is a battle. A real combat after a long time. Guess I can't be stingy either. Let's go all out," said the black-haired youth joyfully as his left hand touched the glove on his right hand. "Wait, if you do tha." Esther quickly shouted at the black-haired youth as if she didn't even care about Tartarus from the very beginning. "How dare you look away from your en?" Numerous blue veins popped out on Tartarus, and just when he was about to swing his metal rod on Esther's crown of head, "Oi, something is strange here." Badrag, watching the situation while leaning on the pillar, suddenly shouted. The next moment, dense, red, and black fighting spirit leaked out from the black-haired youth. It then twined around the black-haired youth and formed a monster-like figure. Before such a crazy spectacle, color instantly drained from Slugman's entire body. He then started trembling like a newborn fawn. "Ha, not this again." Amidst Asta's sigh, the fighting spirit of the aberration went up as if roaring to heaven. The next moment, the fighting spirit blew up, causing a ripple-like wave. Being exposed onto the fighting spirit was enough to make Tartarus kneel on the floor while raising a cry with a despaired face. "This is my full power. Now then, let's have a battle to the death that will burn our souls," roared the black-haired youth, readying a stance with his bizarre longsword. Nevertheless, Monster high. At this point, the figure of idiots who dauntlessly looked down on the black-haired youth had already gone. The first one to move was Slugman. He slipped in the gap of the tiles as soon as he raised a scream, trying his best to escape from the unidentified aberration before him. But the black-haired youth's right foot trampled on the tile as his red and black fighting spirit trapped around Slugman's body, fixing his upper half on the floor. The black-haired youth then approached Slugman. "It seems you have the power to move between the gaps." "That's an interesting power, but you shouldn't use it for combat." "Look, I just need to trample on the floor to seal your trump card." And told such nonsense theory while looking down on Slugman. Yes, his feat was impossible. Slugman's ability was gap connection, a supernatural ability that allowed him to forcefully move and connect the gap of the space. Normally, it was the kind of ability that couldn't be resolved with mere physical strength. In short, the black-haired youth used some sort of mysterious power on the step that used to seal Slugman's ability. Alas, such a feat was something that not even their chief god, Angramaniu, was capable of. Seeing Slugman looking up at the black-haired youth with a dumbfounded face, "Your sleights won't work on me." "Enough with this paltry trick and start using everything you got." "I've told you before, right? This is a scramble for life with your and mine pride on the line." When the black-haired youth spoke with a voice that didn't give a right for Slugman to refuse, Slugman could only beg for his life. Hearing that, the black-haired youth's eyes opened wide as if he couldn't believe what he heard just now. "Does that mean you already give your all?" He squinted his eyes, bringing his face closer to Slugman as he asked that question. The black-haired youth's cheeks twitched upon seeing Slugman nod repeatedly, and then look at Tartarus and Badrag. That glance alone was enough to make Tartarus scared shitless and Badrag trembling all over like a newborn fawn. Seeing their reaction, the black-haired youth could only grit his teeth in frustration. "So you guys are just trashes who can only bully the weak." Right after he spat such words, his sword drew a flash. The next moment, Slugman's head slid down and fell to the ground. Green blood erupted from the neck that lost its head, creating eerie green rain that formed a puddle of liquid on the floor. Upon witnessing such a spectacle, Tartarus and Badrag started running at full speed from that place. Their loyalty was quickly being repainted over by overwhelming fear. They ignored the order of their chief god and chose to run for their life. Seeing them running with tails between their legs, the black-haired youth returned his sword to its sheath, and then tapped the hilt of his sword with his right index finger. True commandment sword art, one sword style, fourth form, Arachne. The moment he spun the words of power, Tartarus and Badrag's body got dismembered quietly without any resistance, and slid down on the floor. This is it, huh? Since the deepest part of this palace is guarded by these kinds of small fry, I guess the one waiting beyond this place isn't that much different, muttered the black-haired youth, as he started to walk again. Seeing the profile of her master, Esther's face walked in frustration for a moment before she followed. Chapter 136, Something More Repulsive. Mayura Evil Palace, Innermost Chamber, the Evil of Evil. One of the 6 admirals, Angramaniu, was half agape, bent over from his chair, looking at the gate to the innermost chamber of Mayura Evil Palace. The reason was the incredible power used to open the huge gate. It was beyond extreme recklessness that not even Angramaniu, the 6th admiral himself, ever saw until now. And now, Angra's aide, the 6th great demon god, Manhaf, spoke in soliloquy with stiff face and this impossibly terrifying pressure. The 6 heavenly gods has finally made their move, huh? The slender evil god whose body colored entirely in black, Saul spoke in a jesting tone. Maybe, but still, even the 6 heavenly gods are no threat to Angra-sama. Zaluch spoke with an optimistic voice while folding his numerous arms. This was the remark of the folks who had no idea about the dangerous situation they were in. In the first place, I don't think the 6 heavenly gods are stupid enough to attack His Majesty by themselves. This is an all-out war after all. Call Badrag and Kahoo's rampaging outside to go back immediately. When Manhaf acted as the middleman and gave such contradicting orders, yes, the Imperial Guard who stood alongside the wall was trotting toward the entrance. Stop. You mustn't open that door at all costs. Angra's sudden outburst was akin to turning their 3 views upside down. Why yes, the Imperial Guards stopped right before the gate and straightened themselves immediately upon seeing Angra's threatening attitude. Angra-sama, to Manhaf, who asked hesitantly. The one before that gate is no 6 heavenly gods. It was something more repulsive than them. A sense of desperation sent a chill running down his spine. Is the one standing outside of the gate truly 6 heavenly gods? Nonsense. It wasn't something on that level. Even one of the 6 admirals, Angramaniu himself, could feel that he didn't have even the slightest chance of victory against the guy who stood before the gate. Rather, he could feel from that overwhelming pressure that he stood no chance at all the moment they clashed for real. I see now. This guy is the one who defeated Azudahaka. He knew from the overwhelming fear that he felt in the last moments of Azudahaka, and now, he finally understood what Azudahaka was fighting against back then. Literally, every single one of the 6 admirals would feel the same way as him if they fought against the guy in front of the gate. Something repulsive? Manhaf, who repeated Angra's remark without a doubt, had no idea what the latter was talking about, the reason being for the 6 great demon gods. They might have felt that there was no difference between the 6 heavenly gods and the aberration that stood before the gate. That was a natural result for them. Yes, sorry, but I would rather not fight that monster. Now that the communication with Azuro has been interrupted, the other party has most likely crushed our path of retreat, meaning that intercepting them in this place is a wise choice. This place was Angra's territory, true region, meaning that their opponent was right inside Angra's belly. It was a special space isolated from the outside of the world. So even if there was a raid, everyone who infiltrated the space without Angra's permission would have their ability lowered to only 1/1000th of their original ability. In short, Angra's victory has almost been decided. And the moment they felt that way, a single line ran along the huge gate of the innermost chamber. An Imperial Guard was standing by in front of that gate. Alas, he just muttered a dumbfounded voice as he saw his body get bisected in half. A moment later, that huge gate fell to the ground along with a loud tremor, and when the spectacle on the other side of the gate had finally entered everyone's line of sight, Angra was the first to let out a scared remark as he felt his blood was frozen due to fear. Over there, a black-haired youth wielding a bizarre long sword in one hand was looking at Angra with freezing cold eyes. Chapter 137, Absolute Strongman. I sighed. Angra. The black-haired man stepped into the innermost chamber, Angra's territory, along with a monocle-wearing woman clad in foreign attire. Damn it. Why are they still entering this domain? Initially, this domain was separated from the outside world. Usually, they're supposed to arrive inside an empty room after they tore down the gate. The fact that they arrived in this chamber so easily means that they easily ripped apart the gap between Angra's territory and the existing space. A monster. No doubt about it. This guy is an irregular existence. He might be an existence equal to the supreme commander of the evil army, an absolute strong man. Angra felt that his defeat was inevitable if they fought. But it'll be alright. This is inside my territory. This means that the guy's strength will be reduced to mere small fry in this territory. With this, victory is mine. Angra realized instinctively that the two intruders were already inside his territory. And this territory was Angra's greatest ability. Everyone who stepped inside his territory would be forced to obey the rules he set inside. And the rule created by Angra in his territory this time was weakening. In short, anyone who entered the territory without Angra's permission would be put in an extremely weakened state. Still, what's with this chill that shakes my soul? Angra tried his best to shake off that ominous premonition. This territory was Angra's trump card. Everyone who entered this territory would be weak until they were as weak as mere bugs. And different from before, the black-haired man's overwhelming presence couldn't be felt anymore. That was the undeniable proof that Angra's territory was working. In short, he already won this battle. The black-haired man just looked around silently at the palace guard, the 6 great demon gods, and Angra. Yup, these guys don't seem to be that strong either. Speaking of strength, the strongest is that monster in child's skin. Esther. Is that guy the one you guys referred to as the absolute strongman in this world? And asked the woman by his side. He asked with anxiety and a forlorn feel on his face. The woman stared at the black-haired man for a while, but then, she heaved a sigh while shaking her head. Nope, the absolute strongman we're talking about has already gone. Both of them might have already escaped the moment Master raided this place, and replied with an ambiguous yet extremely reckless remark. Escaped, huh? Does that mean they slipped through your barrier? At this moment, some sort of strong and bizarre light dwelled inside the black-haired man's eyes. That seems to be the case. The black-haired man has been looking down on the floor in silence for a while, but then, ha 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 ha. He laughed like a madman. He covered his face with his hand and took a peek at Angra and Co., who were still dumbfounded. I see. They slip through instead of running away after knowing that they can't break the barrier. Esther, that's a blunder. And far from angry, he spoke with an amused voice instead. Exactly. So, what are you going to do with them? The woman then shifts her attention to the 6 great demon gods and Angra as she asks for an extremely unpleasant confirmation. Let's see, a struggle for life aside, these small fries don't even have the qualification to play with me. What should I do, I wonder? He obviously didn't even take this Angra, one of the 6 admirals, as a threat. Thought Angra as he realized that the black-haired man didn't even take the former as a threat. Kill that unpleasant guy. Thus he ordered the palace guard and the 6 great demon gods inside the innermost chamber. As you wish. Your wish is my command. As per the command of our chief god, after the 3 of the 6 great demon gods, Manhaf, Zaluch, and Saul gave different replies, they rushed at once toward the black-haired man. Yes. The palace guards were also unsheathed their weapons, and moved immediately to surround the woman with monocle and the black-haired man. Having recognized the aberrant power owned by the black-haired man, Angra knew that his defeat was inevitable if they fought head-on. But, a battle between fellow true paranormal existence wasn't as simple as that. In reality, the 6 great demon gods aside, The other party's strength should have fallen so low to the point that he wouldn't even be able to defeat the palace guard inside Angra's territory. Because unlike before, Angra didn't feel any kind of threat from the black-haired man. Angra's victory was guaranteed with the setup. Or so it was supposed to be. You're still coming even after knowing the difference between our abilities. Let me praise you guys for that. Then I can only answer your resolution like a warrior. What's with this guy? So gross. Zaluch stretched claws from a few of his arms, with a frown on his face. Filthy rat, I'll make you regret stepping into this chamber, said Manhaf while pointing the cane in his right hand toward the black-haired man. That moment, a long sword pierced Manhaf's crown of head. The blood in Manhaf's body was spraying out the moment he realized that the crown of his head had been pierced by the long sword in the hand of the black-haired man. Zaluch and the others could only look at that with a dumbfounded face. They saw how the strongest of the 6 great demon gods got killed so easily. Right after that, a long sword pierced Zaluch's crown of the head right from above. The black-haired man simply stood on Zaluch's right shoulder and stabbed his sword into the latter's crown of head. After coming down from Zaluch's shoulder, the black-haired man swung his sword casually to the side to get rid of the blood clot on the blade of his sword and walked toward Saul, the slender wicked god whose entire body was black. Saul's eyes trembled, and shouting as if trying to avoid something. When Angra blinked his eyes, the black-haired man had already stood behind Saul. Thus, Saul's body was dissected in 4, vertically and horizontally, right from the middle. By its shifting, Saul tried desperately to hold his bisected body from sliding off with his hands. Alas, they still fell on the floor. Seeing the 6 great demon gods of supreme power dispatched so easily, the 6 great demon gods Sama is defeated. The commander of the palace guard barely managed to squeeze his voice. Monster. This is impossible. Like hell I can beat that thing. Yeah. When not even the 6 great demon god Sama can do anything against that monster, how can mere palace guards like us fare against that monster? The palace guards who had finally seen the worst reality before them shouted in panic one after another. Run. And then, when someone shouted to run, all of them rushed at once toward the entrance gate without even looking at Angra, their lord. Again, after the black-haired man spat such words, his figure vanished and reappeared in front of the entrance gate while swinging his sword to the side to get rid of the blood clot on its blade. A moment later, all the palace guards who rushed toward the entrance gate turned into minced meat, and died. Chapter 138, Absolute Strongman 2, sighed Angra. After trampling displayed by the black-haired man, the innermost chamber was littered with the corpses of Angra's kin. What? Did he do it just now? Even Angra had no idea what kind of move he made just now. At least, the last move was too fast for even me to see, and by the time he reappeared, all of my palace guards had already turned into minced meat. Did I misread his ability? No way, that can't be true, not inside my territory. As long as he stepped into this territory, his special ability would be disabled no matter what it was, not to mention that still didn't explain how he, whose power dropped to the level of a mere insect, could slaughter the palace guards and 6 great demon gods with so much ease. He was an evil army supreme commander class enemy. If that was the case, I would understand why not even my ability could restrict him, but still, this was Angra's territory. His power should be declined to the level of mere bug, and yet, I couldn't even see the moment when he slaughtered the palace guard and the 6 great demon gods, meaning this was an ability that cancelled the effect of my territory? That was impossible. This territory was made due to my contract with the world. It was impossible to tear it down in theory. Once inside the territory, even the caster, Angra himself, was bound by its law. In this case, the condition offered by Angra was in exchange for lowering the intruder's ability to only 1/1000th of their full strength. Angra was prohibited from using any means of attack aside from devouring disaster, which was his innate ability. Since the compensation was stopping Angra from using more than tens of thousands of methods to attack, the effect of his territory was valid. He didn't feel any threat from the black-haired man before him. That's why the palace guard aside, he shouldn't be able to win against the 6 great demon gods. That's why Angra was confused as to why the black-haired man could easily slaughter both the palace guard and the 6 great demon gods. No. I have to get away as far as possible from this man immediately. Angra snapped out of his daze and shook his head to cast away the questions in his head. It was a situation in which he couldn't just rest on his lapel. He acknowledged that the black-haired man before him was the worst, supreme calamity born in this world, and this time, the evil army happened to gain the ire of this aberration. A single misstep might eradicate the evil army from this world. He had to return to the headquarters of the evil army immediately and plan the countermeasures against the aberration before him. Thus, he chose to escape from the opponent before him. Now, he endured the feeling of bugs crawling in his stomach as he conjured a strange wormhole behind him while manifesting a gate in front of him. He thought that he should be able to escape from this nightmarish world as long as he managed to reach that place, though using the gate to teleport randomly was an extremely dangerous and reckless act. He knew that anywhere in this world was paradise compared to standing before the aberration in front of him, and just when he was about to jump behind, "Give it up. You can't escape from me with your meager ability." The figure of black-haired man vanished as soon as his voice resounded. Suddenly, Angra's line of sight overturned so many times over, and by the time he noticed, he had already been lying on the floor and noticed that the feet of the black-haired man were about to trample on him. A shock that he never felt before ran through his stomach. It felt as if the trampling shook his very soul. It was then followed by scorching heat that gushed out from his abdomen. When Angra's head cleared up due to that pain, his eyes met with the black-haired man who was looking down on him. He felt like a helpless prey in front of the mighty predator. "Hi!" Angra let out a scream from his mouth. At this point, he was convinced, the power of the man before him wasn't suppressed at all, or something cancelled the effect of his territory. What was happening? Asked Angra to himself, since the law of the world should be absolute. No one in this world should be able to escape from that restriction. That's why what is happening right now is too irrational. Why? Are you not affected by my territory? He managed to squeeze his words to ask that question. Esther, do you understand what is this guy talking about? The black-haired man frowned, turned around, and asked Esther, the woman with monocle behind him. He might be talking about the restriction that is applied in this entire space. Restriction doesn't feel like being restricted at all, muttered the black-haired man as he looked at the innermost chamber. The most scary part about you, Master, is because you mean it. The effect of the domain in this space is weakening. It's a work of wonder that weakened the intruder's power to only 1/1000th of their full power. And since this domain is made due to the contract with the world, no one should be able to escape from its restriction. That applies to both of us, Master. Your power should have been restricted to only 1/1000th of your full power. What is this woman with monocle said just now? Angra almost couldn't believe his ears when he heard that the black-haired man's power was weakened properly. Impossible. This is impossible. He tried desperately to deny the reality before him. Because if it was real, it meant that Angra was still no match for the black-haired man even with only 1/1000th of his full power, and it was against none other than Angra, one of the 6 admirals. Impossible. This can't be true. Yes, this kind of outrageous monster shouldn't exist in this world. Rather, he mustn't exist. Alas, if what that woman with monocle called Esther said just now is the truth, then that explains why I only feel small fry-like power from this monster. Thought Angra as he recalled the common phenomenon that happened when lower creatures saw a super-transcendent being. Being basked by the transcendence aura for a long time was harmful for both the flesh and soul. The said harm was the fact that they lost their sense of danger, which should act as an emergency brake to protect the flesh and soul. Only now did Angra realize why he didn't feel anything toward the powerful black-haired man. Alas, the said phenomenon should have only happened among the lower creatures such as the monster, or the humans now happened to Angra, one of the most powerful transcendents. If even someone like him experienced such a phenomenon, it only meant one thing: the black-haired man before him was much more powerful than him. Thus, he couldn't understand one thing: What in the hell are you? Angra asked the one thing that he was most curious about. Me? Come to think of it, I forgot to introduce myself back then. My name is Kai Heineman, a swordsman. I'm not asking about that. I mean, from which myth do you come from? And yet, the aberration called Kai Heineman heaved a really deep sigh upon hearing Angra's retort. So you're the kind who spat such reckless remark too. Is that some sort of unique trait amongst monsters, or else, you're living in daydream like my subordinates? Unfortunately, though, I was born and raised as a human, and replied with an even more nonsensical remark, don't screw with me, as if an aberration like you is a human. Which made Angra unintentionally let out such a retort, the reason being Angra couldn't accept the fact that a lowly creature like a human had made him so terrified. It was theoretically impossible even if heaven and earth got overturned. And I honestly agreed with him, not to mention that the woman with monocle, Esther, had also agreed with Angra. Kai Heineman ignored her, and as he looked down on Angra, what are you going to do then? I've told you before that I won't let any one of you alive, not after you committed a killing spree in this land. Which means you have two choices, fight me and die like a warrior, or commit suicide. And gave the two worst choices to Angra. Master, these fellas from the evil army have some connection with me in the past. Can you let me to deal with him? Asked Esther to Kai Heineman as she placed her right hand on her left chest. You, with this guy? Kai Heineman looked down for a while but then, no problem. He raised his sword and swung it down casually after he said so. A single line ran through the innermost chamber along with a loud explosion, bisected Mayura Evil Palace in half along with Angra's territory. Yes, Angra's prided territory was torn to pieces with a casual swing of Kai Heineman. This should lift the restriction placed in this chamber. So, yeah, give your all, Esther. But remember, this is a struggle for life between you and him. I won't save you until a victor emerges. Am I clear? Your wish is my command. Hearing that, Kai Heineman let out a smile as he walked away from Angra, and raised his right arm. And then, engage. The struggle for life began as he swung his right hand down. Chapter 139, live stream in front of the Plaza 2. A while before the battle, right after the VIPs of Kai-sama returned from the battlefield, Kettle, Somi, Chigai, and the monster folk of Kitna were watching the moving image displayed in the air. At first, Kai-sama's subordinates got pumped up seeing their lord curb stomped his opponent, but then, all of them became solemn at once the moment they saw Kai-sama's fight against the slug-headed monster. Finally, when he slaughtered the subordinates of a young man whose skin was filled with geometrical tattoos and stomped the young man on the ground, everyone's expression stiffened, and all of them were sweating like a waterfall. That 6 Admiral Angra Mainyu is. Ramiel could barely squeeze her voice. The moment I heard her remark, I was convinced that Ramiel wasn't a member of Monsterfolk, and maybe not someone from Kai-sama's side either. Tell me, Nemia, is that personage so powerful? The beauty clad in lascivious and striking red attire asked Nemia. The personage with lion head. Alas, the person himself only grits his teeth while wiping the sweat on his forehead. I saw our lord use his full power when we fought for the first time. But, the pressure isn't as overwhelming as before. It's already gone beyond the level that I can observe, said the personage with a lion head, Nemiya-sama, while crossing his arms and, no way, you must be kidding me. The little girl whose blue hair bundled into buns on both sides of her head and observed the situation using some sort of magic in her right eye suddenly raised a frantic voice. Is something the matter, Athena? You might have somehow expected this result even if the opponent of our supreme ruler Sama the 6 admirals, right? The man with the dragon head asked Athena, the little girl whose blue hair was bundled into buns on both sides of her head with a frown on his face. Yeah, I won't doubt the result even if this situation raises another doubt in me. Seeing Athena-sama spoke frantically even if her face became paler and paler. What's the result of your analysis just now? Asked Nemiya-sama as he turned around. Seemingly equally curious, everyone else held their breath. The space where Supreme Ruler Sama fighting right now has been restricted by the contract with the world. And Supreme Ruler Sama most likely got affected by that restriction too. In short, Athena-sama's speech was interrupted by a snapping sound. Cut the crap already. How much of our supreme ruler Sama's power has been restricted? Half? A fifth? No, doesn't seem to be a tenth either, does it? Hearing the question of the man with a dragon head who seemingly couldn't hold back his excitement, I estimated that he fought with only 1/1000th of his full power, replied Athena while gritting her teeth. The entire plaza was wrapped by silence for a moment before it exploded into tumultuous noise in the next moment. Gahahahahaha. Not even 6 admirals can defeat him even when he only used 1/1000th of his full power. As expected of our chief god, our supreme king, the man with a dragon head trembled from head to toe as he shouted in excitement. Foo, those lowly insects aren't even worth a shit against our great supreme ruler Sama. A red-haired youth with a pair of million wings on his back, and a swelled-up face for some reason, spread his hands as he sang praise for Kai-sama. He's my hubby after all. When the beauty with 9 tails said so as she puffed up her large breasts, stop trying to take advantage of this turmoil to make such a claim. Athena raised a protest angrily. Yes, keep your dream when you're asleep. Nemiya-sama had also raised his face and shouted an objection too. Be quiet. Look, big sister seems to be going to have a bout against Angramaniu. Hearing the voice of the man with a wild appearance, everyone raised their eyes to see the projection again. Over there, the beauty with monocle was facing the young man whose skin was filled with red geometrical tattoos. Kai-sama, who stood in between the two, raised his right arm. Engage. Thus, the struggle for life between the two began as he swung his hand down. Chapter 140, Goodbye, overly powerful monster-san, sighed Angra. Countless white and black bullets were conjured around Angra and fired toward the woman with a monocle. As to alas, the latter conjured the same number of black and white bullets to neutralize the former's attack. What? That was Angra's strongest skill, which he snatched from the previous 6 admirals. A scratch from the light sphere was enough to disintegrate the target to the molecular level. That is just how powerful that skill is. No one could learn that skill from the previous 6 admirals. The reason is that the skill was originally released by wrapping it around the right arm. It was by no means something that could be fired omnidirectionally. Such a feat was only possible after Angra optimized the skill into his own by using his devouring disaster. That's why she shouldn't be able to do the same feat as me. And yet, she did, and her power. It's not the time to get dazed by this. Suddenly, a white eye and mouth appeared beneath Angra, and rose, as if trying to swallow him. He tried to jump back to dodge the incoming attack. Alas, a white mouth, nose, and eye suddenly appeared at the place where Angra was supposed to land to swallow him all at once. Don't underestimate me. A scorching flame monkey suddenly appeared and burned the ground along with the white face behind him. This was the best flame-type miracle snatched by Angra from the monkey god that he defeated in the past. Naturally, it grants him the highest authority over flame. But 10-odd flame monkeys appeared from the scorching ground behind Angra and beat him up. His hand moved quickly to form hand incantation, conjuring a barrier to protect him. Thus, the flame monkeys only managed to beat his barrier. Crack. The barrier cracked. I've told you, don't underestimate me. Tentacle-like arms come from the barrier, seizing the incoming flame monkeys. I've never underestimated you though. The moment his opponent said so, her figure suddenly vanished and appeared right behind him. Angra rolled forward, pointing his right palm at his opponent while invoking his greatest curse. Some sort of runes suddenly appeared around Asta. Those runes formed numerous black gates, and then, the face of the monster appeared from beyond the gate. They opened their mouth as they looked at Asta. Everything that got exposed to this wicked curse, even just a little bit, would instantly turn into mussy mud. In his knowledge, no more than 5 people can resist this curse. Angra then snapped his fingers. That moment, Angra ended up letting out a stupefied voice from his mouth, because countless huge faces that appeared from the gates in the sky devoured his wicked curse till nothing was left behind. Moreover, those faces rushed at once and started to devour the barrier around Angra like a worm devouring a leaf. This is supposed to be my strongest defense, It was the barrier that couldn't even be destroyed by the 6 heavenly gods' secret hearts. But the result was clear. Angra's opponent had an ability similar to his devouring disaster, and the fact that she only used the same kind of ability as he had proven that his opponent was on a whole nother level. Not to mention that compared to Angra's devouring disaster, which needs him to digest the ability first, his opponent could easily conjure an even more advanced version of it. Not to mention that her improvement wasn't something that Angra could do. In the first place, Angra's ability couldn't breathe life into the flame monkey, and his wicked curse couldn't devour his barrier either. If he was capable of such a feat, the result of the duel might be different. Not to mention that the skill that is to use to reproduce the white face was something he had seen a long time ago. It was the favorite skill of Dracovac, the strongest vice admiral. That skill came from the true essence of Dracovac. That's why it should belong to a unique skill. In short, a skill that could only be used by Dracovac, and only Dracovac alone. Ha ha ha. Such absurd strength. This woman might have copied all of my abilities, and enhanced those abilities to a whole another level. How stupid I am to think that I was thinking about defeating this woman. At this point, my defeat is unavoidable. At this point, I couldn't even think of a way to win against this woman. Still, this outcome might be unavoidable. Maybe this was the result of indulging in my power. Having climbed to the seat of 6 admirals, invincible existence in this world must have made me forget about something important, thought Angra. Surely, the Angra from before he became 6 admirals would run with a tail between his legs once he sensed the danger coming from the monster before him. Or rather, by the time he lost as Dahaka, his most powerful subordinate, he should have made some sort of preparation. He sensed that this place was his grave. Waiting behind the woman who became his opponent was the aberration called Kai Heineman. His end had already been decided, and he already accepted such an end. Alas, he still wanted to fight the aberration to know what made him feel so defeated even before the fight. Have I met you before? Though Angra had no idea about the aberration called Kai Heineman, he remembered that he met the latter's subordinate, the woman with monocle, before. My name is Astaroth, the loser who defeated in the battle for the sake of my lord's ideal. Astaroth. I see, so it was you. No wonder I had this sense of déjà vu when I saw you. I had no idea that it was her since he wore men's attire right now, but I see now that she was one of that guy's subordinates. Huh? Surely, I had seen this woman before during that war. The loser of that war, huh? How ironic. Angra's rise to prominence in the evil army began from that hellish-like war. Angra, the winner of that war, was now defeated by the loser of that war. In a sense, it was akin to a change of generation. In the end, the result was exactly as he said, but still, this might be better. Astaroth, is your nonsense power come from that aberration? It might sound like a trivial question, because if Astaroth from that war was this powerful, Angra wouldn't become one of 6 admirals right now. I gained this power after I became Master's kin. Thus, Angra had proven his hypothesis. It was a literal monstrous transformation. He was convinced that Kai Heineman was an irregular who would fight both the evil army and the heavenly army had any of them dare to provoke him. Thus, he knew what he had to do now. Kai Heineman, I have a question for you. The daring smile on Kai Heineman's face vanished upon hearing Angra's remark. And, what is it? And he asked back, there's yin and yang in this world. They're the balance that is to be maintained. And your appearance has affected that very balance. Can you carry the part of the evil that missing because of you? Thus Angra asked a question that became the biggest curse in his entire life. Yin? Yang? I don't care about that. I only do what I want to do. Do? What do you want to do? Not because you want to destroy us, the evil army? Angra couldn't help but ask back since Kai Heineman gave the most unexpected answer. The organization called Evil Army or Heavenly Army that Astu and Co have been talking about, huh? That kind of delusion seems to be running rampant among my subordinates even after I'm telling them to keep such things in moderation. But since you guys dare to buzz around, pissing me off like this, you have to be prepared to be annihilated right so thoroughly, and carefully, and spat such an outrageous remark. Do you by chance, have no idea what kind of existence the evil army is? You? Aren't they just gathering of self-proclaimed evil? Self-proclaimed evil. Ha ha ha. How funny. And since it comes from this aberration, it does look like we're just a bunch of pitiful creatures who got too immersed in the role of evil, acting as a symbol of fear of this world. For him, there's no good or evil. Everything that made him feel unpleasant will be put in his mercy. It made me feel like an idiot for trying to tell the providence of this world to a crazy monster like you. Alas, not that you will care about it. He then faces Kai Heineman. Can I ask you to pass my message to Azura, my colleague? This was Angra's first request in his entire life. Though both of us are still Greenhorn, the battle with you is fun. I will pass your message to him. Azura, it's nice to get along with brain muscles like you. I'll wait for you in Valhalla. You better do your best since you'll see hell on earth. And lastly, nah, it doesn't sound like me at all. Even as a joke, Angra was one of the 6 admirals. He didn't want to be defeated by a mere subordinate. In addition, he also wants to die in a battle against the strongest aberration of this world. He lowered his stance, turned his arms into his current, most powerful attack, a single spear, and faced Kai Heineman. I'm Angra Mainyu of 6 admirals, Kai Heineman. I request a duel against you, and then give his name as a basic courtesy. The current you don't have the previous rotten eyes. My badester. Can you leave him to me? When Kai Heineman asked for Astaroth's permission. You may do as you like, master. She replied so while placing her right hand in front of her chest, and got away from Angra. Come. I'll give you a proper final right, said Kai Heineman as he unsheathed his long sword, and raised the sword overhead. Yes, just once. I'll pour my everything in this one strike. Simply enhancing his leg's power to increase his speed to an extreme realm using a contract with the world. Enhanced all his combat skills, Flame Monkey, and Power of Decay, and used those powers on his spear arms to stab his opponent through the heart. Go. Then he rushed toward Kai Heineman while raising a bestial roar. True Commandment Sword Art, 7th Form, Sakai. When the words of power resounded from Kai Heineman's mouth, the body of Angra who was about to reach Kai Heineman started to crumble down into countless tiny blocks. Damn it. It's impossible, huh? And here I thought that I could at least leave a scratch. No, your last attack is splendid. Damn it. It might be just flattery, but even that is enough to make me happy. It isn't flattery though. Yeah, I used my everything, and though it only lasted for a moment, it was a splendid struggle for life. Well then, I guess it's time to go to meet my subordinates who had been waiting for me in Valhalla. I raised my right hand, still crumbling down even now, and waved at Kai Heineman. Goodbye, overly powerful monster-san. After regaining himself in the very last moment of his life, Angra departed from the world after bidding farewell to the monster who killed him. After bidding his farewell, Angra's consciousness was dyed in white color. Chapter 141, Irritation, sighed Azura. Azura, the fierce god with 3 faces, was stamping the floor angrily with his right foot as he sat in the chair modeled after 6 grotesque figures. Before him was a lump of meat that had lost its breath. They're one of the soldiers of the Demon King's army. I've told you. It's boring. With those words, the body of the torture official of the evil army in white attire who showed their torture arts to torment the demon race without killing them burst into countless pieces of meat. Seeing such unreasonable treatment, the other torture official could only tremble in fear while looking on the floor. They knew that what happened in front of them was their future if they couldn't fulfill Azura's order, make these demon race to yield. Is it really difficult to order? What the? Azura bellowed at the torture official as he stood from his chair. The evil army generals watched the show with faint smiles on their faces. The standard of value in the evil army had always been strength is justice. Thus, the torture official of the evil army, whose strength was only as strong as regular soldiers, had no choice but to accept their fate. For the evil army general, the torture official was a disposable thing. Thus their reaction was only natural. No one could fulfill Azura's order. Upon learning that fact, one of his faces turned into an enraged face. Azura-sama, I've an idea, said Medusa, a wicked god clad in lascivious military uniform and countless snakes growing from her head as she placed her hand on her left chest. idea? If you dare to say something so stupid, I'll make sure that you're deader than dead," said Azura with an enraged face. "Alas, even if it sounds inappropriate, I think Azura-sama will like my idea better than these incompetent torturers," she replied joyfully. "Enough with the chit-chat. Get to the point. Then, it'll be." The moment Medusa whispered her idea to Azura, the latter's enraged face was instantly replaced with a whole-faced smile. "Great. Yeah, that's a lot better indeed. I'll leave this matter to you, Medusa." Azura nodded in satisfaction and sat back in his chair. "Your wish is our command, His Excellency." After bowing to Azura, Medusa came to the torture officers and gave some sort of order to them. When she was done, the torture officers moved immediately. Chapter 142, Request from a Warrior. "Well, that's pretty enjoyable, I guess." Kai, who marched into the innermost chamber, was looking around the interior of the building that was modeled after a monster while tapping the backside of Morasame on his shoulder with a satisfied smile on his face. Esther only shrugged her shoulders upon seeing her master. "And are you going to invade the other one on your own too, Master?" asked a question that was the answer she had already known beforehand. "Yeah, I've to pass that fella's message after all." "Are you sure it is just for passing a message?" "Yes." Because in the depth of Kai Heineman's eyes, who still made the same eerie smile as before, there was a fire of determination that was incomparably stronger than before. "Naturally, it's a request from a warrior who fought with his pride on the line after all. I'll send the big idiot in this building who lost his way to Valhalla along with fear and humiliation etched to their very soul." Kai then glanced at the King of Fly, Beelzebub, who already kneeled before him out of nowhere. "Beels, there's a change of plan." "No need to restrain yourself. Rampage as much as you like. Show the idiot in this building a terror that would etch into their very soul. Naturally in your style. Leave the rest to me. Your wish is my command. I've completed the preparations," and replied with a remark that would send a chill running down into Astuenka's spine as they bowed their head. Then Beelzebub's figure vanished as if they had never been there from the very beginning. I honestly started to pity Azura from the bottom of my heart. "Is the idiot in this building also one of your acquaintances?" "More like connection rather than acquaintance. Either way, I won't show mercy to whoever the idiot is in this place. I'll crush their flimsy pride and rotten guts so thoroughly till nothing is left behind." In a certain meaning, anger just made Azura's end even more miserable. Said Esther. She squinted her eyes, looking at the back of her master, who walking to Azura's palace with a smile akin to a predator finding the most delicious prey. Then she heaved a sigh, shook her head, and then started to follow her master. Chapter 143.1, The Signal of Predating Act by the Fly God. Sighed Azura. The one dragged before Azura was a pair of demon race parent and child. The mother was hugging her two kids, glaring at Azura despite trembling from head to toe, light of hope still shining brightly in her eyes. She had yet to yield, tearing up love or family's affection or camaraderie to pieces to shred and trampling them underfoot. That was the style and pride of evil. At least, the people who got trampled down by Azura up until now would yell, curse at him, betray their family or comrades, and beg him to save their lives. And yet, the demon race of this world didn't yield to Azura till the end, always believing that their demon king would come to save them. It was so amusing that Azura almost couldn't believe what he heard. The flesh of a humanoid should have made him drooling non-stop, and yet, the flesh of the demon race in this rot was akin to rotten meat. It was so bad that he almost vomited on the spot. The flesh that died with negative emotion should have tasted so delicious. Negative emotions such as fear and despair were the root of Azura and the other evil gods. That's why the flesh of creatures containing negative emotions was the most delicious food for them. On the other hand, the heart that never gives up until the end tastes like rotten meat for them. Especially as of late, whatever Azura eats and drinks always tastes so bad. He hoped that he could eat delicious meat that would melt in his mouth and drink tasty liquor as he saw the unsightly struggle of the lower creature. And yet, when he opened the lid, the meat was so bad and unappetizing that he smashed the dish on the spot. Thus, Azura readily gave his permission to Medusa without a second thought to satisfy his insatiable thirst. When Azura jerked his chin, Medusa bowed to Azura and approached the mother. In this world, power is justice. Powerless livestock has no value. But, rejoice, for Master is a benevolence person. And spoke as she spread her arms. Benevolence? Maybe because her guard was up, the mother's face stiffened as she repeated Medusa's words like a parrot. Depending on your choice, your life will be pardoned. Medusa placed her hands on her slender waist, stooped forward, and whispered something into the ears of the mother who embraced her kids. And that choice is? Medusa's face formed an eerie smile upon seeing the mother ask timidly as the arms that hugged her kids tightened. Kill one of your kids. Naturally, you have to do that with your own hand. And offered extremely disgusting choices to the mother. There's no way I can do that. Medusa grabbed the hair of the mother who suddenly raised her voice and, it's not can't or can. Otherwise, we will kill these brats, and you in turn to turn all of you into our food. Said so, sneering at the mother while licking her lips. Please. I don't mind what will happen to me, but please spare my kids. Despite the mother's desperate plea, Medusa only raised her index finger before the mother's face, shaking it to right and left. No can do. You have two choices. One is to kill one of these brat, and the other is to die together. What's your choice? It's really interesting, right? The mother hugs her kids even stronger than before with a despaired look on her face. And then, her kids also started to cry. Amazing. Seeing the mother's reaction, Medusa wrapped her arms around her body with an entranced smile on her face. That's right, this was how evil should be. The unsightly figure of the demon race was packed to the brim with negative emotion. Their flesh would be filled to the brim with the supreme flavor for those who rule over evil. Especially in this case, when he made the lowly demon race forego her resistance. The pitiful figure of mother and child should have made Azura thrilled just like a Medusa, and yet, damn it, he didn't feel delighted at all. Rather, he felt a huge chunk of emptiness when he tormented the weak creature who hadn't anything to do with this story. How repulsive. The thin Ani who stayed on the right side behind Azura, Goki spat out such a remark. Those remarks were filled with disgust, as if he had no idea why they did such a repulsive act. When he looked with an enraged face on his three faces, Zenki, his fellow under the King of Azura, also had a frown on his face. At least he was unwilling to see such a spectacle. Yes, both Zenki and Goki weren't just mere subordinates of Azura, they were sworn brothers. They had no attachment to this kind of meaningless entertainment and didn't have any interest in it like their brother. I've had enough. When he was about to order Medusa to stop the play, his voice was interrupted by the cries of the mother. Sob, 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 sob. Her voice was no longer the voice of the demon race. It was the kind of voice that sent chill running down Azura's spine. What in the hell is happening to them? Said Medusa as she got away from the mother. The other evil army generals who felt the same way had also unsheathed their weapons and moved to surround the mother and her kids, who started to raise weird voices. Suddenly, the mother's body sprung upward. Amidst such confusion, her two children were also standing with a movement that couldn't be thought of as human. And then, Beelzebub-deboo, Beelzebub-deboo, Beelzebub-deboo. The two were twisting around as they began to dance a strange dance. Be careful. This isn't a normal enemy, one of the generals warned the rest. Alas, everyone had pretty much realized that just by seeing such a bizarre spectacle. The mother and children had started dancing amidst such a hopeless situation. Thus everyone who saw that would understand that the other party was abnormal. Beelzebub-deboo, 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 the great supreme ruler in this world. When the girl under the armpit of the mother spread her arms and started singing, Beelzebub-deboo, 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 the cruelest supreme ruler in this world. Chapter 143.2, The Signal of Predating Act by the Fly God, sighed Azura. The boy on the mother's other arm bent his backward till it was about to touch the floor. Following right after that, Beelzebub-deboo, Beelzebub-deboo, bu, and the strongest supreme ruler. The mother's compound eyes rolled around as she stretched her arms to their limit. That's our father, the smelliest fly, the king of fly, Beelzebub. The voices of the mother and children were resounded in harmony to the point of creepy. Beelzebub, that worst calamity, are you kidding me? They're supposed to be locked in that worst dungeon, eh? One of the fools among the generals couldn't even finish their sentence. The reason was that the girl suddenly appeared behind the said general, covered their mouth with both of her hands, and tore their jaw. They died in agony as their blood danced in the air, but right before the general who had lost their life collapsed, the girl covered their face with her hands and they stood again while doing a strange dance. Youngest child, Yuraku, said the girl while raising her blood-stained hand as she struck a strange pose. Her figure transformed, wearing a strange costume and mask. Crap. This guy is bad gay. The body of the general who tried to cope with the situation started to swell up and then exploded. Countless maggots sprung up from their corpse. They hatched and then turned into a giant fly. The boy who stood beside the fly kept dancing as his hands touched his cheeks. Second child, Bun, raised his left hand while striking a strange pose, and then transformed into the same masked figure with the strange costume like his sister. Who are you people? Who in the world? Medusa, who snapped out upon seeing the dreadest spectacle before her, suddenly saw that the mother of the two children had already stood before her. Hi, and then grabbed the face of Medusa, who started to raise a shriek. Sto. She pleaded desperately for her life, and yet, Gaga. Medusa's beautiful head was crushed and then transformed into a fly-like creature. When the mother released Medusa's hands, the latter's body started dancing while covering her face. Eldest child, Princess, Fly, then placed her left hand on her wiggling waist, and struck a pose while looking up to the sky with the right hand. Her figure was also wrapped in a similar costume and mask to the other two. No way. Even Medusa-sama, seeing how miserably and swiftly the end of Medusa, a vice admiral, creeped out the other evil gods with lower status than her. That was only natural. The vice admiral of the evil army, one of the strongest in this world, died without being able to resist at all. They could barely accept the cruel display before him, and the said truth shoved mercilessly before Azura and Co., the strongest devil, Beelzebub. That Beelzebub attacked us. Impossible. That guy should be sealed inside that crazy dungeon. Various negative emotions such as fear, despair, and impatience mixed as Azura's subordinates raised their voice. Azura-sama, please leave this place at once. We're raided by Beelzebub. Honestly, I don't even want to remember that guy's disgusting power. Please regroup with His Excellency Admiral Angra to plan a countermeasure against that guy. The beardy and macho Ani on the left, Zenki stepped forward as he readied his metal rod as if to protect Azura. Yeah right. There's no lack of enemies if we're under the attack of Beelzebub. The thin Ani on the right, Goki revealed a belligerent smile as he pointed his sword toward the enemy. Zenki and Goki did show bravery befitting of under the king. Their pure strength was prominent even in the evil army. That's why even if they were under the attack of Beelzebub's kins, both of them believed that they were more than enough to stall the time. And if the opponent was Beelzebub, Azura had to cooperate with his fellow admiral, Angra, to defeat their main enemy. That was an undeniable fact. But, don't screw with me, Humphrey. Nonsense. How can I escape with my tail between my legs just because of some sort of old calamity? He stood from his throne, took his great sword that leaning on his throne as he scanned his pale-faced general. You lots, how long have you? The warrior of the Azura faction who took pride in being the strongest trembling like a newborn calf. Show our enemy your damn guts. His roar shook the atmosphere. Hearing that, the eyes of the generals who almost lost their fighting spirit regained its light. Ooh. They struck the floor with their weapon and turned around toward the monster who brought terror to them. As expected of Big Brother. That's why you're our Big Brother. Honestly, I felt disillusioned since we've only been bullying weak small fry lately, but, yeah, that can't be true. When Goki shouted happily, risk comes along with the battle. This is an undeniable fact. The face of Zenki, who looked like he was chewing on a bitter bug until now, turned into that of a belligerent demon. Big sis, big bro, can I go all out against these guys? When Yujeko said so, she leaned forward while clasping her hands as if she was looking at a group of idiots. They're as weak as maggots, but I tip my hat for their bravery. Bun Bun replied with a bored look on his face while joining his hands together behind his head. Stop it, you two. Our father ordered us that this is the battle of our great personage. Not the slightest deviation is allowed in his supreme plan. Get a grip, and let's focus on striking absolute fear and despair to them. Hearing the warning from P-Fly, the pride and arrogance instantly vanished from Yujeko and Bun Bun's eyes. This is a declaration of war. Eat up. Thus, the predation act by the god of fly began with the transient order from P-Fly. Chapter 144. Extremely naive hypothesis, sighed Azura. The legendary great evil god, Beelzebub, the ancient evil god who ran rampant when the world had yet to be divided by evil and good. According to the legend, the great god who ruled over the sun once tried to subjugate Beelzebub, who was regarded as the reincarnation of evil. Alas, the entire force of the said great god got destroyed in a single night. Another legend said that Beelzebub crushed the influential great god who ruled over chaos in the past so thoroughly along with their kins and families because the said great god flicked their bow at Beelzebub. Some other legends said Beelzebub devoured one pillar of the devil god's army and the heroic god's army till none of it left, since the place where those two unlucky gods quarreled was near Beelzebub's nest. The other legend said they're the most evil, lowest, and nasty devil god that carries the infinite life and death. They're one of the calamities in this realm that wasn't involved in any side, since their deed made even Azura from the 6 admirals flinch away in disgust. Though the detail was unknown, the said calamity had finally been sealed off inside the worst dungeon, the god's ordeal. Beelzebub's legend, power, and influence were passed down to both the heavenly army and the evil army that managed to seal them up. Thus, whether it was in the past or present, everyone recognized Beelzebub as the lowest, most wicked great god amongst the evil gods. Nevertheless, that was the story for when he was still young and weak back then. The current Azura had become one of the 6 generals, the strongest powerhouse in the evil army. So even if his subordinate couldn't fight against Beelzebub, he should be more than a match against the most wicked great evil god, because to the end, Beelzebub was alone. Thus, he felt that the fight against the so-called child of Beelzebub wouldn't even be a battle. Naturally, he didn't forget how easily the one called Beelzebub's child was slaughtered, Azura's warrior. Thus he realized that his warrior was no match against the Beelzebub's child, but still, his warrior should be able to buy enough time to defeat the master. After that, it is just a matter of sharing a role. Azura would go to kill the 3 Beelzebub's children along with Zenki and Goki, and then finish off the giant fly that is being fended off by his warriors. Lastly, Azura would go all out to kill Beelzebub once they made their appearance. This was the most effective way to win. When Azura took a deep breath, ready to give his order to his subordinate, "You lots, it's mealtime," said Bun Bun as he snapped his neck and clapped his hands together. The surface of the body of the giant flies that hovered in the air made a burbling sound, grew a pair of arms and legs, formed a head, and transformed into a bipedal fly. It transformed. When one of the commissioned officers raised their voice, one of the bipedal flies vanished from the spot. Right after they raised such muffled cries, that bipedal fly appeared from the shadow behind that said officer. That bipedal fly then grabbed the skull of the said officer. The skin of the officer whose skull was grabbed by the bipedal fly melted as they raised a scream, turned into nothing more than a lump of meat, then exploded. A huge maggot crawled up from the biggest chunk of the exploded meat. It quickly entered the incubation period, transformed into a giant fly, and then became another bipedal fly. "You are a monster." The new bipedal flies then rushed at once toward Azura's warrior while raising a scream that resembled the dead officer's scream. Thus, Azura's overly optimistic hypothesis got crushed so thoroughly by the great god of fly, turning the palace into a literal hell on earth. Chapter 145, Chain of Nightmare, sighed Azura. The warrior of the Azura faction was the most fearless group of combatants in the evil army. Along with Azura, they slaughtered many top brass of the heavenly army in many battles. Every single one of them was a peerless warrior in this world, and that was an undeniable fact until Azura saw them getting slaughtered like chickens right before his very eyes. No. The despaired wail of a general resounded before the said person's death after the bipedal fly monster chewed up their head. Another general couldn't even finish their wail as the bipedal fly monster had already ripped their head from their neck. The right claws of the fly-headed monster pierced the chest of the general, who turned his back toward his enemy to escape, making the latter puke blood. Azura faction, who boasted of their peerlessness, had completely lost their fighting spirit and scurrying about to escape from the bipedal fly-headed monster, and died without even being able to resist them. And the very thing that awakened their primal survival instinct of the warrior who was unafraid of death was none other than the overwhelming difference of power between the two sides. It was a warrior's honor to accomplish their goal by putting their life on the line. They knew that doing that would increase the chance of their leader's victory. That's why they didn't hesitate to put their life on the line. But the same couldn't be said if they knew that they would die a useless death. No matter how much of a warrior they were, none of them wanted to die in such a way. The only one who didn't run in this situation was those so-called battle junkie. Nevertheless, Azura might still have held his ground at this point and somehow maintained his pride. Alas, the reality that Azura and Go going to face was despair beyond despair. I guess we need to change our evaluation for you guys. You're even weaker than a maggot, said Bun Bun with contempt in his eyes as his right hand grabbed Goki's chest. Monster. Goki's left arm was torn from its root. His body was covered in wounds, and his guts were almost spilling from his abdomen. He was heavily wounded. And Goki wasn't the only one who suffered from such a fate. Big brother, putting them on the same level as maggots is an insult to those maggots, you know. Yujika, who sat on the back of Zenki, who lying face down on the ground as his entire body swelled up, unnaturally stated her opinion as she covered her mouth, trying desperately to hold back her laughter. Though both Zenki and Goki had transcendental recovery abilities, they still needed some time to recover from their injury. And the monster that put them in such a state wasn't naive enough to bide their time, waiting for them to recover. Bun Bun, Yujiko, this is the order from our supreme ruler. Don't overestimate your ability no matter how much weaker your enemy are. Well, not that I don't understand why you take such attitude after putting the great six admirals in such a miserable state. Princess. Fly spewed the greatest insult for Azura while looking at the latter, who was covered in a wound with undisguised contempt in her compound eyes. Azura's combat skills were the best in the evil army, and yet, whether it was his kick, or punch that could shatter a mountain, slash with his beloved sword that can cut through anything, and even his trump card, the Uni's most forbidden arts, couldn't pass through the Princess Fly's folding fan. Not to mention that the latter hadn't even moved from where she stood at the beginning of the battle. The difference between the two strengths was obvious. No way. Are you telling me that Beelzebub is stronger than you guys? He couldn't believe what he saw right now. If Beelzebub was much more powerful than the monsters who put Azura of the six admirals, Goki and Zenki in such a precarious situation, then the only one who could defeat Beelzebub in the evil army was their supreme commander. How can you compare the strength of the likes of us with father? We're just maggots before our father, not to mention Tha. And just before Princess Fly could finish replying to Azura's question with a mocking voice. It isn't even fun since there's too much difference in power. Beelzebub, are you sure that this Azura is the comrade of that Ankara? A sloven voice that was unbefitting of this hellish spectacle resounded in the entire room. When Azura looked in the direction of the voice, he saw a giant fly with a crown on their head kneeling beside a black-haired human youth who wielded a long sword in his hand. Chapter 146, A Yearning to Become the True King, sighed Azura. Such pressure. The aberrant pressure released by the giant flying monster with a crown was so strong that Azura had to grit his teeth to stay awake. Naturally, Azura wasn't the only one who received such pressure. His subordinates who had already been beaten passed out as soon as they received such pressure. His appearance was matching with the description. "That's the worst and strongest calamity," Beelzebub reporting. That's Azura, the giant, bipedal fly with crown on his head was still kneeling as he replied to the question of the black-haired human youth while glancing at Azura with his compound eyes. And right after that, Supreme Ruler Sama, Bun Bun, Yujiko, and Princess Fly who looks arrogant and wouldn't submit to anyone were kneeling respectfully before the black-haired human youth. The same goes for the giant fly that attacking Azura's subordinates until now. The enemy who wiped the floor with Azura and co. All of them were kneeling respectfully without exception. What's the meaning of this? Bun Bun, Yujiko, and Princess Fly. The Beelzebub's child was the exact definition of calamity in Azura's mind. The pressure released by those three children was overwhelmed by the pressure released by Beelzebub that filled the entire room. But that wasn't the strangest thing. Azura had come to realize that he couldn't even defeat the child of the worst calamity. In that case, there was no need to think about how much more powerful Beelzebub was. But one thing that remained as a mystery was the fact that Beelzebub and co were kneeling respectfully before the black-haired human youth. The weak-looking black-haired human youth. The weak-looking human who would die just by gentle touch from Azura. And yet, the symbol of ultimate despair, Beelzebub had kneeled respectfully before such transcendental small fry. That's the end of the sideshow. When the black-haired youth declared the end of that one-sided war, Beelzebub standing up on his feet, Princess Fly and co along with other flies monsters were moving at once to surround Azura and co. Their flippant atmosphere from before had already gone. All of them were glaring at Azura and co like a fanatic who received direct orders from their god. "This is the end for me, huh?" Azura muttered so inside. The person himself had already accepted his loss. At this point, he didn't care about the identity of the black-haired human youth anymore. Seeing that Beelzebub who was overwhelmingly more powerful than Azura going to kill them by the order of the black-haired human youth, he didn't even feel like resisting anymore. Not to mention that the other party had already defeated Azura so thoroughly and looked like they still had some leeway while doing so. In short, this was a checkmate. Not even a resistance. "You've accepted your defeat, huh?" The current him has no qualification to receive his message. "Can't be helped then." The black-haired human youth turned his back toward Azura while muttering some ambiguous words. As if that was a signal, Beelzebub silently points the wand in his right hand toward Azura. At that moment, a dense black fighting spirit released from Bun Bun, Yujiko, and Princess Fly who glared at Azura. Their fighting spirit was so strong that it put cracks in the wall and the floor of the chamber. "So they are just playing around with us before." At this point, Azura realized that the life and death battle where he put his life on the line before was nothing more than a play for Beelzebub's children. In short, Azura and co were so weak that they didn't even have the qualification to fight Beelzebub's child in their full power. Fighting spirit aside, he didn't even feel miserable or humiliated due to the huge gap between their power. But, when he closed his eyes, having exhausted by his defeat, "You rascal. It's still too soon to give up." A punch nailed right onto Azura's cheek along with the enraged cries of his sword brother. Azura who was caught unprepared rolled on the ground, and then his collar was grabbed by his sworn brother. The beaten-up Zenki glared at Azura with a demonic look on his face. Zenki? He wanted to know why his sworn brother punched him. "Alas, tell me again, who are you?" Zenki asked such an obvious question with an enraged voice. What are you? You are our king, Azura, aren't you? You'll lead us to take on the world. Are you going to say that all those words are lies?" When Azura was still dumbfounded upon seeing Zenki's enraged remark in this kind of situation. "Since we're already in this kind of situation, I'll say it right on your face. The way you act nowadays is simply the worst. I don't give a shit about you being 6 admirals or true evil. The current you is nothing but a coward who can only swing your fist to those far weaker than you. You're not even qualified to call yourself the true king of Ani." Zenki vomited blood as he cursed before he fell on his knee. Zenki? Azura tried to catch Zenki with his right arm. "Alas, The latter brushed it off. "You rascal. Do you think we were following you whose nature becomes so rotten until now just to see you show us such unsightly defeat? Absolutely not. Even if you die, you have to at least show us the brilliance you had before." He punched Azura's chest lightly and shouted with a loud voice that shook the air, "The true king of Aniha. Yeah, I've used to say those words back then when I'm still wet behind my ears. A long time ago, Azura who fought non-stop was far weaker than the current him. Alas, he was more ambitious than the other Ani. What caused him to change might be his thorough defeat against the supreme commander of the evil army who grabbed Azura's soul and turned him into his subordinate. Ever since then, the only thing that had occupied Azura's mind was becoming the true evil. I became someone who ate inferior creatures such as humans whom I had no interest in before. I become someone who enjoyed the death of the inferior creature as they despaired and lost all hope." He ran full speed ahead to become the true evil. Alas, now that he thinks about it again, he realizes it is just an escapism. No matter how much meat of the inferior creature, who got trampled down by him without even being able to resist, he ate, it never tasted good. Nor he feels the joy from killing or torturing the inferior creature either. Azura was simply not that kind of Ani. Not to mention that the old Azura who did nothing but fight was always craving for a struggle against a strong opponent. The him in the past wouldn't lost his fighting spirit simply because he was surrounded by strong enemies. Yeah, sure enough, has become a coward who can only torture the weak. Azura realized that Zenki was right, the current him was truly the worst. He felt the urge to throw up when he realized that he had become a pathetic bastard. The old Azura had a goal that he wanted to achieve. Come to think of it, since when did I forget about it? This world was dog-eat-dog world. The strong one got beaten down by an even stronger one. That was the absolute truth, the law of the jungle, an absolute law that applied to all creatures. But there was one exception to that law, and that was the absolute existence who stood beyond that law. In short, the true strongest king of this world, an inviolable existence whose strength surpassed the others. Stronger than anyone, more selfish than anyone, more extolled than anyone, more free than anyone, and more kingly than anyone. The supreme existence transcends good and evil, the most supreme existence of all. That was the kind of strength that Azura yearned for. You're still. He caught the furious Zenki with his right hand. "No, it's all right." "Sorry, I remember it now." Azura's face revealed a daring smile when he recalled his original aspiration. Naturally, he knew that he wouldn't be able to go back to being the old him who lived for battle. Alas, he could at least bluff himself to act like the old him. "Yeah, this is our big brother that we're familiar with." Goki, who was already on the verge of death, struck Azura's back, shouting in delight as he readied his stance. And when Azura lowered his stance, re-gripping the hilt of his beloved sword, "Humphrey, no matter how you struggle, it won't change the fact that you're a small fry. Have you forgotten that we were not even using our skills at all in the previous fight?" When Princess Fly, whose enraged voice shook the wall of the building, was about to step forward, "I'll become their opponent." The black-haired human youth who had turned his back toward them until now had finally turned around and spoke with a smile unbefitting of this situation. But, Supreme Ruler Sama. Princess Fly tried to make him change his decision. Alas, it's Supreme Ruler Sama's order. Weasel follows his order. When Beelzebub glared at her with his compound eye, Princess Fly stepped back in panic and bowed respectfully at the youth. "Name yourselves." The black-haired human youth didn't beat around the bush and directly ask for their name. 6 Admira. "No, King of Ani." "Azura." "Ready when you are." Azura Sama's first vassal, Zenki. Second vassal, Goki. Each of them gave their name. Seeing that, the lips of the black-haired human youth formed a satisfied smile and, "My name is Kai Heineman, a swordsman. Hereby I recognize you guys as my opponent." That moment, the air around him turned 180. It was the moment when Azura and Ko caught a glimpse of the characteristics of the strongest monster in this world. That was the figure that Azura had been looking for once a long time ago, the figure of illusory strongest existence, the king of battle. Chapter 147, the strongest creature in this world, sighed Azura. Currently, Azura couldn't feel the air of strongman from the black-haired human youth, Kai Heineman. Both Zenki and Goki had also felt the same way as him. Nevertheless, at this point, no one thought that he was a weak small fry, because Kai Heineman had already transformed into a bizarre creature that could distort everyone's perception. The black and red fighting spirit that erupted from Kai Heineman's body formed a few lines that pierced the wall, floor, and ceiling, and smashed them into fine dust. A monster. Wrong. Azura already knew that the monster before him was in a completely different league compared to his fellow 6 admirals, 6 heavenly gods whom he considered as rivals, the supreme commander of the evil army whom he couldn't win against, even Beelzebub who toyed with him. Now he finally understood the reason why the strongest devil, Beelzebub, was willing to submit under Kai Heineman. The reason was simply because Kai Heineman was the strongest existence he had ever seen. Azura would meet his end in this place. It was a desperate situation from which he couldn't escape, and yet, You're seriously the best. The one thing that came out of his mouth was a pure, delightful laugh. This was the first time he felt so delighted. It was the kind of emotion that could only be felt by those who could somehow gauge the opponent's capabilities before him. That is just how much more powerful that man, Kai Heineman, was. He was so strong that not even someone like Azura could feel the bottom of that strength. That's why his heart was beating loudly from the joy of being able to have the honor of facing the strongest existence in this world. It's been tens of thousands of years since the last time I saw such reaction. Kai Heineman squinted his eyes as he said so with an amused face. Damn. You're right. I might be the last person who won't tremble in fear before a true monster like you, said Azura as he gripped his beloved sword. You finally returned, our king. Zenki wiped his tears as he twined his metal rod. We will follow you till the end, big brother. Goki had also laughed delightfully before he readied his stance again. Seeing that, Kai Heineman pondered for a while. You guys are too weak. It isn't a struggle if I fight you guys in my peak state. That's why I'll give you a handicap. Completely ignoring Azura and Kai, who hadn't expected such a declaration, Kai Heineman took out a black glove from his item box. The next moment, the torrential black and red fighting spirit subsided at once. And as if contrasting to that, a chill that they couldn't feel until now suddenly assailed their entire being, and that chilling sensation was, what the hell? Both Zenki and Goki were also barely managed to withstand that pressure. Alas, the color quickly drained from their face. Handicap, no way. Zenki barely managed to squeeze his voice. Yeah, agree. Azura nodded in agreement. Since Kai Heineman had said it just now, Zenki most probably had said the truth. Alas, it was also a fact that Azura and Ko were completely helpless. It was only natural for Zenki to be at a loss for words. Azura and Ko didn't feel anything from Kai Heineman before because they had no qualification to do so. Ironically, it was only after he suppressed his power that Azura and Ko fully understood the horror of the monster before them. You call that handicap? Goki barely managed to squeeze such a remark as he was sweating like a waterfall. For your information, just because I use handicap, it doesn't mean that you guys become stronger. But this alone isn't enough yet to be called as struggle. That's why, facing Azura and Kai, who trembled in fear, Kai Heineman returned the sword in his right hand to its scabbard on his back and took out a wooden stick at the end of his sentence. Focus all nerves in your body, imagine every single possibility of my attack. Give your everything to envision an attack that will reach me. Otherwise, you're dead, said Kai Heineman with a voice that struck into Azura and Ko's core. And the moment he finished, his figure vanished from in front of them. Azura jumped back as far as possible when Kai Heineman's figure suddenly appeared before him. Ergo, he still got swept to the side by the latter's wooden stick. He felt his world turned upside down rapidly as he felt the painful impact of that sweep. When he managed to get on his feet, gritting his teeth to stay awake, the tip of Kai Heineman's wooden sword pierced into Azura's throat. Not even worth mentioning. 0. When Kai Heineman muttered so, Zenki's metal rod and Goki's long claws were already looming behind him, And yet, Kai Heineman easily parried their attack without even as much as looking in their direction. Kai Heineman's parry sent them rolling on the ground. Both Zenki and Goki stood on their feet again, albeit staggered as they did so, and set their stance toward Kai Heineman. "Damn. Do you have an eye on your back?" Kai Heineman frowned in displeasure upon hearing Azura's question and, "Your presence is to stand out. Use your head more. Every single one of your actions must have meaning. I've told you before, right? Weak people like you won't be able to reach me unless you use your brain." He gave a scolding. Seeing them looking bewildered upon hearing his scolding, he heaved a deep sigh. "It seems words alone aren't enough to make you guys understand. Then I'll beat you up till you understand," declared Kai Heineman as he tapped his wooden stick on his shoulder before he walked toward Azura. Chapter 148, Regret. Sighed. Azura and Kai, whose body had already been dyed red by their own blood, brandished their weapon toward Kai Heineman's neck. Kai Heineman diverted all those attacks which contained the power that could blow the entire region so easily with the wooden stick in his hand. His fist was then nailed into Azura, whose abdomen got exposed after his great sword was flipped upward, launching his body in the air, which was then followed by a roundhouse kick on his body that floated in the air. He bit his tongue to prevent himself from getting knocked out, stabbed his great sword into the ground, and somehow managed to stay on his feet. When he raised his face, both Zenki and Goki had already been rushing at Kai Heineman. Kai Heineman dodged Zenki's metal rod and knocked Zenki's back with his wooden stick as he did so. Zenki's body bounced a few times on the ground, creating a crater with each impact. Kai Heineman then thrusted his wooden stick behind toward the approaching Goki without as much as turning around. Goki, whose throat got hit by the wooden stick, was rolling a few times on the ground. Zenki stood slowly as blood dyed his face red. Goki leapt up to stand on his feet while raising bestial roar. Kai Heineman looking silently at Zenki, Goki, and Azura. 5 points, nothing worth mentioning, and gave such ruthless evaluation. Azura-sama. Let's use that. Zenki returned his metal rod to his back and then lowered his stance as his eyes turned red. That's the only way left. Goki licked his lips as he voiced his agreement, and then changed the color of his claws to blood red. Azura had also realized that a half-hearted attack didn't work against the monster before them, but if it was Azura's greatest attack which was impossible to dodge, it should be able to at least leave a scratch on the monster before them. Zenki, Goki, let's do it. Yeah. The next moment, the two rushed at Kai Heineman while raising a war cry, and each of them unleashed an attack that couldn't be compared to their previous attack. Even under normal circumstances, both Zenki and Goki were on a whole nother level compared with the other under the king. Both of them had never neglected their training and polished their martial arts while Azura was fooling around with his boring play. Moreover, the current theme was Great Fierce God Transformation. The Great Fierce God Transformation was a doping that consumed the life force of its user. It was a forbidden art that raised the user's physical ability, divine power, and magical power. In short, both Zenki and Goki burned their life force for an all-out attack. It was an attack that not even someone of 6 Admiral class like Azura could dodge. An unavoidable attack, and yet, damn it, their opponent dodges those all-out attacks with a mere piece of wooden stick. Then, Zenki's stick suddenly changed direction unnaturally due to the influence of Kai Heineman's wooden stick. Zenki's metal stick followed the direction of Kai Heineman's wooden stick and went toward Goki with its power raised, and blew Goki till he crashed into the wall. In a split second, Zenki's attention was directed to Goki. Kai Heineman had already closed into Zenki and planted a left knee strike on the latter's abdomen. That blow launched Zenki's body in the air, which was then followed by a right roundhouse kick from Kai Heineman. That kick sent him flying in the air till he crashed against a pillar. Right at that moment, Azura finished his aria, and countless needles clad in lightning surrounded Kai Heineman. Irritation. The tip of the needles stretched toward Kai Heineman along with Azura's words of power. Did I get him? Not at all. His heartbeat accelerated as he heard the voice that came right from behind. Azura brandished his great sword as he turned around. You monster. Azura spat out a cliched remark upon seeing Heineman standing on the blade of his great sword that cut the air. The next moment, Kai Heineman's wooden stick struck right onto Azura's head and slammed the latter's face on the ground. A huge crater was made as Azura's face got planted on the floor. 30 points. It's not as simple as increasing the number of moves. Your projectile weapon won't be able to hit me unless you seal my movement. I've told you before, right? Each action must have meaning. Azura already knew what Kai Heineman trying to say. All his attempts to attack Kai Heineman got parried perfectly, and beautifully. The instinctive terror toward Kai Heineman, which was akin to prickling needles on his skin, gradually weakened. The current Kai Heineman only had strength comparable to a non-commissioned officer of the evil army. Naturally, it didn't mean that Azura had become stronger. Kai Heineman just leveled the playing field to the point that he wouldn't accidentally kill Azura and Co in one hit. To put it in another world, Kai Heineman just needs the strength of a non-commissioned officer of an evil army to curb stomp Azura and Co in their full power. Damn it, Kai Heineman has wiped the floor with Azura and Co relying solely on his martial arts, the power that Azura believed until now, his physical abilities, magical power, and the miracle of this world that is only owned by a chosen divine being, the super divine skill, all were crumbled to pieces before Kai Heineman's martial arts. Damn it all. Azura had already been covered in wounds due to Kai Heineman's punches, and yet, an overflowing emotion gushed out from inside his chest. It was an emotion that he abandoned a long time ago. Disappointed in himself. Why I'm so weak. It was a fight against the strongest opponent, and yet, full strength aside, the other party could still wipe the floor with him even with a handicap. It was the most frustrating and miserable emotion he ever felt in his whole life. Damn it, all. Azura readied his great sword again as he raised a war cry. Getting frustrated by the difference between our power, is it? It's certainly the first time I met someone like you. Kai Heineman pointed his wooden stick at Azura, whose sorry figure was a far cry from the majestic 6 generals of evil army, and said, "The next attack will be the last one. Gimme all you got." As the air around him changed 180 from the previous carefree air, a pressure akin to a giant monster baring his fangs sent a goosebump on Azura's entire being, and yet, Azura didn't feel scared at all. Azura lowered his stance and pulled his beloved sword behind as much as he could. This was the very first skill that had learned by Azura. It was the most simple and yet the strongest, and the one that he trained the most. Azura kicked the ground with all his might. Demon Slayer, the most powerful attack with the most beloved sword headed toward Kai Heineman, and yet, the attack that might be the best strike in Azura's life got easily parried by Kai Heineman, and then, 7 fangs. The 7 strikes unleashed by Kai Heineman with his wooden stick hit the 7 places in Azura's body, namely Tentu, Kasumi, Jingsu, Suigetsu, Maiuchu, Juragain, and Gitsui, causing the latter to fall on his back. Those are meridians in the human body. I lost. Is it? Hearing Azura's declaration of defeat. Yeah, you lost. Kai Heineman affirmed it. Damn it. Azura was crying in regret. Damn it all. I should be able to do more than this. I should be able to enjoy this exciting fight for a while longer, he shouted in regret amidst his warped consciousness. Impossible. The current you is far too weak, Kai Heineman simply replied curtly. Damn it all, Azura shouted at the top of his lungs as he covered his face with his right hand. Your disgraceful behavior is still unbecoming of a warrior. As of now, you do not qualify to hear your friend's thoughts. That's why. Azura's consciousness descended into darkness at the end of Kai Heineman's muttering. Chapter 149, A Warning from Bad Friend, sighed Azura. When he opened his eyes again, he already stood in the middle of a misty wasteland with something like a giant river right before him. Upon a closer look, he saw his acquaintance riding on a small boat floating on the river. It seems you haven't come to this side. Though he couldn't see the upper half of the other party's face due to the mist, he knew very well that the other party was his one of fellow 6 admirals of the evil army. Angra, where are we? Honestly, I'm quite surprised, but it seems that the monster is a rather generous person. But well, this might be for the best. What in the world have you been talking about since a while ago? Azura asked angrily. Anger had always been his acquaintance since they joined the evil army around the same time. He was a gloomy guy who had always been using rhetorical remarks. You won't understand what I say anyway. It's already clear now that we choose a different path. That's why I've been telling you that I have no idea what you're talking about. For some reason, Azura shouted impatiently. Agreed. Well, this place is the place for a living creature to take a nap. That's the gist of this place, not that you will understand even if I explain more. Knowing that is enough for now. Angra spoke quietly but sternly as if not allowing anyone to interrupt him. That's why. What in the hell you're doing? Azura didn't beat around the bush and just asked directly. Azura, your goal is to become the strongest king, right? In that case, come to visit me again in this place after you managed to at least left a scratch on that aberration. If you manage to accomplish such a miracle, suddenly, the rest of Angra's voice was covered with noise. Oh, I see. There's a rule placed in this place to prevent me from passing the information, huh? Well, just tell me your story after you accomplish that miraculous feat. Go. Hearing Angra's muttering, quit with your monologue, Azura bellowed angrily. Hey, take back what you said just now. For your information, you can't become the strongest king. Well, you should at least paw your way up toward that impossible dream along with those sultry subordinates of yours. Different from before. Azura heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing Angra using his usual sarcastic remark again. That's none of your business. Thus, both of them were jeering at each other like usual. Here is my last advice for the pitiful you. Be very careful of, who's that? Despite asking such a question, Azura had a hunch that he heard the name that had come from Angra's lips before. Well, I guess I have to bid my farewell now since it's about time. Ciao. And struggle as long as you can. Angra replied to none of Azura's questions, he just cracked such joke as he turned his back to Azura. The next moment, the mist rapidly covered the entire wasteland and Azura's consciousness fell into the darkness again. Announcement from the Subjugation Picture Book. Azura had been registered into the Subjugation Picture Book. Zenki and Goki had also been registered in the Subjugation Picture Book as Azura's kin, commencing the alteration of soul and flesh by using the magical power of the Master of Subjugation Picture Book, Kai Heineman. Chapter 150, Elimination of the Last Intruder. The Google man who descended from the precipitous cliff, Pepper, and a woman with an eye patch covering her left eye, Vinegar. Are you kidding me? This presence is bad news, isn't it? As much as I hate it, I agree with you. Both of them raised agitated voices while looking around nervously. Suddenly, a rock and flame appeared right before them, which then forms into human form at breakneck speed. Each formed into a muscular man with two horns on his forehead, clad in a black suit that emitted black flame, and a brown-haired boy with black rock floating around him respectively. They then proceeded to kneel before a man whose entire body was black and wearing a deep hat. A glance from the man with the hat was enough to make the dragon race stand still in their place, let alone Pepper and Vinegar whose color had already drained from their face. Damn it, we can't win against that. Let's meet at the designated place. Roger. Pepper and Vinegar descended at lightning speed from the steep cliff of North Grand. Ekiki-sama, shall we go after those two? When the muscular man with a pair of horns on his head, Ifrit asked the black man with the hat. Sure. Go after them. But, no need to go all out to catch them. They're the peace candidate for the next game after all. Just corner them enough to scare them of their life. Well, not that it'll be a big deal even if you kill them in the millionth chance they fight back. The other party replied in slightly overreaction. Let's go, Ifrit, at once. Titan. After gaining his approval, both Titan and Ifrit straightened their back as they spoke, turned into black sand and black flame on the spot, descending from the cliff to go after Pepper and Vinegar. Well then, they should be the last intruder in this land owned by our god. Now there won't be another annoyance for our god. Let's also erect a barrier to prevent another fly from entering. The black man with the hat, Ekiki, snapped his finger and summoned dozens of people who were bound to pillars by white bandages. Watch over anyone who infiltrates into this land, and catch those who come with impure motives. Send them straight to me for investigation. Gigi. The people whose entire body wrapped in white bandages hit their right fists onto their left chest as they replied and spread out immediately. Giram Kala-sama, the preparation to deal with the rat has been completed. When Ekiki looked up as he reported, "Thank you for the hard work. I shall report your work to Supreme Ruler Sama. I'll leave the observation job to you." A hoarse voice of appreciation came from the sky. "Why yes, with pleasure." Ekiki trembled in delight, tears falling from his eyes as he clasped his hands like someone praying to God. At this point, it was obvious that Ekiki was a member of the Giram Kala faction, and it was obvious what their stand was about Kai Heineman, their master, their greatest object of yearning. Ekiki stayed still in his praying pose for a while after that before he stood on his feet again and, "Well then, I shall go back to guard that city as per my original duty." His figure then turned into countless bugs and dived under the cliff. Chapter 151, The End of the Great Feast Festival of North Grand. Kitnaya's plaza was wrapped in eerie silence. The three-faced Oni, the last boss, was currently lying face up in front of Kai-sama. Their bodies were wrapped in dazzling light. Their body slowly turned into particles of light before it was completely vanished. "No way. Are you telling me that the 6 admirals have become Supreme Ruler Sama's kin?" The one who broke the uncomfortable silence was the little girl whose blue hair was put into a bun on both sides of her head, Athena-sama. "Gahaha. I didn't see this coming too," said the man with a dragon head, Ladon-sama, as he touched his chin. "Good grief. Our lord has always been exceeding our expectations," said the man with a lion's head, Nimiya-sama, with undisguised delight in his voice. "Though I know that coward isn't a match for him. I've never expected him to join our side. On top of that," said the horned man with an intimidating look on his face as he touched his chin, "it's Supreme Ruler Sama's decision. I, Phoenix, am not against his decision, but I'll fix those guys' rotten guts if they dare to disrespect Supreme Ruler Sama," said the red-haired youth with vermilion wings on his back, Phoenix-sama, as he cracked his knuckle. "Ouch. Don't make me remember those painful experiences again. We were also beaten black and blue back then for disobeying Supreme Ruler Sama." A group led by a monster with a long nose whose whole body was enveloped by black mist made their appearance as they spoke. "That's the most unbelievable sight though," said Nimiya-sama earnestly. "Surely the only redeeming feature of those good-for-nothing chaps in the Giram Kala faction is their reverence to Supreme Ruler Sama," said Ladon-sama with a teasing voice as he squinted his eyes, looking at the monster with a long nose. "Giram Kala-sama." "Humphrey, the me from back then is just an ignorant fool." "Well, that matter aside, I've received an order from Supreme Ruler Sama," said Giram Kala-sama with a voice loud enough to shake the air, and right at that moment, everyone's ears twitched and they stopped at once. "This is the conclusion of this trial. There will be a grand celebration tonight to welcome the new citizen and to thank everyone for their hard work. Everyone is to start their preparation immediately." Following a brief silence after Giram Kala-sama's announcement, a cheer exploded in the plaza. "Festival. It's a festival. It's liquor time." "Shootin'. Take out your newly brewed supreme liquor." Shootin'-sama scratched their hair with a scowl on their face. "Alas, good grief. That's supposed to be enjoyed within our faction during a drinking party with Supreme Ruler Sama. Can't be helped I guess. I'll take out every liquor in my stash." After saying so, he raised his right hand, turned around, and vanished from the spot. "This festival is sponsored by Supreme Ruler Sama. We need to prepare everything. Everyone, move on." The moment Giram Kala-sama spoke, it's not like you're supervising this." "Well, I guess only the best quality meat and fruit from our area is befitting the status of this festival," said Ladon-sama as he and the other dragon's figures vanished from the plaza. "Phoenix-sama, our faction is in charge of the transportation of this grand festival." When the owl-faced old man spoke to Phoenix-sama, "Yeah, Supreme Ruler Sama going to be present in this festival after all. Let's do our best." The latter issued instruction as he threw his head back. "What are you going to do, Phoenix-sama?" asked the owl-faced old man. His eyebrow was twitching. "Alas, Naturally, I'll stand by Supreme Ruler Sama's side as his retainer. Phoenix Sama gave such a reply without hesitation. The owl-faced old man's body suddenly swelled up twice his original size. And, Phoenix, it's time for education. His bulging arms then grabbed Phoenix Sama by the nape of his neck before they vanished together. The other figures with wings on their back has also vanished. Well, this mistress will cook some dishes too. When the beautiful woman with 9 tails said so with an excited voice, I'll help you. The beauty with lascivious clothing offered her assistance. Let me in. Give it up. We're not going to create a mountain of corpses. When the other girl stopped the second goddess in a hurry, why though? I can make delicious food too. She ended up sulking and drawing a circle on the ground. The beauty with lascivious clothing then grabbed the sulking Athena before their figure vanished from the plaza. Gil, has it ended already? Shah asked with a timid voice. Yeah, that seems to be the case. I heaved a sigh while wiping the sweat on my forehead. My head had yet to catch up with this rapid development. Their battle was simply on a whole nother dimension compared to weaklings like us. Everyone here had the same impression as me. Maybe we're just frogs on the lake who know not of the vastness of the huge ocean. I have a question. I spoke to my older sister with meek face. What might it be? We're still involved with the man called Heineman. That personage is... I was at loss for words. Maybe he hesitated to continue on since he thought it would disrespect his benefactor. It's just as you imagined. Upon seeing my older sister replied with a smile on her face. I looked at the rest of us. Everyone, Kai Shama will celebrate the founding of our country of monsters. Let's help the preparation too. This time, the citizens who gathered in the plaza cheered at once. Gil. Shah clung to my right arm and then sent an upturned gaze at me. Shah. I hugged Shah. These last few months. No. This time my nightmare had finally ended for sure. Evil Army Headquarters. Annihilated. Gilbert Lotto Amelia cleared the trial imposed by the monster, Kai Heineman, thus marking the end of the Great Feast of North Grand. Chapter 152, A New Objective, sighed Azura. When he woke up, Azura found himself lying down on a wasteland with no blade of grass growing. When he roused himself and looking around, he found out that Zenki and Goki were lying beside him. Oi, Zenki. Goki. When he called out to his 2 brothers in arms to rouse them up too. Azura. Sama. Big bro. They looked dumbfounded at first to Laias. They almost jumped onto their feet when they saw the figure standing behind Azura. You've woken up, huh? Azura turned around immediately upon hearing the voice that came from behind, and then, he saw the figure of that monster, Kai Heineman, standing in there with both his hands in his pocket. No need to raise your guard like that. I come to tell you about your current situation. Current situation? Correct. It's this thing you call an unforeseen accident. After he said so, Kai Heineman touched his chin and pondered for a while. Or maybe, it isn't a coincidence either. Does that mean the picture book is responding to my wish or not? There's also the case with that idiot prince too. So this matter doesn't seem to be as simple as it seems, and yet, it doesn't change the fact that they piqued my interest back then. Oi. Well, I guess my intention is already a trivial matter now. The monster then sent a bone-chilling gaze at Azura and Co. and, honestly, I detested your deed from the bottom of my heart. If it's the usual me, your deed will be awarded with death. The only reason why you're still alive is simply because of my whim. No more, no less. Alas, it doesn't mean that I can just forgive you guys either. That's why. He took out a wooden stick from somewhere and pointed it at Azura and Co. I'll beat that rotten guts of yours. Norn, stretch the flow of time in this place to the maximum. Rogier, the white-haired girl who floating in the air carefree replied energetically while raising her right arm, and then vanished like smoke. This is a sanction for you guys too. I won't pull my punch either, so brace yourself. An extremely powerful strike landed on Azura's abdomen the moment Kai Heineman finished his words. The blow sends him tumbling backward at high speed. When he somehow managed to stand on his feet and raise his face, he found out that Kai Heineman had already stood before him with his wooden stick in hand. Now listen, I won't even give you a chance to take a breath. Your carelessness will lead you straight to death. Once that happen, that's it. At the same time, It's only that. Kai Heineman's figure then vanished again. The next moment, Azura's body got blown off high into the air, and then, Kai Heineman appeared before Azura again. His left fist was clenched, ready to pummel Azura back onto the ground. Oh! That bestial roar became the signal for the start of Azura and Ko's penance, which seems like forever. Many years later, when Azura and Ko had already been lost count how long since they had been pummeled in this mysterious space, since they kept getting pummeled by the monster without a moment of respite. They already lost count of how many times they got beaten an inch away from death. When that happened, the slime that would heal their wound appeared and healed them back in just a moment. Azura knew that those slime was the healing slime. They were supposed to be the kin of Apollo and had already been sealed into God's ordeal as the topmost balance breaker due to their healing ability. At first, he wondered why are they following Kai Heineman, and many other questions. Alas, he gradually didn't care about those questions anymore. Every day was nothing but the never-ending cycle of being beaten to a pulp and healed again. When they had already been pummeled so badly that they were just an inch away from death, Kai Heineman approached them. "Your expression is much better than before," and stated his impression of them while tapping his wooden stick on his shoulder. At first, Azura and Ko tried their best to escape from the monster. But, from some point in time, those feelings transformed. "I'll land a hit on you for sure." Azura wanted to at least land a hit on the monster. That was his current goal. The reason he kept swinging his sword. "Landing a hit on me, huh?" Kai Heineman looked at Azura with interest. "Ergo, as expected, you're the type that I've never met before." "Alas, it's impossible for the current you. The current you is still too weak." Maybe Kai Heineman was stating the very simple truth. And Azura had also realized that the current him could never land a hit on Kai Heineman, that just how vast the difference between their abilities. And he realized that he might be not the only one who felt this way. Even Beelzebub with his monstrous strength might not be able to force Kai Heineman to go all out, and the reason was, "I'll make it happen." When Azura barked like that, Kai Heineman turned around and then looked at the form over his shoulder. "I won't expect too much, but I'll be waiting till then." And then vanished after he muttered those words with a sad look on his face. I think I started to understand a bit about that true monster called Kai Heineman after being beaten to a pulp non-stop by him. Maybe he has always been waiting for something, and it was something that wouldn't come true no matter what. Azura-sama, big bro. Seeing his sworn brother approached him, "Damn it, that guy is strong." Azura barely managed to squeeze those words. His sworn brothers nodded in silence as tears welled up in their eyelids. They also suffered from the same frustration. Alas, the direction of that frustration differed from before. "I'll land a hit on him," declared Azura without even trying to wipe his tears. That was the first goal he had in a long time since he aiming to become the strongest king. Chapter 153, Festa, the Red Demon Kingdom. Delmapor. A negotiation with the Prime Minister of the Red Demon Kingdom. Delmapor was held inside one of its rooms. The name of the new country led by Gil was Festa. Since Gil and Go asked my opinion about the name for their country, I decided to use that name. The name means festival in another world's language and is combined with government. There was no particular reason for me to choose that name. I just felt like it. The name aside, the participants of the negotiation were I, Rose, Esther, Guild, and Chigai had also came as the representatives of Festa. "Our requirement for joining your country is for you to guarantee that the safety and livelihood of our citizens is protected. Naturally, we're willing to accept our punishment as the defeated country. That should make things faster." Despite all of this oppression, Aldebaran's popularity among the masses in the Red Demon Kingdom remains high. I can think of several reasons for that, but it's not like you guys doing this because you like it, right? The Prime Minister nodded. "And the territory of this Red Demon country is the most barren land in this region, and our king, Aldebaran-sama, is originally an orphan from the slum. Is that mean the said orphan ascended to the throne of the Demon King and became one of the 4 great Demon Kings?" "Yes." "Back then, Aldebaran-sama killed the previous Demon King who oppressed us and called himself Demon King Aldebaran. At first, Aldebaran Sama truly thinks about the future of this Red Demon Kingdom. Alas, to survive in this Red Demon Kingdom which has strength as its creed, he has to show his power. Thus, the Prime Minister hesitated to continue. Alas, he knew what would happen if he didn't tell us. He kept thirsting for more power, and then somewhere along the way, his policy started to change. That was a common mistake among young people. They always wanted more power to achieve their goal, then gradually lost the sight of their original goal. As they gained more power, that person shouldn't become a demon king. In that way, at least he won't lose sight of his own goal. Prime Minister spoke with a bitter face. Looking at his expression, it seems this Prime Minister had already known Aldebaran before the latter was a demon king. Nevertheless, I witnessed the end of Aldebaran, and allow me to say that his end is an end befitting of a majestic king. That's why you may puff your chest with pride. Strength aside, I had to admit that he was indeed a king at the end of his life. Or should I say that he chooses to die as a king? Though no one would know the truth. I see. My deepest gratitude. Those words alone are enough to make us feel at ease, said the Prime Minister as he bowed to Gil. Well then, let's draft the details immediately. You guys from the Red Demon Kingdom wish to join Festa. May I assume that way? Yes. Gil, explain to them. Gil stood from his chair, and placed his right fist in front of his left chest as he bowed to me. I'm Gilbert, the chairman of Festa. You may call me Gil. Now I wish you to elect 50 members of the Diet from Red Demon Kingdom to act as your representatives. We also chose 50 representatives among us, and we will decide our government policy by discussion between those 100 representatives. What did you say? Our government policy will be decided following the result of the discussion between 100 members of the Diet, which is chosen from 50 of our side and 50 of your side. Can we, the defeated country, participate in making the government policy too? The Prime Minister raised his voice, unable to hide his shock, and, yes, this government system is strongly advocated by our sovereign. Gil nodded in affirmation. Rose was the one who raised the draft for this parliamentary system. All I did was tweaking it a little bit to make it easier to be accepted in this world. The most important thing for the country is its resources and its people. A tyranny would only lead to a waste of natural resources, manpower, and time. That's why it would be more efficient to leave the management policy of this country to its own people. In this way, even if the number of the country that join increases in the future, it's possible to manage each country most efficiently. Are you sure about this? Each country has its unique characteristics and culture. Letting the citizens of your own country to decide the policy is the most efficient way to govern your country. I also feel that this is the best way and the most interesting way. Though the Prime Minister was left dumbfounded for a while after hearing Gil's answer, he then covered his face with his right hand and started to laugh. Interesting, is it? Surely, as someone who has been involved in governing a country for a long time, even I can't help but feel all fired up with this new system of government. The Prime Minister stood, bowed at me, and then presented his right hand at Gil. I humbly accept your offer. We will join Festa, and declared so with a loud voice. It's a pleasure to be working with you. Gil had also accepted the handshake with a smile on his face. Well then, now let's talk the details about food aid to the Red Demon Kingdom. Hearing Chigai's proposal, thank you very much. The Prime Minister and other big shots from Red Demon Kingdom expressed their gratitude as tears rolled down from their eyes. Red Demon Kingdom joined Festa. Thus, the number of country states in Festa became 2, namely Kitna and the Red Demon Kingdom. This marks the first appearance of a federation state in Lemuria, albeit in a slightly crooked state. Chapter 154, The Essence of the Crown Contest, sighed Edward. Amelia Kingdom's first conference room. Wait a minute. Am I hearing it right? The King of Amelia Kingdom, Edward Lotto Amelia, shouted at the top of his lungs as he asked that question. That was a natural reaction. The reason was simply because the impossible just happened. Properly speaking, shouting like that was unbecoming for the king of a great kingdom like him. Alas, even his retainers were left in chaos. Everyone simply didn't know how to react after hearing the situation. Why did Edward believe it? Or, to be exact, Edward have no choice but to believe it. The reason was simply because the one who brought in the information was none other than the cold-hearted Prime Minister of the Amelia Kingdom, Johannes Roosevelt. Yes, everything I say is true. So the Demon King Aldebaran and the Great Azure Dragon Setters of the four Great Demon Kings are really defeated by Gil, and at the very same time, Gil pledges his allegiance to Rose. Who in the right mind will believe such nonsense? One of the four Great Demon Kings, the Demon King Aldebaran, was definitely the weakest among the four. But, when taking various factors such as mobility and cruelty into account, the four Great Demon Kings were pretty much equally strong. Not to mention that the Great Azure Dragon, Cetus, was the king of the dragon race. Having both of them cooperate with each other would undeniably bring unprecedented chaos to this world. Originally, humankind should have banded together to fight back, and yet, Gil had actually solved such a global crisis all by himself. It was simply too good to be true. If there was anyone who could pull off such a feat, it was the hero, and even the hero needs her team. Not to mention that Gil even pledged his allegiance to Rose, whom he hates so much. Allow me to make one correction. The one he pledged allegiance to is Kai Heineman, and just Kai Heineman. That man again. As long as Kai Heineman is involved, even the most absurd things will become a reality. Maybe the one who slaughtered Aldebaran and Cetus was Kai Heineman, and that person simply gave his accomplishment to Gil. Alas, Gil has been dyed by the noble society in a really bad way. There's no way that Gil will pledge his allegiance to Kai Heineman, who is descended from an honorary noble. Maybe Gil received earth-shaking ideological training. Allow me to say that what you think right now is a misunderstanding. Everyone's twitched at once upon hearing the remark from Johannes, which seems to have read their minds. Misunderstanding? Kai Heineman is the one orchestrating this, right? My royal guard, Arnold. Prime Minister Johannes, the big shot of Babel. Almost every big shot in this world recognizes Kai Heineman's power. Thus, only he can cause such an absurd situation. The problem is why he chose to support Gil. Indeed, he's the one who made the arrangement, but this is something that I can say with confidence. The one who completes the trial is Prince Gilbert, along with Sumi and Tettle, his two retainers. Everything aside from that is just freebies. Trial? Like hell, Gil can defeat Cetus and Aldebaran. It's an impossible achievement that can't even be called trial anymore. Your Majesty, you have a huge misunderstanding in your perspective. Misunderstanding? Defeating both Aldebaran and Cetus in that trial is just a trivial matter, something like stomping two ants on the roadside. Don't screw with me. It's the four Great Demon Kings and the Dragon King. They were just chosen as the opponents to match the prince's growth. Aldebaran and Cetus just happened to be qualified to serve as the prince's opponents back then. Had Prince Gilbert's growth been even stronger, a more powerful opponent would have been chosen. You might even say that those two can only curse their luck for that. Aldebaran and the Dragon King as the opponents for his trial. That's too screwed up. I mean, who in the right mind would use the two of the four Great Demon Kings as tools to fix the rotten attitude of a prince? But now I understand. Kai Heineman is by no means weak, he's strong. Even his way of thinking had already left the realm of humans. The prince has become a true king. Sumi and Tettle accept his resolution and pledge their allegiance to him again. Together, the three of them defeated Aldebaran. Johannes spread his arms and sang praise of the trio's heroic tale, like that of a minstrel. Johannes, who rarely praises people, had actually regarded Gil as the true king. In Edward's case, it was only recently that he was acknowledged as a king by Johannes. He spent his youth worrying about whether he really was the vessel of a king, and yet, he instantly recognized Gilbert as the true king, just half a year after the latter underwent the trial imposed on him. Is Gil really the true king? Not to mention that Sumi and Tettle should be the people he tried to kill before, right? And it's not like there's enough time to train those two to become strong enough to defeat that Aldebaran in just 6 months. Their opponent is the Demon King army. The reason Gil was punished with something akin to the death penalty is because he tried to kill his own guardian knight. The two should have resented Gil and wanted to kill the latter for that. Not to mention that both of them are still squires. There's nothing to worry about if the three of them can defeat Aldebaran. But Gil and company have no army to fight against the Demon King army. The only one who can overturn common sense is the hero with equally screwed up common sense. The prince has his own army. Does that mean he's cooperating with Noble? His contact with the high-ranking noble should have already been cut off. And low-ranking nobles obviously hate Gil. Some even detest him. There's no way they lend their manpower to Gil. It's the monster in Northgrand. It seems the monsters built a country of monsters called Festu and appointed the prince as their king. What? This time, everyone's voice resounded in the conference room. That was only natural since no one would expect that the exiled prince would build a country of monsters, which was the enemy of humankind. What did he do to defeated the demon race? I asked one of the retainers, barely squeezing his voice. One of the Aldebaran's aides, the Prime Minister of the Red Demon Kingdom, was negotiating with Kai Heineman. Thus, the said country decided to join Festa. Johannes replied with a joyful voice. No way. Just how much war potential they have by having such a country join in. That's not all. If it's properly implemented, their potential economic power is immeasurable. That's impossible. The demon race aside, there's no way those monster tribes can trade properly. Be quiet. Everyone shut their mouths at once upon hearing Johannes' voice. Since they're subordinates of the Rose faction, does that mean they're part of our kingdom? Your Majesty, do you really think it's possible? Impossible. There's no way such a country will be recognized. If that happens, the balance of this world will go out of order. We absolutely cannot allow that to happen. There's no way to know what my little brother, Canute, and the ambitious hero will do in that kind of situation. Especially the hero. She definitely won't recognize something like a country of monsters. She is definitely going to claim that those monsters will be used as slaves. That definitely won't strike well with Kai Heineman and might potentially turn into a civil war. If that's the case, we have no choice but to take them in as a sovereign state. Well, their king is Gilbert anyway. I don't think the current prince will allow our intervention in their domestic affairs. Has the current Gil truly become the king of the demon race and monsters? For that, I think it will be more convincing if your Majesty confirms it with your own eyes. Johannes made meaningful remarks. Edward knew at that moment that he really had to see the change in his son with his own eyes. So, what will become of the crown contest? Does that mean Gil's qualification as a participant will be deprived forever? Yes, with this incident, Prince Gilbert lost his qualification to participate in the crown contest. Well, that's right. No sane human will declare himself as the king of the demon race and the monster folk. Johannes revealed a wicked smile and, well, I wonder about that. Your Majesty, shall I ask your thoughts about the essence of this game again? Johannes gave such a remark that wasn't an answer, and bowed to Edward before he left the room. Gather all information about Festu ASAP. The official moved at once the moment Edward gave such order. End of Volume 5 Part 2.